A heated night.
Nat sat alone in her dimly lit room, the soft glow of the computer screen illuminating her face. She shifted uncomfortably, feeling the heat rise within her as she watched the scene unfolding before her. On the screen, Fleur moved with an almost hypnotic rhythm, her breath hitching with every motion. Momo's fingers traced lazy patterns against Fleur's skin, occasionally grazing Ryo's toned chest. Meanwhile, Jean was utterly lost in a deep, passionate kiss, her hands tangled in his hair as she explored his lips with her own. Nat exhaled deeply, torn between fascination and longing. She wasn't usually the type to observe from the sidelines, but tonight, she found herself unable to look away. She wanted to join them, no, she needed to, but she knew how things worked. Each of the women in Ryo's life was powerful, their stamina nearly endless. Fleur was already lost in the moment, and Momo and Jean were clearly waiting for their turn. Jumping in now would only mean she'd have to wait longer, and patience wasn't her strong suit. Still, one thing was certain, she wouldn't be waiting for long. As soon as Fleur reached her peak, Nat planned to step in. She just hoped Hela wouldn't show up anytime soon. A shudder ran down her spine at the thought. That woman had an endurance that put the rest of them to shame. Nat preferred a more balanced pace, unlike Nemuri and Dora, who didn't mind being pushed to their limits.
A shared understanding.
Elsewhere in the house, Rumi sat on the couch beside Ororo, watching a movie. The two had grown close over time, bonding over their similarities. Both had striking silver hair and tan skin, and while their personalities were different, their appreciation for battle and the wilderness had forged an unspoken connection between them. A flicker of movement caught Rumi's attention. Her sharp ears twitched as she picked up the faintest of sounds, a muffled moan, just barely audible through the soundproof walls. She blinked, tilting her head slightly. "Ororo," she muttered, a smirk creeping onto her face. "Looks like the others are busy." Ororo arched an eyebrow before realization dawned.
"Oh?
"Well, we can't let them have all the fun, can we?" A playful glint shone in her eyes as she rose from the couch. Rumi chuckled, already moving. In the blink of an eye, both women disappeared using flash step, their movie long forgotten. Instincts awakening. Meanwhile, across the Yukai territory in Kyoto, Nemuri and Dora had chosen to spend the night at Yasaka's compound. The sisters had welcomed them warmly, and after a long day, they had finally settled in for some rest. Nemuri lay sprawled across the bed, her tails draped lazily over the sheets. Dora, curled beside her, let out a content sigh as she absent-mindedly played with one of Nemuri's tails. Neither of them had bothered with clothes, it was simply how they were most comfortable. Suddenly, Nemuri's ears twitched, and her body tensed. A rush of sensation coursed through her, setting her nerves alight. She sat up abruptly, her mind clicking into place. "Something's happening." Dora stirred, rubbing her eyes.
What's up?" she asked groggily.
Nemuri grinned mischievously. "My instincts are acting up."
"Let's go."
Dora blinked blearily before realization set in. "Oh well, let me at least put something." "You won't need clothes where we're going," Nemuri cut in, grabbing her hand. Dora sighed but didn't argue. Moments later, they too vanished into the night. An unexpected departure. Far away, on the shores of Isla Sorna, Luna lounged on the beach, basking in the company of her beloved creatures. A small velociraptor nuzzled against her side, purring softly as she patted its head. Suddenly, a spark lit in her golden eyes, and she sat up, her entire demeanor shifting. "Well, well," she mused aloud, brushing sand from her sky-blue bikini. "Looks like I have somewhere to be." She turned to her pack, offering them a reassuring smile. "Be good while I'm gone. I'll bring you all gifts when I return." The creatures chattered excitedly at the mention of gifts, though some looked slightly dejected at her departure. Luna laughed, ruffling the feathers of a nearby raptor. "Play nice, and don't bully the little ones," she reminded them sternly. "I expect you all to behave like a proper family." With that, she waved farewell and in the next instant, disappeared in a swirl of magic.
A night to remember.
Back in the room, Ryo's breath came in slow, controlled measures as he matched Fleur's movements with ease. Her body trembled slightly, signaling her approaching peak. He could sense the shift, the way her grip tightened, the way her breathing became uneven. Out of the corner of his eye, Ryo caught a glimpse of the door opening. Nat stepped inside, her expression unreadable, though her appearance spoke volumes. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her clothes clung to her skin, betraying the heat she had been wrestling with. She didn't say a word, there was no need. The others barely acknowledged her entrance, already lost in the moment. "So," Momo murmured, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Did you get the results?"
Fleur, still catching her breath, managed a nod.
"I think more inspection is needed." Momo smirked knowingly before turning to Nat, "Feel free to wait your turn." Nat raised an eyebrow but barely had time to respond before warm arms wrapped around her. A familiar voice whispered into her ear. "Or you could start now," Fleur suggested with a playful grin. Nat hesitated only for a moment before a slow smile spread across her lips. Tonight was going to be a long one.
A moment of passion.
Momo's breath hitched as she clung to Rio, her eyes glazed with overwhelming sensation. "I love you." "I love you so much, Rio," she murmured, momentarily forgetting their playful act. Jean, who had been reveling in her own pleasure, groaned in mock annoyance. "Momo, you were supposed to keep the act together," she teased, though the way her lips quivered betrayed her own struggle. Momo chuckled breathlessly but couldn't stop herself from chasing the pleasure. "Sorry," she moaned, moving with reckless abandon. Nearby, Fleur shuddered, gripping Nat's shoulder for balance. "Well, it was fun while it lasted," she purred, her body tensing with anticipation. Nat, perched comfortably and savoring the moment, smirked. "And yet, you're not stopping, are you?" she teased, her hands gripping Rio's head with unspoken need. "Not until I get my turn." A minute later, Momo let out a long drawn-out gasp, her entire body arching as she surrendered to the moment.
"Rio.
"Give me everything," she cried, utterly lost in bliss. As her tremors subsided, she collapsed against Nat, her breath still unsteady, her body tingling. Nat, still trembling from her own high, sighed in satisfaction before both women slid down to rest. Jean, finally freeing Rio from her telekinetic grip, rolled her eyes playfully. "That was lovely, but don't think we're done yet," she said with a smirk. Rio chuckled, settling himself comfortably on the platform.
"I wouldn't dream of it."
Before any of them could respond, Jean was already on his lap, her fiery gaze locking onto his as she claimed his lips in a deep, searing kiss.
A long night ahead.
Hours later, Nat groaned, her body trembling under Rio's touch. Fleur, Momo, and Jean lay sprawled out nearby, lost in their own world of contentment. Fleur, still awake, simply observed with amusement. "You certainly know how to keep us entertained," she mused. Before she could add anything more, the room's entrance slid open, revealing three familiar figures. Luna, Rumi, and Ororo stepped inside, their eyes instantly assessing the aftermath. "Looks like this has been going on for a while," Rumi noted, folding her arms as she glanced at the thoroughly spent women resting on the platform.
Luna giggled. "Obviously."
He used his time powers to accelerate the time in this room. Her eyes gleamed with excitement.
"That was a good idea." Ororo smirked, stepping forward.
"Well, in that case, I'd say it's our turn now." Luna practically bounced toward Rio, her smile playful and eager.
"Rio, let's have some fun."
Rio barely had time to respond before Luna tiptoed to kiss him, unable to reach, prompting him to lean down. With a flick of his power, he gently moved Nat beside the others to let her rest. "I suppose Luna has a point," Ororo mused, stripping away her outer layers with an easy grace.
"Let's enjoy the night."
As Luna molded herself against him, her body warm and inviting, Ororo's fingers trailed along his jawline, pressing gentle kisses against his skin. Rumi, watching the scene unfold, sighed dramatically. "Great, looks like I'm the one getting left behind." Ororo merely smirked, her hands finding their way lower.
"You could always join in," she suggested playfully.
Rumi rolled her eyes but after a brief pause, did exactly that.
The night was far from over. A test of endurance.
The stars hung high above the sky when Rio finally found himself back in the lab. He stepped inside to find Fleur sitting on the platform, clad only in a loose lab coat draped over her shoulders, the fabric teasingly undone. She tilted her head, her sapphire eyes twinkling with amusement. "So, how long do I have to wait?" Rio smirked, leaning down to brush his lips over hers.
"Patience, my love."
Before she could respond, two more figures appeared at the entrance. Nemuri and Dora stepped into the room, their expressions equally expectant. Nemuri gasped in exaggerated horror. "Don't tell me the fun's already over."
Rio chuckled.
"We could always start again." Dora licked her lips, her eyes drifting downward. "Gihi, yeah, looks like you're more than ready." Nemuri giggled in agreement.
"Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun tonight." The night stretched on, endless and intoxicating. A change of scenery.
Rio used his powers to gently place Nemuri and Dora onto the bed after they finally succumbed to exhaustion, their blissful expressions lingering even in their sleep. Fleur, who had been waiting patiently, blinked in surprise. "Where did they go?" Rio chuckled, explaining the brief pause in time. Fleur simply rolled her eyes in amusement.
"Well then, shall we continue?" Rio smirked.
"I was thinking of changing the location first." As if on cue, his connection flared to life. "Hela," he called through their bond, "there's something important I want to discuss." Why don't you come over? A moment later, a wisp of dark energy materialized in the room. Hela stepped forward, her piercing gaze locking onto him. She took one look at the scene before her, a slow smirk curling her lips. Oh, so that's what you wanted to discuss. With a simple flick of his wrist, Rio teleported them away, their destination set for somewhere far more suitable. The night was far from over.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
So, did you girls enjoy yourselves? I asked softly. Both Hela and Fleur simply snuggled closer to me with satisfied and content grins on their faces. The three of us are currently lying inside a massive crater. We were obviously completely naked. At first, I had taken them to Vesta, but as soon as I noticed that I would end up tilting Mars' axis, I decided to change location and brought the two of them to a barren planet. After that, I didn't hold back. Fleur never said no to rough sex and Hela only cared about rough sex. We did it gently a couple of times, but it was very rare as both of them loved rough sex. It has been 2 weeks since the three of us arrived here. I have drastically accelerated the time on this exoplanet, a week here close to an hour outside the planet. Both Hela and Fleur were caressing my chest with content looks on their faces. Both of them were resting their heads on my chest. It was amazing as always, husband. We should do this more, Hela said with a grin on her face. You were also a brilliant companion, Fleur. Hela complimented the blonde-haired phoenix. I also feel the same, Hela. Maybe we should schedule some threesomes with the three of us, Fleur proposed, and both Hela and Fleur looked up to stare into my eyes. They wanted to know my opinion regarding the matter. Whatever either of you desire, I said with a smile, and both of their eyes started to shine in excitement. How long are we going to stay here? Fleur questioned curiously and shifted slightly. As long as you want. If you want, we can return to Vesta for the night, or we could also return to Nox if you want, I answered without thinking much about it, and even though the ground beneath us was powdered into dust, it was still uncomfortable. Can we return to Vesta, for now, husband? Hela asked, and the next second, our surroundings changed and we found ourselves on our bed in our Vesta house. It collapsed as we weren't holding back. I used my time powers to fix the bed. Husband, can you bring some beer? Hela asked, and moments later, a whole crate filled with beer and ice appeared by Hela's side. She looked towards Fleur. Do you want one, sister? Hela asked. Forgive me, but I am not a fan of beer. I would love to have some wine though, Fleur said, and with a simple thought, I summoned a bottle of the finest wine we had in stock along with a wine glass. Hela simply shrugged and handed me one beer bottle and took one for herself. I hack-eyed the bottle caps. A chilled beer after sex is really satisfying. I agree with you, husband. This is the best, Hela said boisterously and chugged down the whole bottle. She pulled out another bottle, and once again, I hack-eyed the bottle cap. Fleur didn't say anything and continued sipping her wine. Dear, how much time has passed since we have been on that planet? All of a sudden Fleur questioned, and I almost choked on my beer. What did you call me? I questioned and scratched my ear. Dear. Fleur wondered with a confused look on her face, and realization finally dawned on her face. Hehe. I called you dear. I thought it would be fitting since Hela calls you husband, Fleur said while chuckling. Well, I was caught off guard as this was the first time you used dear to call me, I said with a shrug, and once again Fleur started to chuckle melodiously. It isn't like that I didn't want to, it simply never came to my mind as we never called each other using endearing terms, Fleur said with a smile. Now that I think of it, she is right. You don't need to change though. We girls like how it is. Adding too much common logic in our uncommon relationship might cause some troubles, Fleur finished with a grin. Once again, she does seem to have a point. I can't refer to them using honey or dear. I will run out of words before I am done with all of them. Once again, you are right, I said with a grin and pecked her on the lips. After watching our interaction, Hela started to cackle. We spent the rest of the night chatting about silly and stupid stuff. Neither of us needed to sleep, so it was completely fine. Gregori, underworld. Looks like we are going to have a lot of problems, Azazel said and gulped nervously. The other Cotters and his Vice-Governor General had really worried looks on their faces, while a few had complicated looks on their faces. Azazel, are you sure that this video is real? I simply can't believe something like this out of the blue, a Cotter level fallen angel said while vehemently shaking his head. The whole group just finished watching the whole battle between a woman named Yachiru and an army of 1,000 devils. They saw how easily the woman killed Cockabile, a Cotter level fallen angel, and she also took out the 3 leaders of the old Satan faction without breaking a sweat. Yes, the video is completely genuine. After watching the video for the first time, even I was doubtful about its authenticity regardless of its source. I spent a whole day verifying the video's authenticity, Sahariel Azazel said, and now the fallen angel who spoke up previously could only sweat profusely. What do we know about the woman? Pinma, the only female fallen angel, Cotter asked in a serious tone. She was the chief secretary of Gregori. The woman's name is Yachiru Anohana. She is a kind and gentle woman who specializes in healing. She is the one who healed the devils and the exorcists after Cockabile attacked them and took the Excaliburs, Azazel said with a shrug and rubbed his head. Don't fuck around, Azazel, Pinma said with a scowl on her face. I didn't see anything kind or gentle about that woman, Pinmu finished with a scoff. I agree with Pinmu. Stop joking around, Azazel Shemhazai said with a worried look on his face. Do you think I am joking? I had sent Vali Lucifer to handle everything if everything went out of hand, and he was there from the start. Even he was bewildered. I think that the woman has dual personality disorder, Azazel said, and everyone inside the room seemed to contemplate his words. That is probable, but why didn't Vali intervene? Armoros asked curiously. He is also a Cotter level fallen angel and he is responsible for the research of anti-magics. He couldn't. You expect him to fight something like that? Azazel asked in an incredulous tone, and Armoros deflated on his seat. After hearing Azazel's question, that was the only thing he could do. It is pretty clear that she is way stronger than us Cotters and she has no qualms over killing thousands, Baragil pointed out, and Azazel could only nod his head with a solemn look on his face. I really feel bad to be the bearer of bad news, but I have something else to say, Tamil said nervously. He was also a Cotter level fallen angel who was also the head of the business department of Gregori. Everyone present in the room immediately turned towards the man, waiting for another piece of dreadful news. The man cleared his throat to gather his bearings. This was really a bad time, but that is what made this news even more important. The Vatican was attacked, Tamil said, and everyone present in the room simply frowned due to the vague answer. I don't know all the details, but someone named Hela, who is apparently the new leader of the devils, attacked the Vatican and killed a lot of exorcists including Ewald Cristaldi, Tamil finally finished. For a moment, nobody reacted to the news. What? Azazel questioned and slammed his fist on the table. Most of the time Azazel was a pretty laid-back guy, so everyone in the room was taken aback by his sudden outburst. A new leader of devils. How is that even possible? Shemhazai was the next who questioned loudly. From what I have gathered from my contacts among the devils, she took over by brute force, Tamil said with a straight face, and Azazel shuddered at the thought. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He knew how strong Surtsk's Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub were. Both of them were easily in the list of top 10 strongest. Their strength was easily comparable to the gods of various factions. They were super devils. They are said to be stronger than the original Satans. How the hell did someone take over their race? This was hella suspicious. How? Didn't anyone try to fight back? Why are we hearing this only now? Barakil questioned hurriedly. Now, he was really worried about his sister. She apparently slaughtered the Nebrius clan to make an example, Tamil said in a nervous tone, and for a few seconds, nobody dared to say anything. I think we should probably expect a visit from her after the Kuah incident. A woman like her would never miss a chance like this, Azazel said in a defeated tone. That is what I would have done if I was in her place, Azazel mused internally. Fallen angels might be the first ones to retreat from the Great War, but that didn't mean that Azazel was a saint. Azazel only pulled back when he saw that the strength of his enemies was higher. There was no chance of winning, and if they won by any chance, there won't be anyone left to celebrate their victory. I think I should retire. I am too old for all this shit. Azazel cursed inside his mind and leaned back on his chair with a deep frown on his face. Things are changing pretty fast. I wonder how the destroyer is connected to this woman, Hela Hades mused as he wrapped his skeletal fingers on the armrests of his throne. Hades's teeth clattered for a moment. Image here. Hades is the god of the realm of the dead. He despises beings of other mythologies, especially devils and fallen angels, believing that they are unnecessary beings, calling them bats and crows. Hades is one of the trinity gods of Olympus. He has been ruling the realm of the dead since ancient times. Does it really matter? I understand that she has a certain type of authority over the dead, but she isn't the one who we should be worried about, NYX pointed out, and the other members sitting around seemed to nod in agreement. NYX is the primordial goddess of the night and the younger sister of Erebus in Greek mythology, and one of the creators of Thanatos, Hypnos, and Oneiroi. NYX is a cheerful, yet sadistic person who enjoys seeing others in pain and suffering. Image here. NYX is a beautiful young woman with the cute face of a child that has long black hair and with pointy ears. She wears a cute frilly dress called Godly Virgin Killer Clothes that has a corset jumper skirt. Her body also gives out a tremendous dark aura. Agreed. During the Kuah massacre, the wielder of boosted gear, Issei Hayudo, was killed. Now, once again we would need to identify the one who was born with that damned Longinus, Tartarus said, and everyone except Hades hummed in agreement. Image here. Tartarus is a primordial god of abyss in Greek mythology. Tartarus is a 100-meter sphere with many eyes and tentacles. His body gives out an unbelievable aura, and his presence also gives out a dark mist. I think we need to do something really drastic to gain some power, Hades mused, and everyone on the table was immediately interested. What do you have in mind? Erebus questioned curiously. He is the primordial god of darkness and the older brother of NYX in Greek mythology and one of the creators of Thanatos, Hypnos, and Oneiroi. Erebus is a handsome young man appearing in his mid-20s with black hair. He wears a black cloak and his body gives out a dark aura. Erebus is shown to be calm and collected in person and deeply cares for his sister. I want to steal the Master Bolt, Zeus said, and the others sitting around the tables froze for a moment. I don't understand how that thing fits into our plans. Angra Mainyu asked in a cold tone. Angra Mainyu is the evil god of Zoroastrianism in Persian mythology. Image here. Angra Mainyu takes the form of a phantom with a jet black body with a muscular build and glowing fire-like eyes and has horns on top of his head. His body also gives out a chaotic aura. It is easily one of the strongest weapons of the world. Having it in our possession would be a good deterrent in the future, Hades said in a neutral tone. NYX clicked her tongue. But that also means that he is going to come after us, NYX huffed in an annoyed tone. No, he won't. He won't be coming after us, Hades said, and his eyes started to glow eerily. Gregori, underworld. So, this is Gregori. I expected something more noteworthy, Hela said in an unimpressed tone as she looked in front of her. I hope that you weren't expecting dismembered humans decorating the buildings, Graphia in a neutral tone. She was standing behind Hela like a dutiful maid. Hela grinned at the jab. I am not gonna lie, that would have been beautiful too, Hela said, and let out a defeated sigh as she noticed several figures with multiple crow wings approaching the two of them. Graphia, would you look at that? We have some company, Hela exclaimed cheerfully, and Graphia simply rolled her eyes. She tried to stop herself, but her willpower wasn't strong enough. Are you going to tackle this incident diplomatically? Graphia questioned, and Hela simply gave the woman an incredulous look. My bad. Graphia accepted her mistake with a blank look on her face, and Hela simply gave the stoic woman a kind smile. It hasn't been a week and you already know me so well. Now, Graphia, even though they are important, why don't you tell me their names? Hela spoke with a grin, and Graphia gave a small nod. That man with the golden bangs is Azazel. He is the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. The man beside him who looks like he is about to give up on everything is Shemhazai. He is the Vice Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Graphia said with a stoic look on her face, and after hearing the second man's description, Hela started to cackle loudly. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Graphia, your description is point on. Maybe I should give him a hand and send him his merry way, Hela mused and started to rub her chin. Please don't once again, Graphia deadpanned, and Hela started to cackle after watching Graphia's reaction. The group of fallen angels finally arrived in front of Hela and Graphia. Slowly the whole group landed in front of the duo and retracted their wings. I have expected your arrival, Azazel said, and Hela simply raised her delicate brows after hearing the statement. I didn't expect this. So, how are we going to do this? Hela questioned curiously, and her eyes started to glow eerily. The whole group of fallen angels slightly flinched after hearing the woman's overexcited tone. Can we talk like civilized people? Azazel asked in a hopeful tone. He really wanted to avoid a conflict. He felt shivers run down his spine as soon as he laid his eyes on this woman. Azazel was one of the oldest beings of the world, and his instincts were screaming at him as soon as he saw the woman. Fine, let's talk, Hela said with a stiff nod of her head. Azazel and his entourage internally released a relieved sigh. Now, at least they would be able to negotiate something. Good. Now, submit or die, Hela said with a serious look on her face. Hela looked really proud after she finished speaking. Graphia tried. She really tried, but she couldn't stop herself from palming her face. This isn't how you are supposed to talk, but she shouldn't have expected anything else from Hela. That is not how we are supposed to talk, Azazel said nervously, and Hela simply tilted her head in confusion. She slowly turned her head towards Graphia for additional input. You are supposed to negotiate, using peaceful means, Graphia pointed out, and Hela's head snapped towards Azazel. Then she turned back to look at Graphia. Why the fuck would I do that? Hela questioned incredulously. Graphia wanted to groan, but she had to maintain an image. Her job was becoming harder by each day. That is what is meant when he said that he wanted to talk like civilized people, Graphia pointed out, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. Then Hela slowly turned towards Azazel and his group, who were looking towards Hela nervously. Well, that is the best offer I could give your race, Hela said with a shrug, and Graphia's lips thinned, but there wasn't anything she could do to change this insane woman's mind. So that is what you are going to offer us? Burakil questioned defensively, and once again, Hela shrugged. That is the best offer I can think of right now, Hela said in a tone like it was a matter of fact. What is going to happen to us if we decide to submit? Azazel questioned, surprising his whole group. Nothing major. I will remove some volatile elements and your race will follow whatever decision I make, Hela said, and Azazel nodded his head in understanding. Azazel, don't tell me you are considering submission, Burakil said, and Azazel could only smile with a sad look on his face. What am I supposed to do? Our race is on the verge of extinction. We can't afford a fight right now, and it won't be a fight if we don't submit in front of her. She could crush us like insects, Azazel said with an apologetic tone. Shemhazai, along with Pinmu, Tamiel, Sahariel nodded their heads. Only Burakil looked displeased with the decision. Ho, you are quite intelligent, and here I thought that I would have to kill a lot of fallen angels to get my point across. You don't have a fallen angels council, do you? Hela spoke with an excited grin on her face. No, they don't have a council, Graphia decided to pitch in, and Hela nodded her head with a disappointed look on her face. Can I request something? Azazel questioned, and Hela simply quirked her brows. Azazel considered that to be a green light, so he began to speak. I am currently researching a method to resurrect humans into fallen angels. If I succeed, then we will be able to increase our numbers. Can I continue the research? Azazel requested in a respectful tone. Graphia wasn't surprised by this. The fallen angels were the first ones to withdraw from the Great War. Sure, to be honest, I don't care what you plan to do with humans, Hela said in a dismissive tone. Even though she wasn't happy as she didn't get to kill anyone, but she was quite glad that she got a new race under her rule. Last night was totally brilliant, Dora exclaimed in an excited tone, and Nemuri couldn't stop herself from nodding her head. Kurika simply groaned in annoyance. Will you two please stop? Naya, not all of us are getting action. Naya, Kurika grumbled in an annoyed tone. After hearing Kurika's words, both Nemuri and Dora started to snicker. Kurika threw the two of them a dirty look. Kitty, are you perhaps jealous of our amazing man? Dora questioned in a teasing tone and Kurika ducked her head to dodge Dora's hand. Dora puffed out her cheeks and started to pout. Dora thought asking a question like that would make Kurika drop her guard, but unfortunately for Dora, Kurika herself was quite vulgar. Even though Dora's words didn't faze Kurika, she couldn't deny she wasn't interested. Like any of you are going to allow me anywhere near him? Naya, Kurika huffed in an annoyed tone and Nemuri simply raised her brows in curiosity. She easily caught Kurika's act. We never stopped you. If you want to be with him then none of us are going to stop you, Nemuri said in a teasing grin. Dora also started to nod her head like a sage. Nemuri raised her finger and started to release a really oppressive aura. Kurika almost choked when she sensed the pressure. But if you want to simply use him for your own agenda then Hela is going to be your least of your worries, Nemuri said in a cruel tone. Kurika hurriedly nodded her head like a woodpecker. This was the first time she was seeing this side of Nemuri. Now, don't need to scare the poor girl, Dora said, and Nemuri didn't bother to say anything after that. Kurika never thought about using Rio for her own agenda. She even offered herself for her sister's well-being. Kurika always wanted to make strong kittens and Rio was the strongest man she had ever come across. So, Kurika was naturally attracted to the man, but she simply didn't know if she should pursue a relationship or not. She also didn't know if Rio's women allow her to be around him or not. Now that Kurika got the green light, she decided to try her luck. If Rio rejects her then no harm done. Kurika's gaze flickered towards Konako who seemed to be playing with Kuno. This was the first time Kurika saw her sister enjoying herself. Kurika noticed the arrival of their host, so she slowly turned her head towards the leader of the Yukai faction to greet the woman. Naya, good morning. Lady Yasaka. Kurika greeted the woman in a respectful tone. Nemuri and Dora also greeted the woman. Yasaka greeted them back with a smile and her gaze focused on Kurika. Kurika, the leader of the Nikomat clan, is going to visit tomorrow, Yasaka said with a smile and sat beside the other three women. Thanks for the help, Naya, Kurika said in a respectful tone, and Yasaka simply accepted the gesture with a smile. Kurika didn't know how the meeting was going to turn out, but she was pretty excited about it. Gregori, underworld. So, you are the strongest among the fallen angels? Hela questioned as she leaned back on her throne. Creating something simple like a throne was a piece of cake for Hela. Haha. Yeah, Azazel said in a sheepish tone and rubbed the back of his head. Hela wasn't impressed by the display. Then her eyes flickered towards the second devil inside the room. After Azazel decided to submit, Hela immediately called a meeting. Now I understand why the fallen angels were the first ones to withdraw from the Great War, Hela said with a nod. I have heard you are quite knowledgeable about the toys known as sacred gear, Hela said, and Azazel nodded his head. There wasn't anything he could hide from the woman. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Are there any sacred gear with the ability to control or manipulate space? Hela questioned, and Azazel rubbed his chin for a moment. There are quite a few. Can you tell me anything more? I need to know more if you want me to tell you anything specific, Azazel said. Purple mist, Hela added without missing a beat. It is the Long Inus, dimension lost, Azazel said in an instant, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. Can you tell me who possesses this scared gear? Hela asked, and Azazel shook his head. I would need to ask around, but I have heard rumors that someone from the Magician Council possessed that particular Long Inus, but I can't tell you anything concrete, Azazel said, and Hela simply closed her eyes in disappointment. Pity, what else can you tell me about these Long? Hela began to speak, but she was cut off when someone decided to interrupt her. I have heard you are quite strong, Vali, Lucifer said, stepping forward. Azazel gasped in horror. A lot of murmurs broke out inside the room. Hela slowly turned her head towards the offending devil and her eyes narrowed. What about it, devil? Hela asked, and Grafia, who was standing behind Hela, started to pity the boy. Vali, what the hell are you doing? Azazel whispered furiously, and Vali simply shrugged. She is strong, I am simply challenging her to a fight, Vali said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. An amused grin appeared on Hela's face. So, you are challenging me? Hela asked, and Vali simply nodded his head. Albion seems to be worried about you, so you must be strong. Azazel also decided to submit to you, which also points in the same direction. So, yes, I am challenging you to a fight, Vali, Lucifer said in a determined tone. For a few seconds, Hela simply kept staring at the boy with a blank look on her face. Grafia looked at him with pity in her eyes. All of a sudden Hela stood up from her throne and started to cackle in made glee. She turned towards Grafia and stopped laughing. Grafia? He is challenging me to a duel, isn't that interesting? Hela questioned, and Grafia's eyes flickered towards the boy and she gave him a sympathetic look. Of course, Lady Hela. Grafia deadpanned, and once again, Hela started to cackle. Lady Hela, can you please spare him? Azazel requested in a weak tone. Hela immediately stopped laughing and glared at the man. Fine. I will spare him, Hela said with a stiff nod. It has been quite some time since someone challenged her. Rio was the last one to challenge her. Azazel had decided to bow down without making any fuss, so she decided to spare the boy. It was pretty clear that the boy was important to Azazel, and killing the boy will create discontent among her new underlings. I could always kill a random human on the street if I feel my hands itching, Hela mused internally. Vala Lucifer wasn't happy with how the woman was treating him. He felt like he was being treated like a joke. He would show her. He knew that the woman was strong as even Azazel had decided to turn tail, but he would at least make her respect his effort. So, are we going to this here, or do you have any specific area for things like these? Hela questioned in an amused tone. We have an arena. I will lead you there if you don't mind, Pinmu spoke up, and Hela's eyes focused on the sole female cotter. Sure, lead the way. Pinmu quickly led the whole group towards the arena in Gregori. Albion was still trying to dissuade Vala from committing suicide. Alas, battle maniacs are battle maniacs. This is nice. Graphia, do we have something like this in the underworld? Hela questioned while looking towards her diligent maid. Of course, my lady. We have several arenas such as these. Ajuka Beelzebub can even create pocket dimensions for raiding games, Graphia answered with a stoic look on her face. Oh yes, raiding games. Azazel, you were saying that you were trying to create something like the evil pieces, right? Hela asked curiously, and Azazel nodded his head. Good. I will ask Ajuka to help you. Maybe you will be able to develop a new type of evil pieces that could resurrect humans into fallen angels, Hela said, and Azazel and some other cotters were immediately excited after hearing the prospect. I think we have wasted enough time. We should start. Vala Lucifer called out from the other side of the arena. I agree, we have wasted enough time. Come on. Show me the best you have got, Hela said in a mocking tone, and everyone else except Graphia moved away. The others were slightly curious and wanted to know why the woman didn't move, but they decided to keep their mouths closed. A pair of blue ethereal dragon wings appeared on Valo's back. Vanishing dragon? Balance breaker. An unknown voice originated from the wings, and a white draconic armor formed on Vala's body. Vala didn't wait anymore and lunged towards Hela at his max speed and punched in her direction. Hela simply caught his fist without any effort. A huge shockwave erupted due to the collision. Everyone present in the arena except Graphia was surprised. Was that all? I am not impressed, Hela said in a disappointed tone. Even though Vali and Albion both were shocked to their cores, both of them quickly gathered their bearings. No, the battle is just starting. Vali exclaimed and started to release a huge amount of power, and Hela's eyes started to glow in amusement after watching the display. No, the battle is just starting. Vali exclaimed and started to release a huge amount of power, and Hela's eyes started to glow in amusement after watching the display. Divide. The same voice exclaimed loudly, and Hela felt something shift inside her body. She felt her power leaving her body. She was quite intrigued by the ability, and her eyes started to shine in excitement. I am possible? Vali? I can't handle so much power. Albion screamed inside Vala's mind, but before Vala could even react, his balance breaker shattered like glass. A look of shock and disbelief was etched on Vala's face. Hela was also quite surprised, and her power returned to its original state. She immediately understood that his armor gave him the ability to steal the opponent's power and use it for themselves. Too bad, the devil wasn't strong enough to handle her power. Hela's grip on Vala's fist tightened and she yanked him forward. Hela smashed her head against Vala's and Vala felt his whole world spin. Hela remembered to hold herself back or Vala's head would have exploded like a watermelon. Hela let go of Vala's hand. Unable to keep his balance due to the immense impact, Vala fell on his butt. Blood started to drip down his nose and mouth. Hela simply cracked her neck as she started to walk away from Vala. His power is intriguing, but I would be simply bullying him. Nothing wrong with that, but I can't kill him. That takes away the fun, Hela thought with a disappointed look on her face. Long Enu's type sacred gears are pretty interesting though, Hela mused in amusement. Vali? Vali? You need to get a grip? Are you okay? Albion screamed hysterically inside Vala's mind. I feel like a freight train slammed against my head, Vala said while shaking his head. His mind was finally becoming clear. He finally noticed Hela walking away from the arena and he clenched his fists in fury. He couldn't accept a defeat like this. Hela's eyes focused on Azazel and the cotters. All of them had their jaws on the floor and their eyes were wide as saucers. The whole scene was pretty amusing. All of a sudden, Hela froze and turned her head back. You are strong? I admit that I have really underestimated you. You are clearly much stronger than me, but I won't accept defeat so easily, Vala said with some difficulty as he slowly stood up. Azazel had a hardened look on his face, but he didn't say anything after hearing Vala's words. He already knew what Vala was going to do. He wanted to stop the boy, but he knew that Vala needed to learn that he shouldn't provoke monsters the hard way. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Your power is too much for my balance breaker, but can you handle something stronger? Vala questioned. The fuck are blabbering about, you fool? Did I hit you too hard? Did I scramble your brains? Hela asked heatedly. She didn't have time for this, she had more important things to do, like things to kill. Vali, don't do this. You might have found a way around the negative effects, but the Juggernaut drive is still very dangerous. Albion warned, but Vala wasn't ready to listen. I, who am about to awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite and I pursue the dream. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. And I shall take you to the limits of white paradise, Vali exclaimed. His balance breaker activated itself. Huge amounts of energy and power started to pour out of Vala's body. Slowly Vala's features started to change and his form started to grow bigger. The draconic features on the armor started to become more distinct. Vala's neck elongated, finally fitting the size of the rest of the body. Once again, Hela was quite intrigued by the ability. Her eyes shined in excitement as she felt the huge amount of power boost Vali received after activating whatever the fuck he activated. Hela started to cackle as Mjolnir appeared in her hand and her body started to get surrounded by lightning. Grafia watched the whole scene unfold with a stoic look on her face. It is still not enough, Lucifer-san, Grafia thought. Hela hasn't displayed enough of her powers in front of Grafia, but she knew that Vali Lucifer couldn't defeat the woman with this level of power. This was the first time Grafia saw this move. Even though the power was more than impressive, it couldn't match Surtsk's Lucifer's power. Grafia had seen Hela treat Surtsk's Lucifer like nothing more than a child, so Grafia was pretty confident that Hela won't be defeated. I haven't fought a dragon? Show me what you got. Hela exclaimed while cackling and lunged towards the dragon surrounded by lightning. The dragon roared, releasing even more power. Hela finally arrived in front of the dragon and smacked her hammer on the dragon's chest. The dragon howled in pain as it slammed on the ground, creating a crater in the middle of the arena. Hela landed on the dragon's chest and she was about to slam down the hammer, but all of a sudden she faltered when she felt a lot of power leave her body. Divide, 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 divide. The voice resounded from the dragon. Hela felt the dragon siphon her power, but she wasn't worried. With hell, dark dimension, death empowering her, she would get back her power even before she could completely lower the hammer. Once again Hela was right as her hammer slammed on the dragon's chest. The whole Gregori shook when she discharged her power. Hela's power was back before she could even land the blow. The dragon howled in pain and spat out a lot of blood. The dragon roared and lunged in the air with Hela with a flick of its wing. Hela grabbed the chest plate of the dragon for a better grip and slammed her hammer, creating a huge shock wave of lighting. The dragon wasn't able to maintain flight and once again crashed on the floor of the arena, creating another massive crater. Divide, 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 divide. Once again the voice was heard, but once again Hela slammed down the hammer, but this time, she used a lot more power. The dragon kept trying to divide Hela's power, but no matter how much it tried, it couldn't lower the woman's power. It was like the woman's power was limitless. The dragon's voice started to lose its intensity. The armor on the dragon's body was barely holding. The dragon's body was filled with massive cracks. Divide, divide, divi. That was all the dragon could say before Hela slammed down her hammer and discharged a huge amount of lightning. The dragon finally shattered, leaving behind a bloodied body of Vali inside the crater. At least he is alive, Hela thought, and she finally understood that these long Inus were pretty dangerous. As long as she had her powers over death, she wasn't worried about being defeated, but she would have been in a bind if Hela was being empowered by hell, the dark dimension, and death. Even though Hela was never in a pinch during the fight, she respected the power of the long Inu's divine dividing. Vali wasn't anything special. She didn't expect anything else. Hela would have liked to kill the boy and be done with it, but once again, she decided against it so that she could keep the fallen angels in line. Hela walked out of the crater and threw Mjolnir inside her shadow. Don't worry, he is still alive, but I can't say that he is unharmed, Hela said in a dismissive manner while looking towards Azazel. Azazel gave the woman a grateful nod. The other cotters were completely pale too. This was the first time they have seen the Juggernaut drive and its power. Even Barakil was quite glad that Azazel had decided to submit in front of this woman. The power of the Juggernaut drive was more than impressive and all of them were completely awed by it, but Hela simply overwhelmed Vali with brute strength and lightning. Only Azazel was able to notice the similarities between Hela's hammer and Mjolnir, but Azazel scrapped the idea as Mjolnir belonged to Thor and it looked much more different than the hammer Hela had been using. It is always possible that Hela was able to acquire a different variant of Mjolnir. Azazel immediately contacted his medical team. They arrived only after a few seconds and left along with Vali's body. Azazel left along with the medical team and Hela didn't bother to stop him as Azazel left Shemhazai in charge until he returned. Now that the farce is finally over, let's go and resume our meeting, Hela said and started to walk towards the entrance of the arena. Grafia, be a dear and contact Ajuka. I can't have my subjects going extinct due to their low fertility rate now, can I? Hela mused as she kept walking. Grafia, who was walking behind her, gave a small nod. Of course, my lady, Grafia said and activated the communication circle. The Cotters and the Vice-Governor-General of the Fallen Angels were quite glad that their new ruler was trying to help them with their population problem. Hello, my name is Gregori. I am the leader of Nikomat clan. A middle-aged woman introduced herself to Kurika and Konako. It was pretty clear that the woman was a Nikomat Yukai, but unlike Kurika, the woman didn't have a verbal tick. The woman had white hair with black streaks and she had a silvery tiny in her cat-like eyes. She has two fluffy white cat ears with black spots on top of her head. Her ears seemed to be twitching from time to time. Gregori also seemed to have 7 cat tails. Both Kurika and Konako were awed by the woman's power. Kurika and Konako had seen a lot of strong people in Ryo's house, but Gregori was a Nikomata. Kurika knew that Ryo and her women were otherworlders and Gregori was someone from their own race, so it was kind of endearing. Dora's eyes were also glittering in excitement. It was pretty surprising that Dora wasn't having a nosebleed. Nemuri simply stood beside Yasaka and Kuno. Both of them had polite smiles on their faces. It's nice to meet you, Naya. My name is Kurika and this, Shyon, my sister. Naya. Kurika introduced herself and her sister. She talked with her sister yesterday and Konako wanted to be introduced by her old name, Shyon. I might be wrong, are you two perhaps Fujima's daughter? Magari asked, and both Kurika's and Shiron's eyes grew wide after hearing that name. Yes, did you know her, Naya? Kurika asked in a hopeful tone, and a sad smile appeared on Magari's face. Yes, she was a part of our clan. I was against her leaving our clan for a dubious man, but she was simply mad in love, Magari said in a disappointed tone while shaking her head. Kurika and Shiron smiled bitterly after hearing those words. Till her last breath, Naya. She was in love with that vile man. Kurika spat out in disdain. Magari could only smile bitterly. Shiron didn't know much about her mother as she was really young when her mother passed away, so her reaction was quite tame compared to Kurika. Can you tell us more about her, Naya? Kurika asked in a hopeful tone. Kurika hated her father, but she loved her mother even though her mother was blindly in love with that hateful man. Of course, I have a lot of stories about young Fujimi, Magari said with a beaming smile on her face. Do you want to visit our village? Magari offered, and Kurika immediately wanted to agree with the offer, but she knew she couldn't, and Shiron simply looked towards her sister. Kurika slowly turned towards Nemuri. Nemuri simply shrugged. If you want to go with her, then it is your decision. I will simply inform Rio of your decision, Nemuri said with a shrug, and Kurika only nodded her head with a wry smile on her face. You don't need to, Naya. I won't be staying there. I simply want to visit my mother's birthplace, Naya, Kurika said with a small nod, and once again, Nemuri shrugged. Kurika knew that without Rio's help, she would still have the SS class stray devil status. I don't have any problems with that, Magari said after hearing Kurika's statement. Dora released a relieved sigh after hearing Kurika's words, but she also wanted to accompany them to this Nikomat village but didn't know how to ask about tagging along that without sounding like a creep. Good, let's go then, Magari said with a smile and started to prepare a teleportation circle. Only after a minute, Magari was done. Kurika and Shiron stepped into the circle, and moments later, the two of them disappeared from the room along with Magari. I am feeling parched. Let's have a drink, Nemuri offered, and Yasaka started to giggle after hearing her friend's statement. POV Kurika. This place is so beautiful, Naya. I couldn't believe my mother grew up here. This place is brimming with natural energy. Now I can understand how the woman in front of me became so strong. Naya, all the residents of this village were Nikomata. I have never seen so many Nikomatas. Until now, mother was the only Nikomata I have seen. I have heard that someone from the Phoenix clan has a pair of Nikomata sisters in their peerage, but I haven't seen them. Except that I didn't know about anyone else, Naya. Everyone was pretty respectful to Magari, and it wasn't fear, it was genuine respect, Naya. That is a sign of a good leader. Even though I agreed to come here, I was still keeping my guard up. With my past, thrusting someone all of a sudden had become quite hard. This is where your mother grew up. After she left, someone else decided to buy the house, Magari said while pointing towards a house, and I couldn't fault Magari for allowing something like that. My mother left the village on her own accord. Obviously, her house was going to be acquired by someone else. Magari led us towards a field where the younger generation could be seen practicing Jujutsu and Senjutsu, Naya. This is so beautiful, Naya. Shiron was slightly uncomfortable, so I placed my hand around her shoulder to give her some comfort. She looked at me and gave me a determined nod. This is where the younger generation learns our arts, Magari said with a smile. I am glad that she didn't ask why Shiron looked uncomfortable. I can feel that you are pretty good at Jujutsu and Senjutsu, but you could still learn more if you want, Magari said while looking towards me. I would love to learn more if you don't mind, Naya. I immediately agreed. I knew that Shiron wasn't comfortable with Jujutsu or Senjutsu, but Shiron has been working on trying to get rid of her trauma, so I think it will be fine, Naya. Very well. Magari nodded her head with a kind smile on her face. POV Rio N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Almost a week has passed since Kurika had started to train in the Nikomata village. Surprisingly, only after a day, Konako has also decided to join her sister. Rias and her peerage had returned to the underworld as Hela had removed her from Kuok, but Konako had started to live with us. Nothing major has happened. Hades is planning to steal the Master Bolt, and Rezevim Levon Lucifer has increased the pace of his plans. Rezevim Levon Lucifer is playing to remove me, hehe. It is pretty amusing to watch him scuttle around. His time will come. Well, I should get back to my own training. I slowly closed my eyes and the space around me started to pulse with purple waves. I was trying to increase the concentration of power of destruction inside my body without releasing it. It won't increase by power or anything, and my power is bottomless. I will never run out of power as long as the concept of destruction exists in this omniverse. I was simply trying to increase my control over my power. The power of destruction is chaotic in nature. Keeping it under a lid is very hard. That is why Sertsk's Lucifer loses his ability to control after entering his destruction mode. That was just an example. His ability to control the power of destruction isn't anywhere near me. Thankfully, I wasn't anywhere near any multiverse. I didn't want to destroy anything accidentally. When I Nemesis, I wouldn't have bothered about something insignificant like this, but now, guess, I have really changed a lot recently. I haven't destroyed anything. I have become kind of tame. The whole place started to vibrate due to the concentration of my raw power. After a few minutes, my control finally started to slip, so you started to lower my power. I kept repeating the process for an hour until I finally felt someone approaching my location. I slowly opened my eyes and decided to wait. My, isn't this a surprise? The Great Nemesis training. This is going to hit the news. A man appeared in front of me out of thin air. The man was dressed in a white office shirt and a pair of black pants. He also had a tie hanging down his neck. His shirt was rolled up to his shoulders, revealing the tribal tattoos on his arms. The man was also wearing 2 leather combat gloves. There were small patches of blood on his body. I narrowed my eyes and started to release my power. Image here. Extinction. What a surprise, I said in a dry tone, and the man started to chuckle. You are still brooding, emo, and here I heard that you have changed, the man said with a teasing grin on his face, and I simply scoffed after hearing his statement. I have changed. I go by a different name now, I said, and the man pulled out a cigarette and lit it up. Yes, we are in space, but it still works because we are gods or something like that. The man took a long puff and released the smoke. Yes, I have heard. Itsuki Ryo. Really? You ducking took a mortal name? The fuck is going on? The Omniverse is really coming to an end, the man started to cackle. His argument seems to be quite sound. Fair point, I said with a stiff nod of my head. Don't need to be so stiff, big guy, the end is coming. Let's have some fun before everything goes down to shit, Extinction proposed, and I simply gave him a blank stare. Fine. I agreed with a shrug. Good. I know this brilliant place. Let's go for a drink. What do you say? Extinction asked excitedly. Sure, lead the way, I said, and Extinction cleaned all the blood on his body with a wave of his hand, and moments later a door appeared in front of us. Extinction stepped into the door, and soon as I was about to step in, I froze in shock and surprise. Oh, boy. Nat's eyes fluttered open and she felt really uncomfortable. She quickly jumped out of the bed and rushed towards the toilet. There was someone already inside the toilet, but Nat didn't care about that. She leaned down on the sink and started to vomit. Congratulations, Nemuri said in a cheerful tone from the side. Nat opened the tap to clean her mouth. Don't try celebrating before I confirm anything, Nat said as she finished washing her face. Nat turned to look at Nemuri and found the perverted woman inside the tub. As I said, congratulations? I can already sense it due to my ability to sense life energy, Nemuri said, and Nat simply grimaced. Nemuri noticed the grimace on Nat's face and she knew exactly why Nat was reacting like that. Why don't you join me in the bath? Nemuri offered, and Nat decided to join the perverted woman. There is no harm and it might help to clear her mind. Nat slowly entered the bath and leaned on the opposite side of the bath. The bath was massive so that everyone could fit easily. The girls knew that they could get a few more sisters in the future, so they had decided not to spare any expenses. Why do you look worried? From what I knew, you really wanted to be a mother, Nemuri said, and Nat released a sigh. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I do. I always wanted to become a mother, but I don't know how Ryo is going to react, especially with the war hanging over his head, Nat said after a few moments of silence. Nemuri nodded her head in understanding. Nat's worries were completely legit. To be honest, I don't know how he is going to react, but with how he is, he would probably go over the moon. I meant reaction, not literally, Nemuri said with a smile, and Nat couldn't stop herself from snickering. I am also worried about Momo. You know, she is his first lover, so she might react badly, Nat said in a slightly nervous tone. Once again Nemuri found herself nodding her head in agreement. She might become slightly jealous, but you don't need to worry. She is one of the most understanding and caring women I have seen, Nemuri said with a confident smile on her face. Nat couldn't deny Nemuri's statement. You are right. I might be worried for nothing, Nat said and started to chuckle nervously. The point is we won't know until we tell them, Nemuri said with a smile. Nat was about to nod her head, but she froze when a word registered in her mind. Her eyes grew wide in surprise and she stared at Nemuri. Nemuri also realized her slip. You too? Nat asked in a surprised tone, and Nemuri knew that it would be useless to hide right now, so she simply nodded her head. Yeah, you caught my slip. I should have expected nothing else from the best spy, Nemuri said with a teasing grin on her face, and Nat simply rolled her eyes. Anyone would have noticed that slip. So, when are we going for the big reveal? Nat asked. Nemuri's shoulders sagged after hearing the question. She was also internally nervous about the whole thing, but at least now she had a partner. How about dinner tonight? Ryo has a tendency of knowing things and I don't want him finding out on his own. He might think that we are trying to hide it, Nemuri said, and Nat immediately nodded her head with that. Okay, I agree with that. Should we reveal it to the others before dinner? Nat asked, and Nemuri shook her head. Let's reveal it in front of everyone, Nemuri said, and Nat's shoulders also sagged. Since you can sense it, do you think anyone else is? Nat questioned curiously, and Nemuri shook her head. I haven't checked the others. I only checked you when you came running inside, Nemuri said, and started to use her powers to check the others. I just checked. Looks like it is only the two of us for now. It could always change if Ryo decides to work hard, Nemuri said, and started to snicker. Nat also joined Nemuri. I am gonna miss my drinks, Nemuri said in a disappointed tone. Amen to that, Nat joined in. Most of the girls drank regularly. But it is going to be worth it. You know, I was over 30 when I finally joined his harem. I always wanted to be a mother, but I couldn't find anyone special. That is when Ryo came swooping in and completely knocked me off my feet. He stole my heart, Nemuri said with an obsessive look on her face. I always wanted to be a mother. Everyone knows that, Nat said with a gentle smile on her face, and she started to rub her belly. POV Ryo. Fuck. Don't get me wrong, I was really happy, but I don't know exactly how to react. This is too much. I wanted to appear inside the bathroom and pull the two of them into my arms, but I couldn't do that to them. I have heard that this revealing thing is a huge deal for women. So if I swoop in right now, then it would ruin their surprise. They were planning to surprise everyone during dinner. The two of them seemed to be really nervous. Did something happen, big guy? You don't look too good, Extinction asked in a worried tone, and I could only release a tired sigh. It is nothing. I am simply worried about the war. If you don't mind, I need to go. Thanks for inviting me for the drink though, I said, getting up from the table. Sure, big guy. I hope you take care of whatever is worrying you, Extinction said, and I nodded my head. Extinction might look like he is an insane psycho, but in truth, he is one of the good guys among the pantheon of evil gods. He is a good friend too. He isn't close to me like Ardat, Hydriana, Gotson, or Lars, but he is a good friend. His name is also kind of misleading. Everyone calls him Extinction because of his major divinity over murder, but that is not his real talent. He is a ladies' man, but he isn't committed. In simple words, he is the heartthrob of a lot of goddesses. Take care, Extinction, I said and turned around. Next time the drinks will be on me, I said and walked out of the bar while waving at him. Haha, sure, big guy, I heard Extinction's voice before I walked out of the door. As soon as I walked out of the door, I started to use my reality powers to make everyone ignore me. Moments later, I disappeared and appeared at the spot where I was training previously. I started to drift through space while thinking about the future, but I decided not to use my future sight ability. Now, everything was going to be different. I will have my own family to take care of. I guess I simply have to man up and shoulder all of my responsibilities. Nox, Kuof Forest. Oh, I am so excited. Luna exclaimed cheerfully and plopped down on her seat. Rio, Nat, and Nemuri knew that Luna already knew about it, but Nat and Nemuri held their breaths. They didn't want Luna to ruin their surprise. What got you so excited? Momo asked curiously as she sat down beside Luna. Luna shook her head and started to hum some unknown song. Momo knew that she couldn't pry a secret out of Luna if she didn't want to reveal it. Prying a soul out of Hela's hand will be easier. Nat and Nemuri released a relieved sigh when they saw that Luna didn't reveal their secret. All the residents of the house finally arrived at the table. Both Kurika and Konako arrived at the table. Tonight even Grafia was present like a diligent maid. Somehow, both Nat and Nemuri were able to gain seats beside Rio at the other table from the other girls without revealing anything. Nat and Nemuri were sitting at either side of Rio. Rio was also kind of nervous as he honestly didn't know if he was ready for the responsibility or not, but he wouldn't back out. There is something I want to say before we start dinner, Nemuri began to speak. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned towards Nemuri. Even the house elves who were serving food stopped in their tracks. Not just her, I also want to reveal something before we start dinner, Nat said in a slightly nervous tone. Everyone's gaze shifted towards Nat from Nemuri. Nat looked towards Nemuri and Nemuri gave a subtle nod. Both of them wanted to reveal it together. Everyone was waiting for the big reveal with bated breaths. We are pregnant. Both Nat and Nemuri revealed the secret at the same time and they slowly turned towards Rio. For a few, nobody said anything until a house elf dropped a spoon in surprise. For a few, nobody said anything until a house elf dropped a spoon in surprise. Even though I kind of already knew the news, hearing it from them made me feel really good. It is hard to explain, but an unexplainable feeling enveloped my heart. I immediately used my space powers to bring both Nat and Nemuri on my lap. Both women yelped in surprise when I engulfed them in a tight embrace. The two women simply snuggled into my chest meekly. Finally, my other women also got over their surprise and appeared around us, engulfed the three of us in the group hug. All the girls started to sob cheerfully while congratulating Nemuri and Nat. The other girls finally separated, allowing Nemuri and Nat some fresh air. Are you really happy? Nat asked and I simply nodded my head with a goofy grin on my face. I am going to be a daddy, I said with a goofy smile and pulled the two of them closer to me. I think he is somewhat overjoyed, Momo said with a chuckle. Of course I am. I know I have never talked about children, and I am sorry if that gave all of you the impression that I don't want children, then you are wrong. I simply can't explain what I am feeling with simple words, I said with a smile on my face. You can always show your appreciation by taking us to our room and having your way with us, Nemuri proposed with a perverted grin on her face. There goes the pervert. Nemuri, I don't think it is safe to do that with the baby, Aurora pointed out, and Nemuri simply snorted. Then he can always knock on my back door, Nemuri said with a proud look on her face and puffed out her chest. Don't worry, Nemuri, it is completely safe to have sex right now or a couple of weeks, but for the sake of it, let me conduct some tests before that, Jean added, and both Nemuri and Nat nodded in appreciation. Can we please talk about all this stuff afterwards? Momo asked while looking around, and all the other girls seemed to agree. We must celebrate, Momo said, and once again all the girls nodded. Pudding. Luna exclaimed cheerfully, and all the girls started to chuckle cheerfully. Slowly the girls made their way towards the seat after once again congratulating Nemuri and Nat. Congratulations, San, Nemuri-san. Natasha-san. Yachiru was the first one to congratulate after the other girls finally finished congratulating the two of them. Nemuri and Nat were still sitting on my lap. Yachiru is already one of my women, even though we haven't done anything more than hugging and hand-holding. But isn't holding hands the last stage of a relationship? The intermediate stages will happen eventually. Thank you, Yachiru, both Nat and Nemuri said at the same time with a gentle smile on their faces. Congratulations, Lady Kayama, Lady Romanov, Grafia said with a small smile on her face and bowed her head politely. Thank you, Grafia. Once again both Nemuri and Nat replied with a gentle smile on their faces. Grafia, why don't you sit and eat with us? This is a special occasion, Nat offered, and even though Grafia wanted to deny the offer, she simply couldn't deny the offer. So, she reluctantly nodded her head and sat down beside Hela. I am glad that you accepted the offer, I said with a smile, and the said woman simply nodded her head with a stoic look on her face. Congratulations, Naya? I am so happy for the two of you, Nat, Nemuri Kurika exclaimed in a cheerful tone and her tails to swish cheerfully behind her back. Thanks, Kurika, Nat and Nemuri replied. Congratulations, Shyon said with a hint of a small smile on her face. Everyone knew that Shyon was a person of very few words, so it was fine. Thank you, Konako. Both Nat and Nemuri thanked the younger Nikoshou in the room with a smile on their faces. Shyon had stopped hiding her heritage. Her ears kept twitching on top of her head all the time and her white tail kept swishing behind her back. Shyon nodded her head cutely. Slowly the food started to appear on the table. Once again, the house elves decided that none of us were eating enough, so they filled the table with various types of food. Once again, Momo decided to swoop in to save the day. Nowadays, she only ate enough food for 4 people, but that didn't mean that she couldn't eat more. Grafia, Yachiru, and the Nico sisters had their jaws on the floor when they saw Momo gobble up enough food to feed more than 20 people on her own. I was quite amused to see someone stoic like Grafia to have such a reaction. Well, she did see something surreal, so I can't fault her. Even Hela was quite surprised after watching the scene, as she has only seen Momo go out like that a couple of times. It seems that the house elves decided to go all out to celebrate the auspicious occasion, Dora said dryly. True. The food was really good, Momo said while wiping her mouth. All of us noticed, Fleur pointed out in a dry tone. After that, all of us finally decided to retire to our own room. I noticed a certain glint in the eyes of my women. I could kind of already guess what the girls wanted from me. As soon as I entered my room, I was surrounded by women. Nat and Nemuri were already on the bed. The two of them were giggling happily after watching the scene unfold in front of their eyes. So, how may I help all of you? I decided to ask the most important question according to the situation. We don't know, have you done anything to displease us recently? Fleur questioned, and I started to tap my chin with a thoughtful look on my face. I decided to play their game. I can't remember anything specifically. Why don't I take you all to my bed? I think we would be able to work it out, I offered with a thoughtful look on my face. The girls simply looked around at each other. Your offer seems to be sound, Hela said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I used my space powers to teleport everyone in bed, and after that, the rest is history. I had to work extra hard to satisfy the girls, as all of them seemed to be wanting to wring me dry. I can understand where they were coming from. All of them, including Hela, wanted to get pregnant now that 2 of them were already pregnant. 2 days later, not considering frozen time. You know, Rome isn't going to disappear, I said while chuckling lightly. Nat turned around and shot me a glare. Excuse me if I seem to be overly excited. It isn't my fault, Nat huffed and rolled her eyes. True, though I don't mind you being excited. I am also kind of excited that I would be able to spend a week with the 2 of you, I said, finished with a grin, and Nat huffed. After another night of passion where we continuously practiced baby making, I decided to have a small trip with both Nat and Nemuri for a week. I was also planning to propose all of my women during this time. I wanted to propose all of them at the same time. All of my women get along pretty well, and I don't want to create a rift between them. I know that Momo has been slightly jealous, even though she was genuinely happy for both Nat and Nemuri, and no one could fault her with that. Heck, the other women also felt the same except Hela and Luna. None of them had said anything, but I could clearly feel it. Luna had said that she would bring my child into the Omniverse when the time was right and left it at that. Hela and I did have a chat with her when the other girls were sleeping. Hela could go on for weeks before her sex drive is completely satisfied, and we also kind of got destructive while going to at. Flashback n/o/fel/b/in.c//om. Husband, I am kind of scared, Hela said softly while stroking my cheek. I looked down so that I could look into her eyes. Why? I asked her softly, urging her to continue. I am really afraid that I won't be able to become a good mother, Hela said while lowering her chin. I don't want to become someone like my mother, Hela said and shook her head. I slowly placed her hand under her chin and lifted her head so that once again I could look into her eyes. I understand where you are coming from, but let me ask you something, I said softly, and Hela's eyes glittered. Will you abandon our child if he or she becomes something you or I don't want to? I asked her, and Hela vehemently shook her head. Even if my child becomes an angel, I would still love him with my very being, Hela said in a determined tone. See, that is the reason why you will be a good mother. You don't need to worry about it, I said, and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Hela snuggled into my chest with a content smile on her face. Flashback ends. Nemuri had fallen asleep. The naughty fox has been practically inseparable from me for the past few days, and to be honest, I don't mind that at all. I am already looking forward to this week. This place is really lovely, Nemuri said as she twirled around on the roof. We decided to book the best suite available since money wasn't a problem for us. I am glad that you like it. After all, we are on this trip so I could spend some time with the 2 of you, I finished with a grin while looking inside. Nat was getting freshened after the long flight. I am sure I can think of a couple of ways to show you my appreciation, Nemuri said in a teasing tone and leaned down to expose her cleavage to me. Hihi, you naughty minx. It seems that you didn't get enough of me last night, I said with a grin, and Nemuri nodded her head like a woodpecker. I will never get enough of you. Why don't we have a quickie, right here while Nat is still inside the washroom? Nemuri questioned as she placed her hand over my crotch. No matter how much I want to bang you senseless, I know you won't be satisfied with a quickie, I whispered into her ear and bit her earlobe. Gweehehe. I am already getting wet thinking about how you are going to ravage me until I can't walk straight. A perverted giggle escaped Nemuri's lips as she kept caressing my crotch over my pants. Nemuri, we already have a reservation. I think you should pull your hand out of his pants. Nat deadpanned from the door. I am being wrongfully accused. I haven't been inside his pants for about 12 hours. Nemuri defended herself and Nat couldn't stop herself from rolling her eyes. That's a lot of time, considering you, Nat pointed out, and Nemuri simply nodded her head while thinking that Nat complimented her. Of course, his protein shake is pretty nutritious. Nemuri finished with a grin, and I decided to put a stop to their argument before it could escalate any more. That would be enough, I think. Girls, let's head out or we might get late for our dinner, I said, and both Nat and Nemuri agreed. Nat decided to take my left arm while Nemuri decided to take my right arm. Just like that, the three of us left the room for our dinner reservation. Mount Olympus. A man dressed in Greek armor walked down the halls with a look of fury etched on his face. He finally found the person he had been looking for and glared at the other man. The other man noticed the heated glare and decided to confront the man currently glaring at him. How can I help you, brother? The second man asked in a neutral tone, and the first man simply growled in rage. You can start me by telling where my master bolt is, the first man said while gritting his teeth in anger. The second man frowned in confusion after hearing the first man's words. I don't know what you are talking about. It is your weapon. Don't treat it like a toy, and I am not here to keep track of your weapon, the second man said while glaring at the first man. So you are denying that your son didn't steal my lightning bolt? The first man asked in a dangerous tone, and the second man's eyes grew wide in shock. You think my son stole your bolt? The second man questioned in an incredulous tone. Yes, that is what I think, Poseidon. I want my bolt returned before the summer solstice or we would be going to war, the first man said in a firm tone, shocking the second. Zeus, you can't be serious. My son has no idea about his heritage, Poseidon defended, and Zeus simply glared at his brother. Oh, it seems he knows much more than that. I already gave you the deadline, Zeus said and started to walk away, leaving behind his shocked and surprised brother. Baal Castle, Underworld. Lady Hela, how may I help you? Zekram Baal asked in a respectful tone as he welcomed Hela and Graphia. Hela simply cocked her head and looked around at the decorations. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. You see, there is a very important matter I wanted to discuss with you. You wouldn't mind having a chat, would you? Hela asked with a grin, and Zekram Baal along with his several other family members grimaced. They knew that the question was simply a trick question. You can't answer no if you want to keep living. You could only say yes. Zekram Baal wasn't known for being someone stupid, so he immediately agreed with a smile. Of course, my lady, but this isn't a place to discuss important matters, Zekram Baal said, but Hela simply waved him off. You don't have to worry about that, Hela said, and Zekram nodded his head in understanding. I want the names of everyone from your clan involved in the death of Claria Belial, Hela said without beating around the bush. Zekram Baal felt his blood freeze inside his bones. He never expected a question like this. Zekram Baal started to have a bad feeling about this. Don't forget to add your name to the list if you were involved, Hela added with a polite smile on her face. Claria Belial? Why are you bringing her up? She was killed for having an affair with an exorcist, a random member of the Baal clan said heatedly. Hela's glowing eyes focused on the devil, who shuddered in fear. Was I talking to you, insect? Hela asked in a dangerous tone, and the man flinched back in fear. No, forgive me, Lady Hela, the man said, and immediately kneeled on the floor in fear. Hela lost interest and eyes focused on Zekram Baal. Cough, forgive me, Lady Hela, but he was right. Claria Belial was killed for having an affair with an exorcist, Zekram Baal said, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. Did I ask you why she was killed? I asked you to give me the names, Hela said in a flat tone. Zekram Baal decided to keep his mouth shut. Hela obviously didn't appreciate that. It happened in a flash. Before anyone could see what happened, Zekram found Hela's hand wrapped around his throat. Hela slowly lifted Zekram Baal up from the ground. Zekram Baal stared at Hela with horror etched in his eyes. I don't have time to play your game, dickhead. Give me the names or I will massacre your whole clan, starting from you, Hela said while glaring at the man, and she started to release her bloodlust. Obviously, Graphia was the one who was least affected by the bloodlust, as Hela didn't direct her bloodlust towards her diligent maid. Zekram Baal choked due to the lack of air. He even stopped to struggle and spasm when he started to see himself being killed by Hela in various gruesome ways. Hela's grip around the man's neck tightened and she finally retracted her bloodlust. Everyone around Hela except Graphia was on their knees and hands gasping for breath. Graphia could only watch the whole scene unfold with a stoic look on her face. Well, there wasn't anything she could do to dissuade someone like Hela. Husband, can you take away the power of destruction of the Baal clan? Like you did with Surtsk's Lucifer during that dinner. Hela decided to contact her husband. She didn't want to, but she wanted to punish the Baal clan, and death was going to be something very light for them. For a proud clan like the Baal clan, losing their power could be the cruelest punishment. Hela had read how Misla Baal and Sarayorg Baal were exiled from the clan for Sarayorg Baal not having the power of destruction. Now wonder what would happen if the whole Baal clan lost their power. Sure, give me a second, and there, done, her husband answered, and a huge grin appeared on Hela's face. All of a sudden, Zekram Bale's eyes grew wide when he felt something inside him change. Hela let go of Zekram Bale and the man dropped to the floor and started to cough. Since you are cooperating with me, I decided to punish your whole clan. Isn't that great? After all, it would have been bad if I had left anyone behind, Hela said in a mocking grin and turned towards Grafia. No, please. Zekram Bale started to beg, but Hela simply kicked him, blowing him through a wall. Husband, did you keep the members of the Gregori family aside or did you take their powers too? Hela asked curiously. She wasn't worried, but she didn't want them to lose their powers. She could hang it over their heads at a later date. Nah, I left them aside, Rio answered, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. Grafia, let's go. We are done here. They can fuck themselves for all I care, Hela said, and Grafia simply nodded her head. Moments later, the duo disappeared in a wisp of greenish-black smoke, leaving behind an extremely distressed clan. I can't believe your plan worked. He seems to be going after his brother's son like we have planned, NYX gushed out excitedly as she stared at the legendary weapon with stars in her eyes. Sister, you should calm down, Erebus said with a complicated look on his face. He was trying to calm down his sister. Tartarus almost rolled his eyes at the antics of the sister-brother duo. Now that we have the weapon in our hands, what are we going to do with it? Tartarus asked and looked towards Hades, the mastermind behind the whole plan. Apparently, it has been some time since Hades was planning to steal the Master Bolt, and he also created a perfect pawn for that. Luke Castellan. Hades manipulated Luke to steal the Master Bolt while framing Poseidon's son, and that is how Hades got the weapon in his hands without leaving the realm of the dead. We are going to test it out, that is obvious, and I know perfect people who are willing to test this out, Hades said in a sinister tone. But Zeus will notice if the weapon is used, Angra pointed out, and Hades simply waved his skeletal hand. No, he won't. He would be busy dishing it out with Poseidon. There is no way Poseidon's son will be able to reclaim this from my hands, and Zeus will kill Poseidon's son in a fit of rage, Hades said, and started to laugh loudly. I don't think Zeus would kill Poseidon's son. There is no way he will come down to the mortal world if it's not to sleep with some woman who caught his eyes, Erebus pointed out, and once again Hades pointed towards the weapon in his hand. NYX gasped, but moments later, a sinister grin appeared on her face. You mean to kill the boy and set up Zeus? With that weapon in our hands, replicating Zeus's power will be a piece of cake, NYX pointed out, and the other gods in the room hummed in agreement. We could also try this weapon on the destroyer, Angra proposed, and Hades started to rub his jaw with a thoughtful look on his face. I didn't have any plans of attacking him right now. Let's have a test run before attacking him, Hades said, and everybody decided to follow Hades's plan as they didn't want to jump guns before testing the weapon's capabilities. All of them had seen how capable the weapon was in Zeus's hands, but they didn't know if someone else could use the weapon or not, and they also needed to know how much power they would be able to draw since the weapon was no longer in Zeus's hands. POV Rio. I took a small sip of my drink as I stared outside the window. Both Nat and Nemuri were peacefully asleep on the bed, but there were a couple of things I needed to take care of now. I was going to become a father and I couldn't remain passive any longer. I finally decided to start moving so that I could erase all the problems. I needed to train so I could return home to my family after the war. The war couldn't be avoided, it was inevitable. I needed to take this more seriously. I decided to nip it in the bud, cut the problem from the root. I looked towards Nat and Nemuri and a soft smile appeared on my face. I gulped down the whole drink and gently placed the glass on the table. I quickly got dressed in a business suit and moments later, I disappeared from the room. Without making a noise, I appeared in New York. I found myself standing in front of an old-fashioned fruit stand. 3 old women were occupying the stand, sitting in rocking chairs. Nobody except the 3 old women noticed me. It was still dusk in New York City. The 3 old women froze when they noticed my sudden arrival. I conjured myself a chair and sat down. From your reactions, I understand that you know me, I said, and the 3 old women didn't say anything and kept looking at each other. We do know you, and we also understand that you are going to mess with the fates of various beings, the old woman sitting in the middle said, and I nodded my head in agreement. There was no use denying it. Yes, you are right. I came here to ask if you 3 are going to support me or not. If yes, then everything will go on smoothly, but unfortunately, if you decided not to work with me, then 3 will be the ones to go first. I can't have you 3 interfering. I am going to give you 5 minutes to decide, and please don't try to do anything foolish, I said while pointing towards their hands. Your time starts now, I said as I kept looking at them. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Yes, I was sitting right in front of fates from Greek mythology. Now, threatening the fates isn't smart, but I am kind of out of their jurisdiction. Even my women are out of their jurisdiction. Only the people born in the Greek territory are under their jurisdiction. Clotho, fate of birth. Lachesis, fate of life. Atropo, fate of death. Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropo are also known as the Fates, or the Moirai are the 3 divine personifications of destiny. They control the metaphorical thread of life of every being born in the Greek territory from birth to death. The 3 of them simply looked at each other for a few moments until the 3 of them nodded at each other. You know, you are the first being who dared to threaten us, Clotho said, and I simply smiled after hearing the compliment. But you have to forgive us, we couldn't join you. We are fates and we remain impartial, Lachesis said, and I simply hummed after hearing their words. We also know that we are being hypocritical as we control all the lives under our jurisdiction according to our whims. If we decide everyone would be living similar lives inside our territory but we don't, Atropos said, and I simply tilted my head in understanding. So that's your decision? I questioned, and all three of them nodded their heads. I understand and goodbye, I said, and the three old women in front of me turned into dust along with the fruit stand and their rocking chairs. Something shifted around in the surroundings as their influence over this area disappeared. It didn't mean that the people in this territory won't die or be born, but now the concepts will be able to directly deal with the fate of all the population in this territory without any influence of a third party. For now, I decided to lie back and watch for a couple of days. What I just did was going to shake the whole foundation of Olympus. To be honest, I feel bad for them, but only they are inconsequential when compared to my family. Greek gods were always known to be arrogant. Maybe they will finally get to learn something good before they completely disappear. Hades should have stayed away from me and my family. Mount Olympus. Zeus gasped in horror as he felt the existence of fates disappear. Impossible? This shouldn't be possible. Zeus screamed inside his mind as he shot out of his throne. He needed to check it with his own eyes. He didn't want to descend to the mortal world, but it was more than necessary. Zeus was already enraged due to the theft of his lightning bolt, and now this? What the hell was happening? How can someone kill the three of them at the same time? Questions started to pop inside his head as he finally activated the teleportation circle. Zeus appeared where the fates were supposed to be, and found nothing. Nothing? The mortals completely ignored the strange man as he was using magic to make the mortals ignore him. Zeus desperately looked for any signs and found a trace of power of destruction. No. Zeus internally gasped. Xerxes Lucifer. He questioned internally, but he immediately rejected the idea. Xerxes Lucifer might be ranked in the top 10 strongest beings, but even he wouldn't be able to erase fates so effortlessly. Xerxes Lucifer would have needed to release his full power to achieve something like this, and he would have noticed if Xerxes Lucifer released his full power inside his territory. Someone else was responsible for this. He immediately activated the teleportation circle and returned to Mount Olympus. He needed to research. He didn't know anyone other than Xerxes Lucifer who could do this, but it was also impossible for Xerxes Lucifer to do this. There were various beings mentioned in the ancient texts left behind by his father Cronus. Zeus has never paid much attention to them as he had more important things at hand, namely women. He rushed into his personal library and cracked open the oldest book in his library. It was something written by his father Cronus. He needed to know who was responsible for erasing fates. Someone strong enough to do that could erase their whole pantheon. All of a sudden, Zeus froze when he remembered the appearance of a strong being in Japan. Zeus gasped in horror as soon as he finally found the name of the being responsible for killing the fates. He shuddered in fear as his whole back was drenched in fear. I should have done this earlier, Zeus thought as he started to rub his face in fear. Just like Zeus had thought, Cronus knew about the being even though his father has never met the being personally. In a corner of his mind, Zeus was glad that his father never met this being or he would have stopped existing. Zeus was quite sure of that. The destroyer, the Leviathan of destruction, the harbinger of the end, the destruction incarnate, the being was known by various names, at least, Cronus thought that. Zeus didn't care about the names, he was more worried about what the being could do with a simple thought. The destroyer is the only being capable of handling the power of destruction with such expertise. So, Zeus was pretty sure that the destroyer was responsible for killing the fates. But why did he do that? Zeus wondered, as according to him there was no reason to erase them as they were kind of neutral and insignificant when the whole universe or the multiverse was being considered. Zeus was pretty sure that the destroyer was targeting their pantheon as a whole, but he didn't remember doing anything to displease such a being. He didn't remember sleeping with any supernatural woman recently. He was sure that wasn't it. He also didn't have his damned weapon. Is it about that? Zeus wondered fearfully. Is he attacking our pantheon because my weapon was used against him? But I didn't feel my weapon being used, Zeus concluded. He was sure that the destroyer was the mysterious being who was residing in Kuok town. He was sure whoever stole his weapon hadn't used it or he would have felt it, but no matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't think of anything else. I need to summon everyone for a meeting. Our survival depends on it, Zeus concluded. Oh, here you are. I have been looking for you, husband. I think there is some problem with the fates, Hera spoke as she entered the library. She looked around curiously as until now, she had never seen her husband research something in the library. I know, Zeus said slowly as she put away the books with a wave of his hand. That is why I was here, Zeus said while shaking his head. Hera finally noticed how pale her husband looked. Are you all right, husband? Did anything else happen with Poseidon? Hera asked softly. Everyone on Mount Olympus knew about the Master Bolt debacle. No, I haven't talked with him since the last time, Zeus said while shaking his head. I found what happened with the fates, they were erased, Zeus said in a low tone, but Hera still heard him clearly. Hera's hands shot towards her mouth as she gasped in horror. Impossible. Hera muttered under her breath as she covered her mouth. Who is the one responsible for doing something like that? Hera questioned fearfully. With a complicated look on his face, Zeus finally started to explain everything. Hera was completely horrified as Zeus went on with the explanation. Husband, you need to put away your personal issues with Poseidon until we finish dealing with the matter at hand, Hera said in a firm tone, and Zeus nodded his head. I already plan to do that. I am summoning everyone, Zeus said, and Hera completely agreed with her husband. Both of them knew that they had a very long night in front of them, and it isn't going to be a night filled with pleasure. Kuah Academy, Kuah Town. A blue magical circle with the crest of Satrai clan appeared inside the students' council room, and moments later, Sona Satrai appeared inside the room in a bright flash of blue light. Sona Satrai looked around and released a relieved sigh. She was finally back in the human world. She was really relieved to be back. The door of the back room clicked open and Sabeki Shinra peeked in. When the girl's gaze finally landed on Sona, the girl released a relieved sigh. Kaiku, you are finally back, Sabeki said in an excited tone as she walked into the room. Other voices were also heard from the back room, and slowly the other peerage members also trickled into the room. Yes, please sit down. I have something very important to announce, Sona said with a serious look on her face as she made her way towards her seat. Her peerage members immediately gathered in front of her desk. Sona reached in front of her seat, but she didn't sit down. Before anyone could react, Sona bowed her head. All of her peerage members gasped in shock and surprise. Kaiku, what are? Sabeki wasn't able to finish her question as Sona began to speak. First, allow me to apologize to all of you. I risked all of your lives during the recent incident due to my own stupidity, Sona said loudly, and her peerage members could only look around nervously. Kaiku, you shouldn't be Apollo. Genshiro Saji began to speak, but once again Sona cut him off. N/O/vel/B//J.N.C//OM. Yes, as a king, I am responsible for the safety of my peerage. I risked all of your lives unnecessarily. I thought I was a good king, but apparently, I still have a lot to learn, Sona said in a serious tone, and she finally raised her head. Once again, I am sorry. I messed up. I hope you could still trust me, Sona said with a straight face, but her voice was whimpering. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath as she sat down. Please have a seat, Sona said, looking at her peerage members. Her peerage members nervously looked around, but Sabeki Shinra was the first one to take a seat. The others followed the queen's example and sat down. Sabeki Shinra wanted to defend her king, but she knew that Sona needed to get it off her chest or it would keep bothering the girl. Sona Satrai nodded in satisfaction. She was really glad for having a queen, like Sabeki. Now, let's move on to the announcement I was talking about, Sona said, and everyone in the room tensed. Rias Gregori or her peerage isn't going to return to Kuah Academy, Sona said, and a couple of girls covered their mouths in horror as they gasped. Lady Hela decided that she isn't good enough to manage Kuah Town since she couldn't even manage her own peerage, Sona said tersely as she glared at Saji. Saji simply looked down as he glared at his own hands. I understand that you might want to help your friends. I am not asking to betray them or abandon them, but you should have informed me before running off to confront a pair of exorcists carrying Excaliburs, Sona chastised, and Saji nodded his head with a guilty look on his face. Oh, it might be different for Konako Tujao. Her sister, Kurika, had made a different type of deal with the destroyer, so Lady Hela said that she could attend the school if she wanted, Sona added, and Sabeki and the others nodded their heads in understanding. Now, in a couple of months, a rating game tournament is going to be held. All of the younger generation kings must participate with their peerages, Sona said, and paused for a bit. She decided to wait for a bit so her peerage members could digest all the information she gave them. Kaiku, you mean we would have to go against Sarayorgbale? Sabeki asked in a slightly nervous tone. Sona nodded her head. Yes, thankfully, someone had decided to graciously train us, Sona said cryptically. Some of her peerage members were excited after hearing that they were going to get trained, but some became nervous. The stakes are going to be high in the tournament. I haven't heard anything in detail as my sister didn't know much, but from what Lady Hela had said, the stakes are going to be quite high, but similarly, the rewards are going to be quite impressive too. I hope all of you understand that we can't back out from this. I have also heard that Lady Hela is going to decide who are going to manage this town through this tournament. So, we need to give it our best or we might be removed from this town too, Sona said, and everyone nodded their heads. All of their eyes were burning with determination. Tsubasa Yura raised her hand and Sona simply gestured her to continue. May I ask who is going to train us? The blue-haired girl questioned, and a complicated look appeared on Sona's face after hearing the question. Yachiru Anohana is the one who is going to train us, Sona said after a few moments of silence, and all of her peerage members paled in fear. All of them remembered the scene of carnage from that night. She had offered to train us. In return, I need to teach her how to play chess. Sona explained, and all of her peerage members were kind of gobsmacked after hearing the explanation. We are going to start from training. All of you must behave respectfully. I don't need to remind you what might happen if you displease her, right? Sona questioned, and everyone vehemently shook their head in denial. To be honest, Sona was really looking forward to the training. She knew that she needed all the training she could get if she wanted to pit her peerage against Sarayorgbale's peerage. Yachiru Anohana's dual personality aside, she was a pretty nice woman. Phew, I released a satisfied nod as I finally finished preparing the gemstones for all of my girls. My powers made it really easy for me to cut and polish all the gemstones for each of my girls. I have collected these stones in the Danmachi world for similar purposes, but I never got around doing anything with them. I decided to use a unique color to represent each of my girls. A black gemstone for Momo, a deep purple gemstone for Nemuri, a silver gemstone for Rumi, a color-changing gemstone for Dora. Her gemstone was the hardest to create as I had to use my reality powers to create the stone. The stone would change to match her hair color. Right now, it looked like any other normal diamond. A sky blue gemstone for Luna, an orange gemstone for Fleur, a crimson gemstone for Natasha, N/O/Vel/B/J.C//OM. A red gemstone for Jean. An electric blue gemstone for Ororo. And finally an emerald gemstone for Hela. I am extremely satisfied with the gemstones. I am sure that they would look even more beautiful after I placed them in all of my lovers' hands. Now, I simply needed to decide on the ring design. I think I will go with the same design for all of my girls. Now, what the hell should I use to make the rings? I can't use normal metals, they are kind of overrated with all the precious metals found around in the Omniverse. Maybe I could even ask Ikajan to create something for me. I wondered as I started to rub my chin. No, I am not going to ask him. I am going to do everything on my own. The gemstones turned out to be perfect, so I guess the rings are going to turn out to be okay. Though I can't deny that having creation powers would have been better, then I could have created a completely new metal for the rings. Oh, looks like Zeus finally found out my identity. Lilith, underworld. I think I can probably create something, and Azazel is really brilliant. Working with him will be really great. Ajuka Beelzebub gushed out excitedly. Hela simply nodded her head in understanding. Good. Then you will be helping him with the Fallen Angel Repopulation project, Hela said, and Ajuka eagerly nodded his head. They might have been enemies during the Great War, but Ajuka decided to look past that. He knew that the three great factions were barely holding on and nobody wanted their race to go extinct due to low fertility. In the Great War, the devils have lost nearly half of the 72 pillars. That is why Ajuka created the evil pieces after a lot of hard work. It wasn't a well-kept secret that all three factions were kind of desperate to raise their numbers, and with a leader like Hela, they weren't going to have any problems with recruitment. Previously, the Devil Kings have been kind of careful with the recruitment mindlessly as they didn't want to cause any troubles with the church. But now, the church wasn't going to pose any threat to them or anyone for that matter. A lot of exorcists have lost their lives recently. Obviously, a greenish-eyed insane warmonger was involved, but the church was on the back foot after a lot of years. After the incident of Claria Belial, the church has been continuously gaining power. Lady Hela, I will need to collect all my research on the evil pieces before I can start working, Ajuka added, and Hela simply waved him off. Sure, get whatever you need. Hela said in a dismissive tone, and Ajuka walked out of Hela's office after giving a small bow. My lady, Diehauser Belial is waiting outside your office, Graphia said in a neutral tone as soon as Ajuka Beelzebub was gone. Call him in, Hela said, and Graphia sent a magical message with a snap of her fingers. After dealing with the Baal clan, Hela decided to meet Diehauser Belial. Apparently, this guy was one of those devils who had high morals. Hela had decided to use the stick and carrot policy to rule the devils and fallen angels, so she thought that this guy could become a good enforcer. Diehauser Belial had tried to investigate the death of his cousin, Claria Belial, and her peerage, but he was blocked at every corner by the old coots of the Devil's Council and the Baal clan. Hela already had a pretty good idea why Claria Belial and her peerage were killed off in such a manner. Claria Belial became too curious and found out something she shouldn't have, just like the metaphor. Curiosity kills the cat, and in this case, it happened, literally. Claria Belial found out the existence of the King Peace, and the Great King faction also realized their blunder and decided to kill off Claria Belial to cover up the secret. Graphia along with Hela had done a lot of research regarding this matter before calling Diehauser Belial, and Graphia was disgusted when she found out the whole story. Since Hela knew that the Baal clan was involved, it also meant that the Great King faction was probably involved. Tracing back the tracks from there wasn't hard as Hela had access to all the documents. Even if the whole thing was done completely off the books, it didn't mean that there weren't any records. Hela had killed all the members of the Devil Council. There were a few council members who were also the members of the Great King faction. With Graphia's help, Hela was able to get her hands on their dirty little secrets. Even though the records regarding the death of Claria Belial were gone, they still found the records regarding the off-book dealings in the raiding games. After that, they didn't need to be geniuses to connect the dots. Apparently, Hela and Graphia quickly tallied the names of the ones who were responsible for the off-book dealings in the raiding games along with the names of the council members who had initially proposed to kill off Claria Belial along with her peerage. Unsurprisingly, the names matched. That is also how the two of them found out about the existence of the King Peace. Graphia was completely appalled by this whole mess. She could have never imagined that the rankings of the raiding games were being manipulated by those old bastards for their own sick pleasure. Hela easily guessed why the Great King faction would use something like this. The answer was obviously power. After the Great War, the raiding games were brought into the equation, and it was immediately tied with politics and economics. The old bastards must have decided to manipulate these raiding games from behind the scenes so that they could raise their own reputation and influence while generating more money. Obviously, they did this by providing the king pieces to certain pure-blooded devils. Now, Hela had obviously deduced the reason why there were no major changes in the top list of the rankings. It was because the old bastards wanted to make more money by maintaining a game of tug-of-war in between themselves. The king pieces were created by Ajuka Beelzebub in the early days of the raiding games, but he quickly scrapped the whole project as he found it to be too dangerous. Some devils might use the king piece to cause trouble, and they could be also used by devils with malicious intent against the newly formed government. Ajuka Beelzebub had only created 12 king pieces and he was the only one who knew the specifics of how to create a king piece. But somehow, the Great King faction was able to seize 9 king pieces from Ajuka Beelzebub. The Devil Kings were obviously afraid of the king pieces but Hela wasn't, and that is why she didn't question Ajuka Beelzebub about the king pieces. Diehauser Belial finally entered the room. Lady Hela Diehauser Belial greeted Hela with a small respectful bow. Have a seat, Hela said, and Diehauser Belial took a seat with a blank look on his face, but internally he was pretty nervous. He had seen how dangerous the woman was, so he was being extremely careful, not wanting to offend the woman in any manner. Claria Belial is your cousin, right? I have heard that you have been secretly investigating her cause of death. Hela questioned. Diehauser Belial seemed to frown after hearing Hela's questions as he wasn't expecting these questions at all, but he knew that he needed to answer the woman. He had no idea what the woman wanted, but he was kind of sure that the woman didn't want to kill him, as the woman didn't need a reason to kill someone. Yes, Lady Hela Diehauser Belial said, but he didn't say anything about the interference of the Devil Council and the Baal clan. Hela nodded her head. I understand. I have found the real reason why Claria Belial and her peerage members were killed off, Hela said without wasting any time. Diehauser Belial froze in shock. He gulped loudly in nervousness and anticipation. May I ask why Claria and her peerage were killed? Diehauser Belial asked slowly. Hela didn't answer him and simply placed a document in front of the man. Diehauser Belial picked up the paper and started reading. Moments later, Diehauser Belial clenched his fists in anger as his whole body started to shake in anger. Hela simply grinned viciously as she leaned back in her seat. Obviously, Hela didn't give him all the information at once. Doing that would have ruined her fun. Hela started to cackle internally as her plan had worked perfectly. Yachiru Anohana followed the members of Sona's peerage members as they led her to the training area. Yachiru Anohana was slightly impressed with the training area. It was an underground area under the mansion. According to Sona Satrai, Ajuka Beelzebub had created this training area. Obviously, Sirafal Leviathan was involved as she was a massive Siscon. Yachiru had decided to train Sona's peerage because she was kind of bored and she had taken a liking to Sona's peerage. We are here, Tsubaki Shinra said, and Yachiru nodded her head politely. Good, now all of you attack me, Yachiru said in a kind tone, confusing Sona and her peerage. Everyone immediately turned towards Sona, who gave a small nod of her head. Can we have a minute to prepare a strategy? Sona questioned and Yachiru simply tilted her head. Your enemy is not going to give you a minute to make a strategy. Now, attack me or I am going to you, Yachiru said with a kind smile, but Sona was pretty sure that even the original Satan would have shuddered in fear. Seeing no other way around it, Sona signaled her queen. Tsubaki subtly nodded her head and a naginata appeared in her head. Tomo Meguri, Sona's knight, also pulled out her sword. At the same time, 2 magic circles appeared in the hands of Momo Hanakai and Raya Kusaka. A small black gauntlet also appeared on the back of Genshiro Saji's hand. Momo Hanakai and Raya Kusaka were the first ones to attack Yachiru. Yachiru simply stepped aside to dodge the attacks, but Tsubasa Yura was already expecting that as the girl attacked Yachiru with her bare hands. Tsubasa Yura was a rook, so she was known for her physical strength. Yachiru easily parried the punches and kicks without any effort. Tsubasa Yura started to get frustrated as her attacks didn't even faze the woman. This is what Yachiru was waiting for. Tsubasa attacked Yachiru, but she grabbed the woman's wrist and yanked the younger girl towards her. Tsubasa understood her mistake, but it was already too late for her as Yachiru's fist slammed into her gut, blowing the wind out of her lungs. Yachiru noticed the knight approaching, so she quickly jabbed a few pressure points on Tsubasa's arm. Tsubasa felt like her arm was being dipped inside a flask of molten metal. Kaya! Tsubasa screamed and Anohana let her go as Tomo Meguri was already in front of her. Tsubasa grabbed her arm and dropped to her knees while clutching her arm. Moments later, the pain disappeared but couldn't sense her hand anymore. This horrified her. Yachiru simply struck Tomo Meguri's hand with a lot of power, making the girl drop her sword. Tomo Meguri's eyes grew wide in shock. She couldn't believe how easily Yachiru disarmed her. Yachiru grabbed the young girl's shirt and pulled her in front of her. This surprised Tomo, but before she could do anything, 2 attacks landed on her back. Tomo heard someone calling her before her world went completely black. Despicable. Genshiro Saji said as he attacked Yachiru with some sort of rope. Yachiru simply grabbed the rope and a grin appeared on Saji's face. Absorption line. Genshiro Saji exclaimed loudly, but he couldn't celebrate as he was flung towards Raya Kusaka and Momo Hanakai. The 2 girls couldn't even react before Saji landed on the 2 of them, knocking out the 3 of them. Alaskudo, Yachiru mumbled, and a green shield appeared in front of her. Moments later, a huge water attack crashed on the shield. Both Sona and Tsubaki were shocked to the core when they saw how easily Yachiru demolished everyone. It happened so quickly that neither of them were able to act. They knew Yachiru was insanely strong, but they didn't expect the difference to be so huge. This was the first time Yachiru used any sort of power, and she used it to defend herself. Yachiru demolished her peerage members with pure skill and experience. This was a hard pill to swallow, and Yachiru wasn't even in her evil mode. Yachiru lowered her hand and disappeared, surprising both Tsubaki and Sona. Ag! Tsubaki Shinra screamed as she felt several blows land on her back. Tsubaki dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The girl found that she could no longer control her body. She couldn't even feel her body anymore. Yachiru didn't say anything as she simply started to walk towards Sona. The bespectacled girl attacked the woman, but it was clear that Sona couldn't use her attacks properly due to the chaos in her mind. The mind has been rattled due to the crushing defeats. All of Sona's attacks passed by Yachiru as the woman kept approaching Sona. Two leathery bat wings appeared behind Sona as she prepared herself to make some distance, but Yachiru appeared in front of her face before she could even blink. Moments later, a huge impact rattled Sona's bones and organs as the girl dropped to her knees and started to cough. Sona was on floor as she started to gasp for air. Her eyes were diluted due to the pain. Moments later, Sona couldn't keep up anymore and she passed out and she didn't know anymore. A groan escaped Sona's lips as she finally regained her consciousness. Her whole body felt sore. She slowly opened her eyes only to find the familiar roof of her training area. Kaiku. Sona heard Sabaki's voice from beside her as the other girl helped Sona to get up. Sona got up and found Yachiru Anohana sitting in front of them while sipping tea with a peaceful look on her face. The woman still had her gentle and kind smile on her face. Sona wanted to say something but she couldn't find the right words. How are you feeling? I was quite careful. Sona heard Yachiru Anohana's kind voice. No matter how much Sona wanted to complain, she simply couldn't. All of you are weak, Yachiru said after a small pause. Sona and her peerage members looked down in shame. It was true, the woman defeated them like it was child's play. It is to be expected, all of you are extremely young and all you have grown up in a peaceful world. Yachiru said as she placed her teacup down on the ground. Now that I know what all of you are capable of and what your weaknesses are, I can start training all of you, Yachiru said in a kind tone. I might break you a few times but you have nothing to worry about. I am an extremely good healer. No matter how badly I break you, I am confident that I will be able to fix you, Yachiru said in a confident tone, and everyone including Sona gulped in fear after hearing Yachiru's words. For the next 2 months, I will be training all of you. I will not be able to train your scared gears or whatever they are as I don't know much about them, but I will be helping all of you on other aspects, Yachiru said, and Sona and her peerage members nodded their heads in understanding. We will be in your care, Sona said as she gratefully bowed her head. She was pretty sure that the next 2 months were going to be literally hell for them, but it was fine. She and her peerage members were going to become stronger. Getting stronger is more important right now. Sona wondered if Hela would fulfill her wish if she successfully claimed victory in the tournament. Gregori, underworld. Vali clenched his fists tightly as she stared down at his hands. The memories of being racked effortlessly kept playing inside his mind. He still couldn't believe that all of his training until this point was completely meaningless in front of the woman. How are you feeling, Vali? Azazel questioned softly as he placed a bag filled with various types of fruits on the table. Vali was so busy with his thoughts that he didn't even notice Azazel's arrival. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I was beaten into a pulp. I feel fantastic, Vali said sarcastically and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Azazel didn't seem to react to Vali's sarcasm. I guess a beatdown was necessary. So, did you finally understand the gap between yourself and Lady Hela? Azazel asked, and Vali glared at the man. Oh, don't be like that. Did it hurt your pride? Maybe this will teach you that you should listen to the ones who know better than you, Azazel pointed out, and Vali's glare intensified. I will defeat her, Vali said in a determined tone while he gritted his teeth, and Azazel burst out laughing. Dreaming is good, but there is a thing about dreams, they never come true. Grow up, Vali. The world doesn't revolve around you, Azazel said coldly, and for the first time, Vali was slightly taken aback by Azazel's tone. Do you have any idea why I surrendered to that woman? Azazel questioned, and Vali decided to remain silent. I decided to surrender because I knew that I couldn't win. She took over the devils using brute force. Do you know what that means? Even 2 super devils couldn't defeat her. You thought you could? Azazel questioned in a mocking tone. I simply wanted to make her respect my power, Vali whispered in a low tone, but Azazel clearly heard him and once again he scoffed. Good luck with that, Azazel said and waved him off. Before either of them could continue, a communication circle appeared in front of Azazel. The man accepted the call and Hela's face appeared in the form of a hologram. Azazel, what can you tell me about heaven? Hela questioned without bothering to greet either Azazel or Vali. Azazel, what can you tell me about heaven? Hela questioned without bothering to greet either Azazel or Vali. Azazel gaped like a fish out of water as soon as he heard the question. He couldn't believe that the woman was already targeting heaven. What do you want to know? Azazel asked in a careful tone. To be honest, Azazel wanted to say no, but he knew he couldn't. Azazel prided himself to be intelligent, and if you wanted to continue living then you shouldn't deny the woman's orders. Vali had a complicated look on his face after seeing Hela's face. Just give me the basic layout, Hela said in a neutral tone. Seeing no other way around it, Azazel began to reveal the layout of heaven. Azazel found that Hela was particularly interested in the 7th heaven. That is where the god of the Bible resided before he went missing. That is also home to the sacred gear system and God's system. Do you know how to operate the system? Hela questioned curiously. I am glad that I don't have any idea, Azazel thought internally. I am sorry, but I don't have any idea, Azazel said while shaking his head. Right now, Azazel was really glad that he didn't know how to operate the system. Azazel knew that currently, Michael was the one controlling the heavens system, but he was sure that the system was barely functioning due to the absence of God. Michael, I hope you also don't know how to operate the system, Azazel started to pray. He didn't know what kind of things Hela could do after gaining control over the system, and to be honest, he didn't want to find out. Hela narrowed her eyes after hearing Azazel's words. For a moment, Azazel thought if the woman read his mind, but he sighed in relief after the woman simply shrugged it off in a dismissive manner. Hela didn't say anything else and disconnected the call. Lilith, underworld. Do you think he is lying, my lady? Graphia asked, and Hela simply shook her head with a grin. He is glad that he couldn't tell me anything about the system, but he genuinely doesn't know how to operate the system, Hela said as she wrapped her fingers on the table. He also didn't tell you how to enter heaven, Graphia pointed out, and Hela simply tilted her head with a grin. I can enter heaven anytime I want. Third heaven is the well of souls, that is where the souls go after dying. I exist whenever death exists. I am called the goddess of death for a reason, Hela said with a shrug as she got up from her seat. So, are you planning to attack heaven? Graphia questioned. Yes, I do. But before that, I need to do something else. Hela said. She pulled out her crucible out of her shadow. Graphia shuddered in fear as soon as her eyes landed on the weapon. She could feel death from that weapon. Do you want to accompany me, Graphia-chan? You might get to learn something new, Hela questioned with a sinful grin on her face. It is my duty to accompany you, Lady Hela, Graphia said in a neutral tone. Hela grinned and slashed the weapon. A greenish-black rift formed in front of the duo. Hela threw the crucible inside her shadow and entered the portal. Graphia entered the rift followed by Hela. Graphia didn't know what she was going to see on the other side, but she never expected something like the scene in front of her. Uncountable human carcasses were strewn across the land in front of her. Some of them were skinned while some bodies were cut into pieces, and finally some were melted into a mass of red goo. Both Hela and Graphia were practically standing over dead bodies. Graphia turned slightly green. It was a scene straight out of nightmares. Graphia really wanted to vomit, but countless years of mental fortification allowed her to maintain her image. Where are we? Graphia asked nervously. She was trying really hard not to look around. You will know. Follow me, Hela said and started to head towards a massive castle. This was the first time Graphia noticed the massive Victorian-styled castle. Her brain was still reeling with the scene in front of her. Graphia quickly followed Hela, trying to ignore the fact that she was stepping over dead bodies or pieces of dead bodies. Graphia's shoes were covered in blood, but she couldn't care less about the fact. For now, she simply wanted to get out of this place. Hela and Graphia finally arrived on a stone-paved road which was practically clean, but humans were impaled on pikes on both sides of the road. All of them had a look of horror etched on their faces. Graphia found that this was still a lot better than the field where she just came from. N/O/vel/B/C//om. The duo finally arrived in front of the castle gates. The gates opened with a bang on their own as Hela and Graphia were climbing the stairs. Graphia internally flinched, but she somehow maintained her image. Moments later, she grimaced when she started to hear loud screams of insanity coming from the inside of the castle. The duo finally arrived in what seemed to be like the throne room of the castle. Graphia's eyes focused on a woman sitting on the throne. Graphia shuddered as the woman's black eyes with red pupils focused on her. The woman's gaze didn't linger on Graphia for more than a second. When the woman's gaze landed on Hela, a huge grin appeared on her face. Graphia noticed a regal-looking woman sitting beside the throne. The woman's eyes were completely hollow and it looked like that she had lost her will to live. There were a lot of people inside the room. A group of young people were shackled to the chairs. They didn't have a string of clothes on their bodies. For whatever reason, all of them seemed to be screaming with a look of insanity in their eyes. Hela? It is really good to see you, the woman sitting on the throne greeted Hela while getting up from the throne. It is good to see you too, Ardat. I didn't know that you were having so much fun, Hela greeted the other woman with a grin as the two women hugged each other. Graphia simply decided to stand behind Hela and look around the room. She is your maid? A devil? Good choice, I guess. Though I could arrange a demon if you want, Ardat said, looking towards Graphia. She is really good and I don't need a replacement, Hela said with a grin, and Ardat simply shrugged. Anyways, this is Graphia. She is my personal maid, Hela introduced Graphia. Ardat extended her hand towards Graphia. The silver-haired maid nervously accepted the woman's hand. It is nice to meet you, Graphia. You look kind of overwhelmed, Ardat said. It is nice to meet you too, and yes, I do feel kind of overwhelmed, Graphia answered honestly, and Ardat simply nodded her head in understanding. So what happened here? Hela questioned curiously as she gouged out an eye of a girl shackled to the chairs. Nothing much. That bitch there thought that she was too high and mighty, Ardat said, pointing towards the regal-looking woman standing beside Ardat's throne. This world was being terrorized by a demon king known as Vlad the Impaler. Obviously, he was my agent. Then, that bitch decided to help the humans. Well, that was completely fair, so it was fine, Ardat explained. She gave a summoning ritual to the humans and humans summoned these humans, Ardat said while pointing towards the young people shackled to the chairs. That was also fine, so I allowed it to slide, but Vlad's soldiers were too much for them, so, she finally did something she shouldn't have done. She allowed the hero and his team to ascend to godhood, breaking the limiter of this world. That was something I could allow to slide. That is why I decided to descend myself. Well, you know the rest, Ardat said proudly as she twirled around. Hela snorted. Serves that bitch right, Hela said with a grin, and Graphia didn't know how to react to the whole story. She simply decided to stand back and prayed to Satan for their quick deaths. I will consider your prayer, Ardat said, surprising Graphia. How? Graphia gasped in surprise. Who do you think I am? I am the origin of evil. Where do you think demonic or devil energy came from? Ardat proclaimed, and Graphia simply gaped. Graphia, let me introduce you to Ardat, the origin of evil, the true demoness. Hela introduced Ardat with a grin on her face. Graphia didn't even know how to react to this situation. Let's put all of that aside now. I know you didn't come here to ask for my well-being, Ardat said while looking at Hela. I need to talk to your guest. You know who I am talking about, right? Hela asked, and Ardat nodded her head. You came at a good time. I was about to break his mind again as soon as I was done with this world, Ardat said. He would be quite cooperative right now. Ardat finished with a thoughtful look on her face. Okay, let's go, Ardat said, and a red miasma engulfed the three of them, and the next moment, the three of them were gone. Hela, Graphia, and Ardat appeared on a massive meteorite. Graphia didn't know what the two of them were talking about, but she felt really spent. Her job was getting harder with each day. Follow me, Ardat said, and started to lead the duo towards a deeper part of the meteorite. The three of them finally arrived in front of a hollow space in between the meteorite. A blonde man could be seen shackled right in the middle of the space. All of a sudden, Graphia started to feel kind of uncomfortable in the presence of that man. Graphia easily sensed the holy aura leaking out of the man. Graphia, allow me to introduce you to the god of the Bible, Hela said in a cheerful tone. Yes, it has been a really long day. I think I should take a nap, Graphia thought as her eyes rolled towards the back of her head and she finally embraced the graceful comfort of unconsciousness. Graphia slowly opened her eyes as her eyes tried to adjust to the light. Graphia felt that she was resting on a pretty comfortable bed. In fact, this was the most comfortable bed. Graphia didn't recognize the room, so she tried to remember what happened. Oh, Hela introduced me to the god of the Bible and I passed out, Graphia concluded. Graphia wanted to bang her head on the wall, but she stopped herself when she heard a click from the door. The door opened and Hela entered the room. How are you feeling, Graphia? Hela questioned, and a chair made of darkness appeared in front of Graphia's bed. Hela plopped down on the chair as she stared at Graphia intently. Graphia cleared her throat. Yes, I am fine. How long have I been out for? Graphia questioned. About half an hour. I was expecting that you would probably be surprised or something like that, but I never expected you to simply pass out. Do you want to see how you looked when you passed out? Hela asked with a teasing grin on her face. Graphia panicked after hearing Hela's words. Please, I would like to avoid this topic. Graphia's voice almost sounded like pleading. Hela cackled in mad glee. Sure, don't worry. You are my cute maid. How can I allow your hard-earned reputation to get ruined? Hela said with a grin, and Graphia sighed in relief, at least internally. On the outside, Graphia looked stoic as ever. If you are fine, then do you want to join me? Hela asked, and Graphia decided to accompany Hela. It was already too late to back out right now. Of course, my lady, Graphia said as she got up from the bed. Graphia continued looking around the room as it was completely empty except for the bed. Hela noticed the silver-haired maid's gaze. This is my room. I trained under Ardat. I finished my training right before I took over, you devils, Hela said, and Graphia nodded in understanding as she started to follow Hela. The green-eyed woman led Graphia towards the hollow space where the god of the Bible was being kept. Graphia noticed that Ardat was nowhere to be seen. Where is Ardat-sama? Graphia asked, and Hela simply shrugged. She said that she needed to leave since she needed to wrap up whatever she was doing, Hela said as she finally entered the hollow space followed by Graphia. Graphia started to feel slightly uncomfortable due to the god's holy aura, but it was not unbearable. Do you have any name? Hela asked curiously. She was busy torturing him the last time she came here. She kind of forgot about asking his name as it wasn't important at that time. No, the man answered in a hoarse tone as he shook his head. The man didn't have any type of emotion in his voice, and his eyes have also lost any type of luster. Oh, okay, not that it would matter in the end. Can you tell me how to access Heaven's system? Hela questioned slowly, her eyes glowing eerily in excitement. Even though Graphia was curious about why God was being treated like this, she decided to hold back her curiosity until they left this rock. Yes, the man said, and didn't reveal anything else. So, how do I access the system? Hela questioned as she raised her brows, and a dagger appeared in her hand. You would need to have the god's key, and you would also need to have holy power to access the system, the man answered without any emotion. And where is this god's key? Hela questioned as twirled the dagger in her hand. I don't know. Whoever is using the system must have the key, the man answered, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. Currently, Michael is managing the system, so Michael must have the key. You see, I don't seem to have an ounce of holy power. Your divinity seems to have a lot of holy power. Don't mind me, but I will be taking your divinity, Hela said, and stabbed the man with her dagger. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, and he started to thrash as some sort of energy started to gather at the dagger's hilt from the man's body. Graphia flinched back in fear and nausea. Now that Hela was stealing the man's divinity, the whole space was brimming with holy power. After a whole minute, Graphia finally finished extracting the man's divinity. She decided to leave a small part inside the man as she knew that the man would probably die if she extracted everything. Hela pointed the blade of the dagger towards her chest. Graphia gasped in horror. She wanted to stab Hela, but before she could do anything, the green-eyed woman stabbed herself in the chest. Hela didn't even flinch when she stabbed herself. Hela felt that someone had poured Yoryuki's acid inside her body. Hela could bear this much pain. Hela could feel the holy divinity fighting against her own powers. Hela was already expecting this, as two opposing forces never mixed together without a steep price, but Hela was practically immortal. As long as the concept of death existed, she wouldn't die. After nearly half an hour, the holy divinity finally started to settle down inside Hela's body. It was still holy divinity, but some of its aspects were changed by Hela when she was assimilating the divinity. Hela had practically corrupted the holy divinity and created something completely different, but it was still holy power. Hela raised her hand and a green light spear with a black outline formed in her hand. The spear seemed to be absorbing light from its surroundings even though it was made of light. Hela started to cackle in mad glee as she started to swing the spear in her hand. Hela finally dispersed the spear and scrunched her face in concentration. Only after a second, 12 green astral wings with black outlines appeared behind Hela's back along with a black inverted cross with a black outline formed on top of her head. Hela slowly raised up in the air and started to cackle as she finally gained the ability of flight. This was much better than she had imagined. Grafia kept watching Hela with awe and fear in her eyes. Hela possessed holy power, it was an undeniable fact. As a devil, Grafia was particularly sensitive to holy power as it was their natural enemy. Grafia knew that this holy power was much different than what angels or the god of the Bible possessed, but it was still holy power. Grafia shuddered in fear. Now, Hela could control heaven's system. To be honest, Grafia had no idea what the woman was going to do with the system, but it wouldn't be anything good. As long as the devils flourish, I will keep supporting her, Grafia decided internally. Hela finally landed in front of Grafia and the wings and the cross disappeared. So, can you feel my holy power? Hela questioned and Grafia nodded her head. Your holy power is much different than what I have sensed from the god of the Bible or the angels, but it is still holy power. I am sure of that, Grafia said, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. Then you must be feeling uncomfortable around me, Hela concluded, but Grafia simply shook her head. Don't worry, my lady. I can get used to it after some time, Grafia said, and Hela narrowed her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Hela nodded her head and started to suppress her holy power. Grafia started to feel much better after that. Hela could have done that from the start, but she wanted to see if Grafia still wanted to serve her or not. Were you testing me, my lady? Grafia questioned and Hela nodded her head. I understand you must have a lot of questions. Hela said slowly and Grafia slowly nodded her head. That is why I needed to see if I should answer you or not. After all, I have kind of taken a liking to you and I would have hated killing you. Hela finished with a vicious grin on her face and Grafia shuddered in fear, but she wasn't going to go back on her words. As long as devils keep flourishing, I will keep serving you without any complaints, Grafia said, and Hela snaked her arm around Grafia's shoulder as she pulled the silver-haired woman closer. Good. I like honest people. So, what do you want to know about Grafia, dear? Hela said as she swung down a light sword, creating a rift. Both Hela and Grafia entered the rift and the two of them appeared back inside Hela's office. I wanted to know why the god of the Bible is being treated in such a manner. I know it is not being done for kicks and fun, so he must have done something, Grafia said, and Hela nodded her head as she plopped down in her chair. Yes, you are right. He did something he shouldn't have done. After hearing the story, you can decide on your own, but what I am about to tell you shouldn't leave this room at any cost, understood? Hela asked in a serious tone. Grafia gulped nervously. Of course, my lady. I won't tell anyone, Grafia said, and Hela finally started to reveal why. I am bored. Rumi whined as her ears plopped down on top of her head. She was rocking a whiskey glass with her finger as her whole torso was plopped on the table. I am also kind of feeling the same. Maybe we should go out and have some fun. What do you say? Dora offered as she perked up from the other side of the table. May God have mercy on humans, Ororo whispered in a very low tone. Ororo had a juice glass in her hand and she also looked kind of bored. Ororo thought that she wasn't loud, but apparently, she was loud enough. Excuse me? I haven't crashed in a whole year and just like I had said, it wasn't my fault. That bloody arsehole had jumped in front of my bike. Dora defended herself as she glared at Ororo. I wasn't talking about that time. I was talking about the time you tipped over a public bus, Ororo recalled, and Dora blushed in embarrassment. You can't blame me for that. The bus crashed into me. I am the one who should be complaining, Dora pointed out, and both Rumi and Ororo burst out laughing after hearing Dora's words. Then you shouldn't have seen the signal over your head, Rumi said, and started to snicker, and Dora's hair turned bright red in shame. So, what do you want to do for fun? Ororo questioned, changing the topic. How about we go visit the Comic-Con or something? Dora offered, and both Rumi and Ororo looked at each other for a moment. Moments later, the two of them shrugged at the same time. I have never been to a Comic-Con or something. I was never interested, but it surely couldn't hurt. Ororo said with a shrug. Yeah, at least it would be much better than sulking here, Rumi added as she got up. Brill? I am already dressed. Why don't the two of you get dressed and meet me in the garage? Dora questioned, her eyes brimming with excitement. Okay, sure, but how are we going? There is no way in hell I will be riding with you. No matter how durable I am, I don't want to tempt my fate, Rumi pointed out, and Dora felt sharp arrows piercing her chest. Ultimately, Dora had to place her arm over the table as she started to sulk. How about we take Rio's car? Ororo offered with a grin. Fuck yeah, I always wanted to drive Rio's car, Dora cheered. Once again, she was back to her usual silly and cheerful form. Nah, that won't be happening. It is for the collective good of everyone on the road, Ororo pointed out, and Dora simply fed while grumbling about how unfun both Rumi and Ororo were. Fine. I will be waiting for you two meanies in the garage. Dora huffed and walked away while pointing her nose up. That was apparently a mistake, as moments later, she stumbled. Only after a few minutes, both Ororo and Rumi arrived in the garage, dressed in jeans and leather jackets. Dora wanted to complain. She wanted to tell them that they weren't supposed to visit Comic-Con dressed like that, but she knew that neither of them would listen, so simply shrugged. After all, Dora herself wasn't any better. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ororo decided to sit behind the driving wheel as she was the one who was most experienced in driving cars. Rumi didn't know how to drive cars and she never tried to learn as she didn't find it useful. You don't drive cars when you can directly teleport wherever you want. Dora was. Dora, she also didn't know how to drive cars. Learning from YouTube didn't count. So, Ororo was the only one who had to shoulder the responsibility. Ororo put the key in the ignition and the car roared into life. Moments later, the three of them were driving away from Nox, at high speed. Realm of the Dead. For the first time in a long time, Hades was feeling afraid. Right now, he would be sweating like a pig, but there was a tiny problem: he couldn't sweat. After all, he was a fucking skeleton. He had a genuine reason for feeling afraid. He just returned to the realm of the dead after meeting Zeus, and the meeting was more than interesting. Hades didn't know how to react, so he simply didn't react in front of Zeus, but internally the skeleton was panicking. Flashback. Like always, Hades was minding his own business while making various plans to eradicate the devils and the fallen angels. All of a sudden he froze when he felt like he was being summoned to Mount Olympus. Hades would have frowned if could when he found that he was being summoned by none other than Zeus. For a moment, Hades wondered if Zeus had caught him, but moments later, he simply shook his head. There was no way Zeus could make a connection between Hades and the actual lightning thief, as the thief himself didn't know who he was stealing for. Hades didn't know what his brother wanted, but he decided to entertain his brother. His brother was kind of angry and unpredictable due to the loss of his master Bolt, and Hades knew that he shouldn't tempt his brother. Zeus was known as the strongest god of their pantheon, and such a title wasn't just for show. Hades quickly prepared the teleportation circle, and after only a minute, he arrived inside Zeus's throne room. Hades snorted in disdain as his gazes landed on Zeus. Hades noticed that only Poseidon, Hera, and Zeus were present inside the throne room. What happened? I was busy with my duties, Hades said haughtily, but he was quite surprised that nobody reacted to his jab. This was something new. Hades, my brother, you have finally arrived. Zeus asked in a caring tone, and Hades was already on guard. What sort of sick game Zeus was playing at? Hades' eyes immediately darted around the room, searching for any type of traps or anything like that. Yes, as you already saw me, and I assure you I am not an illusion, Hades said in a neutral tone, but he was still looking around, looking for any signs of attacks. Brother, Olympus is facing a massive threat. Zeus started to speak, and Hades didn't believe Zeus for a moment. This is how Zeus acted whenever he wanted something from him. Is that so? What type of threat? Hades questioned in a fake concerned tone. He was extremely old, and with his skeleton face, he was extremely good at acting. The fates were erased, Zeus said in a fearful tone. For a moment, Hades wanted to scoff at Zeus's statement, but his gaze finally focused on Hera and Poseidon. Both of them were looking kind of solemn. Hades knew that neither Poseidon nor Hera would participate in Zeus's games, so he decided to believe Zeus. If someone erased the fates, then they must be really strong. But for whatever reason, I didn't feel their soul in the realm of dead. Hades gave his opinion on the matter. They weren't killed, brother. They were erased, Zeus corrected his brother, and Hades' eyes would have grown wide in surprise if he had eyes in the first place. But the light inside his eyes did flicker for a moment after the realization dawned on him. Do we know who was responsible for this? Hades asked after a few moments of silence. The Destroyer. He is the same being who had appeared in Kuok Town, Zeus said, and that is how Hades knew that he had fucked up. Flashback ends. Everything is not lost. I can still fix it, Hades thought with a determined glint in his eyes. For now, Zeus had only decided to inform the Poseidon, Hera, and himself of the recent development. He was pretty sure that Erebus and Nyx weren't that good at a poker face. Hades immediately started to suspect that someone in their group had betrayed him. Hades was planning to attack the Destroyer and his family, but at that time he had no idea about his true identity. Right now, Hades had already scrapped the plan, but he also didn't want to be caught with the weapon in his possession. Hades needed to get rid of the weapon. There was no other way. There was no way that the Destroyer would have found out about his plan if anyone hadn't betrayed them. Only 5 beings including himself knew about the plan, and someone among them had betrayed them. Hades wanted to hand over the weapon to a group of extremely strong humans. The group wanted to kill the Great Red. Hades quickly made his way towards the place where he kept the Master Bolt. He was sure that the group of humans would find a good use for the weapon, and even if they don't, they will surely gain the Destroyer's attention. The Destroyer's attention is what Hades was trying to avoid right now. He could scheme another time, but he needed to stay alive if he wanted to do that. Yeah, survival was more important. Looks like I will be pampering Ororo tonight. It is a good thing that she didn't allow Dora to drive my car. Fixing my car is very easy, especially with my time powers, but bringing people back to life can be annoying, and there was no need to condemn humanity yet. Now, should I deal with Hades right now, or should I deal with him and his butt buddies after he hands over the weapon to the group of suicidal humans? Indra is also supporting those humans, but at the end of the day, they are simply cannon fodder. I know they are gunning for Yasaka and I can always sick on them. Hela has been whining for some time about not getting some action. I don't want her killing random pedestrians, so I think I will simply point her towards them. She would definitely want to test her new powers on someone. Hey, boss. What are you dreaming about? Kruak screamed from the side. I am planning to kill some humans, I answered honestly, and his eyes grew wide in surprise. Boss? You don't need to dirty your hands with those filthy creatures. I will take care of them. Just give me their names, Kruak proclaimed loudly, and I simply groaned internally. How dare you demand something from our lord? Drake questioned in a dangerous tone. Kruak seemed to realize something and he gasped in horror. Boss? Forgive me for my disrespectful behavior, Kruak said and did a 90-degree bow, creating several shockwaves due to his speed. Would you two stop bickering? If Rio wants something then he will order you. Great Red grumbled in his usual majestic voice and I immediately nodded my head. Yes, he is right. I said and started to rub my chin as a thought appeared in my mind. Leviathan Lucifer is also making his move, the Sephiroth Graal is already in his possession, and he is already planning to resurrect the evil dragons. The Hexanacht is already preparing to make their move, but they simply lack a target as Rias Gregori was recalled to the underworld and Sona and her peerage had decided to take a leave. Goddamn, being a devil does come with its perks. All of them asked for 2 months long leave and nobody asked a question. Now, what the hell should I do with the Hexanacht? They don't possess any sort of threat for me or my family, but they do possess a massive threat for Sona and peerage. Both Hela and Yachiru seem to have taken a liking to the girl, so if anything happened to her then the two of them would be saddened. Drake, can you run an errand for me? I turned towards him and asked. Of course, my lord. Your wish is my command, Drake said in a respectful tone, and Kruak seemed to glare at Drake with a sullen look on his face. Okay, you will be going to Kuok town and you just need to keep an eye around. For now, a group named Hexanacht are going to make a move. They are planning to attack Sona and her peerage. I want you to take care of them, I said, and Drake hummed in understanding. They will be dealt with, my lord. Can I get their location? Drake asked and I simply grinned. Where will the fun be in that? I need you to search for them. Consider this a test, I said, and Drake nodded his head respectfully. I know sending Drake after a bunch of witches is kind of overkill, but I don't like sparing any expenses. Then I will be taking my leave, my lord, Drake said, and I hummed in understanding while nodding my head. A red magic circle appeared beneath Drake and he disappeared in a bright red flash. Slowly dark clouds seemed to be forming on top of Kruak's head. Now, I feel really bad for him, but I already have something for him. I need you to do something else for me, I said, and the man immediately perked up after hearing my words. The dark clouds on the top of his head disappeared in the blink of an eye. His eyes started to glitter in excitement. Of course, boss. Just order me and I will take care of it. Whatever it is. Exclaimed, and once again, I felt my headache rising. Of course, I don't doubt you. You see, I need you to visit Romania. Leviathan Lucifer is going to revive the other evil dragons. You can get them on my side, can't you? I asked softly, and Kruak's eyes started to glow in determination. You don't have to worry about anything, boss. As soon as they find that I am serving you, they will come running here to join your legion, boss. You are like a god to us and there is no way that they would choose to serve that bastard over you, Kruak said, and I simply hummed in agreement. Even though I looked quite pleased with this development, I was kind of groaning internally. More fanatics, that is what I needed right now. Well, my future self will be the one who will be taking care of them, so, I suppose it is fine. Right now, I should enjoy myself as long as I can, and I am pretty sure that Luna would love having more pets. That will be okay, I said, and Kruak also disappeared with a bright golden flash. I internally released a sigh as the insane fanatic was finally gone. You know, they are going to be a massive pain in the ass. At least, for you. All of them are a bunch of insane fanatics, Great Red reminded me, and once again I groaned internally. Don't remind me. I know, I said, and I could swear that I saw a glint of amusement in Great Red's eyes. By the way, when are you going to invite off Eyes? Great Red asked, and I simply released a sigh. That is the problem. She doesn't care about anything other than silence and the dimensional gap. You already know how it is, right? I already have a plan for her, but I need her to come to me, I said with a shrug. n/o/vel/b/c/om. I have already found a place for her and I am pretty sure that she would appreciate it, I added with a grin. Well, that's good and all. So, are we going to continue training? Great Red asked, and I shook my head in denial. No, though there is something I need your help with, I said, and Great Red seemed to raise his non-existent draconic eyebrows after hearing my words. Sure, what do you need my help with? Great Red asked curiously. It looked like he simply couldn't fathom why I would need his help. You can create objects using your power of dreams, right? I asked, and Great Red immediately nodded his head. Can you show me? I asked, and the massive red dragon in front of me immediately nodded his head. Great Red immediately started to create various types of insignificant objects with his power of dreams. It is basically the power of creation, and now that I am watching it this close, creation doesn't seem to be complicated. Until now, I have simply never paid any attention to this. Are you perhaps trying to learn the power of creation? Great Red asked all of a sudden, and I nodded my head. There is no need to hide anything. Yeah, do you think I can? I questioned, and Great Red seemed to hum after hearing my question. I think you could, though I can't say anything for sure as you are destruction incarnate, so I don't know how your power of destruction is going to react. Great Red mused, and I nodded my head in understanding. Well, the opposing powers might cause a problem, but I won't know for sure until I try. I am pretty sure that I am not going to die due to something insignificant like this. I know that I raised a flag, but that is not going to stop me from trying. I don't think I can decipher anything else if I keep watching you, I said, and Great Red stopped creating objects. You can go back to whatever you like to do, I said while shooing off the Great Red. The massive dragon flared his nostrils and fed loudly. Moments later, the massive dragon could be seen flying away while doing barrel rolls. Even though I learned a few things after watching the Great Red creating things out of thin air, I think I should watch others before trying anything. After all, Great Red wasn't the only one who had the power of creation. I could have also asked Tikajan to show me the ropes. Learning from him would have been best for me, but I don't want to tell him. I simply want to rub the fact on his face with a smug grin on my face. Hehe. Azazel hid it very well, but he was worried. After Hela disconnected the call, he acted completely normal. After a few minutes, he finally excused himself from Vala's room. He was really worried about heaven. Even though he was no longer an angel, he couldn't deny his roots. He really wanted to inform Michael about Hela's interest in heaven and heaven's system. That was a piece of very bad news. Azazel didn't know what the green-eyed woman wanted, but he was sure that it wouldn't be anything good. But if Hela discovered his treachery, then she would probably rip him apart with her bare hands. It would be a painful way to go, but it would be quick. If he was unlucky, then the woman would probably torture him and his underlings until she lost her interest. He finally arrived in his office and plopped in his chair. He opened his liquor cabinet and poured himself a more than generous drink. Azazel tipped the glass and gulped down the whole drink in one go. God, he needed that drink. Azazel knew that there was no way the angels could stop someone like Hela. Hela wouldn't even register their pathetic attempts to stop her from accessing the heavens system. Azazel had seen the woman's power firsthand. The woman had shrugged off the Juggernaut drive like nothing. Even he would have a lot of difficulties going against something like the Juggernaut drive. Additionally, Azazel could bet his entire collection of porn that the woman wasn't even serious. He had sensed the woman's bloodlust. He had no idea how many beings you needed to kill to have bloodlust like that. There was another question going through Azazel's mind. Hela asked him heaven's simple layout, but she never asked him how to enter heaven. Azazel obviously knew how to enter heaven, but he decided not to divulge that information to Hela on his own. If she had asked for the information, then he would have told her. After all, there was no other way around it. Since Hela didn't ask him about it, Azazel refrained from divulging that information. Now, it could only mean three things. First, Hela wasn't planning to invade heaven and she was simply curious. Second, Hela forgot to ask. Third, she already had a way to enter heaven. The first and the second reason were pretty absurd, and the third reason was only viable. To be honest, Azazel didn't want to betray Hela. He knew betraying Hela must come with a steep price, but he simply couldn't ignore the fact that brothers and sisters were going to die. The angels would never agree with Hela, so Hela would eagerly massacre them until nobody was left. Azazel simply wanted to avoid that outcome. Azazel finally decided that he should inform Michael, at least, give the chief angel a heads up. After the disappearance of the god, everything was kind of fucked up. Azazel poured himself another drink and activated the communication circle. After a few seconds, Archangel Michael finally accepted the call. Michael's torso appeared over the communication circle in the form of a hologram. Michael had his usual smile on his face. Hello Azazel, it has been some time. Michael greeted Azazel with a smile on his face. Yes, it has been some time. There is something urgent I need to tell you, Azazel said in a grave tone. Michael's expression changed after he finally noticed Azazel's grave tone and the grave look on his face. Azazel, what happened? Michael asked in a worried tone. Azazel smiled internally. Michael was still worried about Azazel's well-being even though they were practically enemies. Hela is going to invade heaven, just don't fight her, allow her to do whatever she wants, Azazel said in one breath. Michael's eyes grew wide in shock and surprise. The archangel paled as he gaped like a fish. How do you know that? Michael asked after a few moments of silence. A week ago Hela took over the fallen angels. Right now, both devils and fallen angels are under her rule, Azazel answered honestly, and Michael closed his eyes and started to rub the bridge of his nose. She asked me for some information. She was particularly interested in heaven's system. Fortunately, I didn't know much about the system, so I couldn't give her the information. Azazel continued, and Michael started to rub his face with a look of despair on his face. So, you want us to submit? Michael asked after a minute of silence, and Azazel simply nodded his head. Yes, there is no way the angels could win against someone like her. You will know when you see her, Azazel said, and Michael seemed to contemplate his words. That is what I wanted to tell. Take care, Michael, Azazel, and disconnected the call without giving Michael any chance to say anything. Azazel knew that his time in this world might be very short and he simply didn't want anyone's pity. Azazel had lived a long life and he simply wanted to pass on without making a fuss. Well, he wasn't sure if Hela would kill him or not, but he wanted to be mentally prepared for his death. Heaven. Third heaven, or better known as the home of the souls. The souls of the dead taken to heaven reside on this part of the heaven. The third heaven is so vast that it is practically immeasurable. This place is exactly what most believers believe in, the promised land. It is practically a paradise for the souls of the dead. Countless souls reunite with their loved ones and reside in this place, in complete peace until they go through reincarnation. There are no wars or conflicts. In other words, this place was also known as the pure world. Third heaven is also connected to the purgatory. Purgatory is the place where the souls of the sinners are sent, meaning the realm of the dead is connected to the third heaven. The tree of life also resides in third heaven. It was a completely normal day on third heaven, but it was soon about to change. All of a sudden, a rift formed at the edge of a cliff and a tall green-eyed woman stepped through the rift, followed by a silver-haired woman dressed as a maid. This place is nice. I understand why people with good karma come here after kicking the bucket, Hela said while looking around. Her eyes sparkled in excitement. Yes, this place is quite relaxing even for a devil like me, Grafia agreed with Hela. Even though she was currently inside heaven, she didn't feel pain. In fact, she felt rather great. Grafia didn't know if other levels of heaven would be so comfortable to her or not, but she wouldn't mind spending the rest of her life in here. No, Grafia, you are a diligent maid, you can't give in to comfort. You must stay beside Hela-sama and serve her. Grafia chastised herself as her mind started to drift towards luxury and comfort. n/o/vel/b/c/om. So, what are we going to do now? Grafia asked curiously. It had taken some time for her to digest the whole story. She couldn't fault the god of the Bible for protecting their world, but there was a tiny problem. Trihexa never wanted to or meant to attack this world, that is what Hela had said. Grafia knew that Hela didn't have a reason to lie, so she believed whatever Hela said. So, the god went out of his way to seal a being which wasn't a threat to their world from the beginning, and in the process he also ended up accidentally breaching the barrier protecting this omniverse. So, the god of the Bible practically condemned the whole omniverse. Grafia knew that the enemies were going to be way beyond her capabilities, and that is why she had decided to keep her opinions to herself. During that conversation, Grafia also understood why the existence of evil was necessary. We are going to wait, the angels will show up, Hela said in a confident tone. Oh, Grafia muttered as she decided to dutifully wait behind Hela. I wonder if Azazel had informed them about me or not, Hela said with a thoughtful look on her face, surprising Grafia. You think Azazel is going to betray you? Grafia questioned and Hela simply nodded her head. Azazel is smart, but don't forget that this is his real home. He might act like he doesn't care, but he definitely cares about this place and the angels, Hela said with a shrug as a faint smile appeared on her face. I see. Have you decided who you are going to appoint as the representative of the fallen angels after you finish dealing with Azazel? Grafia asked in a neutral tone. She had no idea why Hela was smiling though, but it was kind of unsettling. My dear Grafia, who said I am going to kill him? I am not going to kill him. Killing him would be a waste. You see, he still has a lot of uses, especially with his knowledge regarding sacred gear, Hela said as she raised her hand and clenched her fist tightly. You see, Grafia, I want to gain control over all the sacred gears, especially all the Longinus class sacred gears. Taking over the world would be easier that way, wouldn't you agree, Grafia? Hela questioned as her eyes started to glow. Of course, my lady, Grafia said as she also understood the power of 10 sacred gear, especially the Longinus class sacred gear. Ah, here they are. Hela pointed out in an amused tone as she noticed hundreds of feathered humanoid creatures approaching them through the sky. Michael started to rub his temples after Azazel disconnected the call. He honestly wanted to ask more to gather more information about this Hela woman, but it was pretty clear that Azazel didn't have any intention of revealing anything else. For now, Michael decided to prepare for the eventual confrontation with the woman. The woman had already attacked the Vatican without any fear and killed several exorcists just because she could, so it was pretty obvious that the woman wouldn't shy away from attacking heaven. So Michael decided to summon all the seraphs, including the other 3 great seraphs. He needed to inform everyone about the recent development. He wanted to know their opinion before making a decision. Moments later, Uriel burst into the room followed by Raphael. The other seraphs also arrived one by one, and Gabriel was the last one to arrive. Now that everyone was finally here, Michael decided to start the discussion. According to Azazel, Hela is planning to attack heaven, Michael revealed in a grave tone. Several gasps were heard throughout the room, everyone in the room who Hela was. She was pretty famous in heaven and she wasn't famous in a good way. n/o/vel/b/c/om. How did Azazel come across this information? Metatron asked curiously before anyone could say anything. We already knew that Hela was the new leader of devils. She also took over the fallen angels some time ago, Michael said in a grave tone. Are you sure we can trust Azazel? He is a fallen angel. Raguel pointed out and a couple of seraphs hummed in agreement. Even though he is a fallen angel, he is still our brother. I don't think he will lie to us, Gabriel defended Azazel, and Michael immediately nodded his head. You have to understand, by informing us, Azazel practically betrayed their new leader. It means he risked his own life, Michael said, and finally, all the seraphs who thought that they couldn't trust Azazel decided to relent. Enough of that? What does that woman want? Raphael questioned. Azazel mentioned that she is particularly interested in heaven's system, Michael said, and immediately screams of outrage were heard throughout the room, but all of them were immediately silenced as Michael raised his hand. After everyone became silent, Uriel scoffed. She couldn't even touch the system without holy power, and from what we know about her, she doesn't possess an ounce of holy power, Uriel finished, and everyone in the room including Michael nodded their heads in agreement. Even if she forces Michael, she wouldn't get any results as the system is barely functioning with Michael as the administrator, Uriel added, and once again everyone agreed. But that doesn't mean we can allow her to gain access to the system, Remiel pointed out. We will fight, but I plan to surrender if she proves to be way stronger than us, Michael said in a serious tone, and once again, several screams of outrage were heard throughout the room. You can't be serious, brother. How can you consider surrendering? Raphael screamed in outrage, but Gabriel placed her hand over Raphael's shoulder to placate him. Raphael, don't fight with your brother, let's hear his reasoning. He must have a reason to say something like that, Gabriel said, and Raphael took a deep breath as he nodded his head in understanding. I can understand your outrage, but you have to also understand, I want our race's continued survival. If she is way out of league, then it would be useless to fight her. She would simply kill anyone. We already know she is a remorseless killer, Michael said, and Raphael finally lowered his gaze with a contemplating look on his face. I agree with Michael. If she is way beyond our capabilities, then we don't have any reason to fight. We already know that she can't access the system, Uriel said, and everyone nodded their heads in understanding. All of a sudden alarms started to buzz. Michael slowly got up from his seat. Looks like she is already here, Michael said with a grim look on his face. Where is she? Sandalphon asked hurriedly. She is in the third heaven. Gabriel, I need you to stay here while I take our fighters to confront her, Michael said in a serious tone. But brother, I also want to accompany you, Gabriel protested, by Michael simply shook his head. But I want you stay here. I want you to keep the non-combatants safe. Can you do that for me? They also need protection, Michael said softly, and Gabriel finally relented as she meekly nodded her head. It was complete bullshit. Everyone in the room except Gabriel knew that. Michael simply wanted to keep Gabriel away from the fight, and all the seraphs and great seraphs felt the same when Gabriel was involved. Assemble all the fighters? She is still in third heaven. We need to stop her as soon as possible, Michael ordered while looking towards the other seraphs. Gabriel, I am leaving the non-combatants under your protection, Michael said, and Gabriel nodded her head with a determined look on her face. You don't have to worry about them. I will protect all of them, Gabriel said in a determined tone, and she quickly left the room to gather all the non-combatants in Zebel. It only took the seraphs a couple of minutes to gather all the seraphs as the fighters were already getting ready due to the alarm. Michael finally decided to address all the gathered soldiers. He thought this was important. Today, we are probably going to face the strongest enemy we have ever faced, so none of you will attack until I say so, Michael said in a serious tone, and a chorus of understanding was heard from all the gathered fighters. Michael nodded his head in satisfaction and activated the teleportation circle. All of them disappeared in a burst of golden light. Moments later, all of them found themselves in third heaven. Michael easily sensed Hela's location. He didn't teleport anywhere near Hela as he didn't want her attacking any angels out of reflex. Michael and the other seraphs quickly led the fighters towards the direction where Hela was. All of a sudden Michael froze, and the other seraphs got a confused look on their faces. This is holy power, Michael grimaced. This was simply not possible. Did that woman always possess holy power? Michael, it is holy power. How can a remorseless killer like her have holy power? Uriel asked furiously. The soldiers they also brought along with them started to frown. This is blasphemy? Have we fallen so far? How can a sinner like Hela possess holy power? Raziel questioned loudly. To be honest, I don't know. But I know her holy power is a lot different from ours, Michael said with a thoughtful look on his face as the group of seraphs and angels kept flying in the direction where they had sensed Hela. But it is still holy power. It means she could control the system on her own, Uriel said with a grim look on his face. Hela finally came into their view. They also recognized Graphia Lucifuge standing behind Hela. They already knew how the woman looked from the description of the exorcists, but seeing the fearsome woman with their own eyes had a different kind of effect on them. Michael finally understood what Azazel meant. He finally understood why they shouldn't fight the woman. Even though Hela wasn't releasing any of her powers, Michael could easily sense how strong she was. Even their father wasn't this strong, and it was completely wrong to compare Hela's power with their father. Even their father would be completely insignificant in front of this woman. Not only Michael, but all the other seraphs were also having similar thoughts along the same lines. It was a huge blow to their pride, but they couldn't help but feel despair. The woman also possessed holy power, which meant she would be able to access the system. What are we going to do, brother? Uriel asked in a worried tone. He no longer thought that they could win this fight. It won't be a fight, it would be a massacre. Even Raphael felt afraid. Previously he wanted to fight, but now, he was wondering if he would be able to survive a single blow or not. I don't know, let's meet her, Michael said in a grim tone while shaking his head. Michael knew that even running away would be useless. The woman was oozing tremendous amounts of bloodlust, even though the woman seemed to be suppressing it actively. God? How many beings had she killed? Michael questioned internally. He simply couldn't comprehend how someone could have bloodlust like this, and this woman also possessed holy power. It was different, but it was still holy power. It was completely incomprehensible for him. The seraphs and the angels finally arrived in front of Hela and Graphia. The angels slowly landed in front of the duo. The seraphs had a look of wariness on their faces, but internally they were quite afraid too. Hela easily felt their wariness and fear, and slowly the grin on her face widened. She read their emotions like they were open books, and Hela was like a shark who could smell fear. This is going to be too easy, Hela internally mused. Ah, you must be Michael, right? Do you want to say anything before you surrender? Hela questioned in a mocking tone as she started to release some of her bloodlust. Ah, you must be Michael, right? Do you want to say anything before you surrender? Hela questioned in a mocking tone as she started to release some of her bloodlust. All the angels including the seraphs gasped in horror as they felt Hela's bloodlust wash over them. We don't have any intentions to fight you. Michael gasped out with a lot of difficulties. Hela reined in her bloodlust and she slightly tilted her head in confusion. Are you sure about that? You bought so many angels with you. All of them seem to be carrying weapons too, Hela pointed out with a mocking grin on her face. Yes, but we didn't intend to fig. That was all Archangel Michael was able to say before Hela grabbed his throat and lifted him up in the air. Do you take me for a fool, pigeon? Hela questioned dangerously and all the angels flinched in fear as they couldn't even see Hela move. With some reluctance, the angels prepared their weapons. Even though Michael was hanging in the air, he noticed that the angels were getting ready to attack the woman. He knew he had to stop them. Angels couldn't afford a fight with this woman. All of you stop. Michael ordered with some difficulties. Looks like you could learn, Hela said, and let the man go. Michael landed on his feet, but he was supported by Raphael. The said great seraph was dangerously glaring at Hela. Now, let me tell you what is going to happen. Either you surrender or I kill the whole bunch of you right here, right now, Hela said in a murderous tone. We surrender, Michael said, shocking a lot of angels. Previously they had only agreed to surrender because they thought Hela couldn't access the heavens system, but the circumstances were pretty different now. Hela had holy power, which meant the woman could access the system. They couldn't fathom what sort of things the woman was going to do after gaining access to the system. Good choice. Now, lead me to the seventh heaven. I want to see what this so-called heavens system can do, Hela ordered, but all of a sudden her head snapped back as she stared at Graphia. Graphia, I will be sending you back to Nox. I am pretty sure that the other levels of heaven aren't going to be friendly to a devil, Hela said as her features also softened while she was addressing the silver-haired maid. I understand, my lady, Graphia said with a small nod of her head. She really wanted to accompany Hela, but she knew that she couldn't. At least, not until Hela changed the system settings. Graphia was soon engulfed in darkness and moments later, she was gone along with the darkness. Michael? You aren't serious, are you? We have no idea what type of atrocities she might cause, Raphael whispered furiously into Michael's ear. Hela clearly heard the pigeon, but she didn't make a move as she wanted to see how the head pigeon reacted to his brother. Michael simply shook his head. You don't understand, brother. My hands are tied. What do you think would happen if I deny her? She will kill her way up to seventh heaven. Tell me, do you want that? Michael exclaimed, making everyone flinch. Do you want our brothers and sisters to die meaninglessly? She will access the system either way. At least this way, we would survive, Michael whispered the last part with a conflicted look on his face. The angels who still wanted to fight lowered their heads. They couldn't accept the whole thing, but at the same time, they didn't want their brothers and sisters to die. Not all of them were fighters, there were a lot of angels who didn't even know how to hold weapons. All of them would die if they decided to protest. Hela raised her hands and started to clap with an amused look on her face. Bravo, that is what it means to be a leader? I am impressed. Leaders have to make some hard choices. This is something very common. Let me tell all of you a story. Hela said as she began to pace in front of the group of angels. Michael didn't know how to react to the compliment. To be honest, he couldn't deduce if the woman was complimenting him or making fun of him, but he still decided to listen to the woman's story attentively. After all, he might get to learn something. You see, when I was young, a woman begged me for her daughter's life. She was ready to lay down her life in exchange for her daughter's. It touched me, so I stopped the massacre. I told the enemy leader that I would spare his soldiers if he sacrificed his own life for them. Surprisingly, the leader accepted my deal. I cut him down, and I obviously allowed the others to leave. I even spared the mother's life. After all, I am a woman of my word. Can you guess what happened after that? Hela asked softly, and Michael simply couldn't guess where the woman was going with this story. I understand if you can't guess. After a decade, those people built up their forces and attacked my army when I was away. They killed everyone. None of my soldiers were spared. When I returned to my army camp, I was devastated. That was my first crushing defeat. I obviously retaliated. I razed their planet without any remorse. Not even a child was spared. That is when I received the title Goddess of War. Do you know what I learned from the whole ordeal? Hela questioned with a melancholic smile on her face. The angels gulped loudly. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, and the woman seemed to be proud of what she had done. Some smart seraphs easily understood where the woman was going with this story, but they didn't dare to voice out an answer. I learned that I shouldn't spare any enemy on the battlefield. Hela said with a vicious grin on her face, scaring all the angels. Moments later, her features softened. But this isn't a battlefield, is it? Hela asked softly and started to cackle. That is why I will be sparing all of you, Hela said and started to cackle again. She stopped laughing after a few seconds and a wild grin appeared on her face. Now, you understand what would happen if you betray me, right? If you don't understand, then let me make it clear. First, I will kill all of you pigeons, then I will kill all the humans down to the last child, Hela whispered in a menacing tone, making all the angels shudder in fear. The seraphs and the angels finally understood that this woman was much worse and sinister than the original devil. If any of the angels were planning anything, they immediately scrapped their plans. First of all, the woman was insanely strong, so direct attacks wouldn't work. Their only option was subterfuge, but that was also useless. If they dared to do anything, then she would not only kill them, she was going to eradicate the humans too. In other words, Hela successfully tamed a bunch of pigeons. Well, story time is up. Lead me to 7th heaven, Hela said with a shrug, and Michael could only nod his head. Nobody could directly teleport into the 7th heaven. They had to enter the 7th heaven through Zebel. So, Michael quickly prepared the teleportation circle and gestured to the seraphs to take care of the gathered soldiers. Hela stepped into the teleportation circle, and moments later, both Hela and Michael disappeared in a flash of golden light. Hela arrived in 6th heaven. She quickly looked around, and it slightly resembled Asgard from her home world. Hela had heard that there was an Asgard of this world. She was already planning to visit her alternate home. From what she had heard, Odin didn't seem to have a daughter, and there was a woman named Hel, but that woman was Loki's daughter. Michael led Hela straight towards the entrance of the 7th heaven. He didn't want the woman to interact with Gabriel or any of the non-combatant angels. So, did Azazel contact you to inform you about my arrival? Hela questioned all of a sudden. Michael stiffened for a second, and that was all Hela needed to know her answer. I don't. Michael began to say, but Hela interrupted him with her laugh. You don't need to lie. Not that you could lie in front of someone like me, Hela said, and Michael decided to remain silent. He had no idea what type of fate was awaiting for Azazel, but he internally prayed for his brother's well-being. The duo finally arrived in 7th heaven. In the center of the room, Hela saw a huge contraption. The thing resembled the contraption she used to download movies. This one was just bigger. Now, hand me the god's key, Hela commanded, and Michael frowned. How do you know about that? Michael questioned, and once again Hela started to laugh. A woman had her secrets. Now hand over the key before I get everyone else, Hela said with a serious look on her face. Michael gritted his teeth, and he took out a golden hilt of a sword from his robe. Hela grabbed the key, and it started to lose its golden color and turn green. Michael clenched his fists tightly, but soon the key started to activate, shocking Michael to his core. He knew that the key was needed to properly control the system, but he could never activate the key. Michael stared in awe as the woman inserted the key into the system, and slowly the system also started to lose its golden color. Only after a few seconds, the whole system turned green, and moments later, the whole room was green. Hela looked around and started to cackle. This is brilliant! Hela exclaimed loudly as she plopped down into the green seat. Michael could only stare in complete horror from the side. Rio spent a lot of time observing various people who had the power of creation with his omnipresence. He finally understood the theory behind it, but he was yet to give it a try. After another 2 hours, he finally decided to give it a try. Let's see if I can do it or not, Rio said, and rubbed his hands together. Moments later, he started to use his reality powers to give himself a power like Momo's. He had seen Momo use the power of creation throughout the years. Momo's power wasn't anywhere strong like the Great Red of Ikajan, but it was the power of creation, even though it was fucking nerfed. After only a few seconds, Rio possessed the power of creation. He tried to create something, but unfortunately for him, anything he created disintegrated into purple mist. Maybe my power of destruction, Rio thought as she started to rub his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't achieve it. Then he decided to use his reality powers along with the power of creation. But once again, it didn't bore him any results. It was clear that Rio was getting frustrated. Maybe the power of destruction is never meant to go along with the power of creation, Rio wondered with a thoughtful look on his face. It might have worked if both the power of destruction and creation were in balance, but the power of creation he possessed was weak as fuck, and didn't have the time nor the patience to raise the strength of his power of creation. So, ultimately he decided to give up. It wasn't his cup of his tea. A/N. I wonder how many readers had thought that he would get the power of creation? Hehe. So, he finally summoned a block of unknown metal using his space powers. The block of metal didn't look anything special, but it had some odd type of radiance. It was nth metal from the DC verse. Rio used metal morphing to create the 10 rings in a matter of seconds. Image here. He decided to use the same design for everyone. The nth metal was something really outrageous if you could bond with metal. Achieving something like that would be a piece of cake for Rio. Then he took the gemstones out from his storage space and used his powers to fix the stones in the rings. He was sure that the girls were going to love it. After that, he was planning to visit the MHA world to visit his parents. He was sure that his mother would be overjoyed with the whole news. Momo, Fleur, and Jean would probably create the lifeline formula in a couple of days. Of course, he would ask if his parents wanted the lifeline formula or not. After all, not everyone wanted immortal lives. Rio would feel bad if his parents rejected the offer, but he would understand and respect their decision. Kyoto, Japan. Cao, we need to be careful. I haven't heard anything happening in the Greek territory. He might be trying to frame us by giving us the weapon, George said in a worried tone. George is a young man with black hair and spectacles. He was dressed in a Japanese school uniform, along with a mage-style robe over his uniform with a feathered cape. George was a cautious guy and somewhat of a coward. Image here. George is the descendant of Johann George Faust, the man who made a pact with the legendary devil, Mephistopheles. He is also the possessor of the Longinu's sacred gear, Dimension Lost. Even though he was a coward, he is extremely loyal to Cao. You worry too much, George. Do you think I don't know that? That is why we aren't going to use that weapon. As long as we won't use the weapon, no one would know Cao said with a grin. George nodded his head understanding. Cao is a handsome young man with short black hair and blue eyes. He wears a combination of a Japanese school uniform along with ancient Chinese attire. Cao is a charismatic and manipulative person, as he was able to convince many sacred gear users to join the hero faction. Image here. He believes that it is his responsibility as a descendant of a hero to destroy beings like devils, fallen angels, and dragons which he believes are threats to human beings. Cao is the descendant of Cao from the Three Kingdoms era and the leader of the Chaos Brigade's hero faction. He possesses the first and ultimate Longinus sacred gear, the true Longinus. Moments later, an unnamed Grim Reaper appeared with a case in her hand. The Grim Reaper didn't even bother to greet or say anything to the duo. She practically shoved the case in their hands and teleported away. Both Cao and George were slightly dumbfounded with the attitude. Wow, Hades does know how to choose his subordinates, Cao said in a dry tone. Cao, I feel something is wrong, George said in a worried tone and started to look around frantically. Cao released an over-exaggerated sigh. He could never understand why George was such a pussy. Nothing is wrong, George, you are simply jumping on shadows. Let's go back, we already have what we came for, Cao said and decided to return to their base. Moments later, both Cao and George were engulfed inside purple mist and moments later, both of them were gone. Comic-Con. I didn't know so many people came to places like these, Rumi said dryly as the whole building was packed. Well, at least you could walk around without bothering to hide your ears and tail, Dora pointed out while eating cotton candy. There is no way I am gonna do that. I don't want everyone perving on my ears and tail, Rumi deadpanned and Dora simply shrugged. Hey, guys. I am back. Ororo called out as she approached with 3 buckets filled with popcorn. Rumi grabbed a bucket but Dora started to fumble as she still had cotton candy in her hands. At least this place is boring or anything, Rumi pointed out and started to munch popcorn. And the popcorn is good too, Rumi added and she continued to eat. After their small snack break was over, they decided to resume their trip. It wasn't like Rumi and Ororo weren't having fun, but unlike Dora, they knew how to act like adults. Dora could also act like an adult, but anytime she tried that, she ended up fumbling or tumbling. And according to Dora, acting like an adult was completely overrated. They finally reached the 3rd floor and the whole floor was filled with various types of cosplayers. Most were dressed like magical girls. Most of them were doing photo shoots. A huge crowd was gathered in front of a petite girl dressed in a magical girl costume. The girl was happily doing poses for the crowd with a huge grin on her face. All of a sudden she frowned and her eyes focused on a group of 3 women. She could sense the immense amount of power of them. She could also sense 2 types of divinity from them. N/O/Vel/B/C/in.C//OM. It was very subtle but the girl easily noticed it, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that she didn't recognize any of them. That will be all, the girl said in an apologetic tone while doing a pose. The crowd gathered around her released a disappointed sigh but they still decided to respect the girl's wishes and slowly started to leave. The girl practically flew towards the group of 3 women and she finally arrived in front of them. Magical girl, do you want cotton candy? The girl with the outrageous hairstyle offered like it was the most obvious thing to do. What do you want, devil? Rumi asked without bothering to waste any more time. Who are you 3? The magical girl asked in a polite tone. She didn't forget what happened a few months ago. She didn't want to offend some other outrageous entity, but her cute sister was residing in this town. Even if she couldn't do shit, she would at least inform Lady Hela. Oh, I am Tonks, can I take a selfie with you? Dora said in a cheerful tone and pulled out her phone. Yeah sure. The magical girl exclaimed in a cheerful tone, but then she remembered why she was questioning them. No, don't change the topic, the magical girl said and Dora blinked in confusion. Well, she is Rumi and this is Ororo. Let's take a selfie now, Dora gushed out excitedly, once again destroying any chance of having a serious conversation. Rumi and Ororo practically rolled their eyes. Dora, she doesn't want to take a selfie, Ororo pointed out. Listen, devil. I don't know who you are, but just tell Hela our names and she will tell you who we are, Rumi said and released a sigh. The magical girl's eyes grew wide in surprise. You know Lady Hela? The magical girl asked in a confused tone. Of course, we live in the same house. Rumi pointed out and started to walk away. Dora walked away while waving at the magical girl. Wait, can I accompany you 3? The magical girl asked and Dora immediately nodded her head. Oh sure, the more the merrier, Dora chirped in an excited tone. The magical girl easily caught up with the 3 women. Hello, my name is Sirafal Leviathan. Nice to meet you all, the magical girl introduced herself with a cheerful smile on her face. Sona Satrai couldn't stop herself from rubbing her shoulders, her whole body was aching. It has been a few days since Sona Satrai had reached a particularly scary conclusion. Yachiru Anohina is a sadistic bitch. Usually, Sona Satrai would never curse a woman, but Yachiru Anohina wasn't a normal woman. The woman was a demon from the pits of hell who was masquerading as a kind of gentle healer. Sona's whole peerage was suffering under Yachiru Anohina's tender care. To be honest, Sona was expecting that the training was going to be painful, but she never expected this. Sona was pretty sure that she along with her peerage members were going to change a lot after they finished their training, if they survived, of course. But she couldn't complain, as everyone could already notice drastic improvements. All of a sudden a knock was heard. Sona had no idea who it could be, but she sent the person away, whoever it was. Enter, Sona said, and her back straightened. She couldn't show weakness in front of a guest. The door clicked open and a crimson-haired man dressed like a delinquent entered the room. Sona's eyebrows rose up in shock and surprise. She didn't know who this man was, but he must be related to the supernatural world, or there was no other way the man could enter their school. Image here. Who are you? Sona asked in a careful tone. She didn't want to disrespect some unknown strong god. Under the table she was already preparing a teleportation circle. She needed to get out of here if the man didn't have any good intentions. Sona had learned a lot in the past week. Drag why gotch? The man answered in a disinterested tone and plopped into the couch. For a moment, Sona Satrai couldn't recognize the name, but she finally remembered the name and her eyes grew wide in shock and surprise. I am surprised. I didn't expect one of the heavenly dragons to visit me, Sona said in a respectful tone. She couldn't believe that a legendary being was currently sitting on her couch. Well, I was sent on an errand, but I looked around and got bored. So, I decided to bunk here for the time being, Drake said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Sona frowned. Errand? And I don't want to seem rude, but why did you decide to bunk here? Sona asked softly. The dragon currently masquerading as a human was kind of saying outrageous things but decided to ignore them for now. There is a group called Hexanacht or something like that. They are planning to attack you. My lord sent me to take care of them, but he didn't give me their location. I looked around but didn't find them, so I thought that they would eventually pop up. So, I decided to stick around, Drake said in a disinterested tone and shrugged. Sona's brain reeled after hearing all the information. It was way too much for information even for her brain to process. Too much important information was dished out in quick succession. You are saying that a group called Hexanacht is planning to attack my peerage? Sona asked and Drake simply nodded his head and finally picked a magazine up from the table. Okay, Hexanacht translates into Witch's Night. So, witches are planning to attack my peerage, but why? Sona questioned and a thoughtful look appeared on Drake's face. To be honest, I don't know. It might have to do something with your sister, I guess, Drake thought out loud. Drake did seem to have a point. Her sister was someone high profile and she was a former Devil King's. Well, it wasn't a well-known fact, but the group of witches might have thought that her sister was still in charge. I will ask my queen to prepare a room for you. Is there anything specific you want? Sona asked. She couldn't send away the man. After all, he was here to protect her. That would have been rude. Yes, they did have Yachiru Anohina, but the woman wasn't around them 24/7. She didn't want to get ambushed in the worst possible situation. Realm of the Dead. How can you make that decision on your own? It wasn't your place to make that call. NYX fumed while glaring at Hades. I was the one who stole the weapon. None of you were involved, so I don't think any of you should have a say in this, Hades said in a dismissive tone. Fine, but you should have still discussed it with us. After all, we are part of an alliance, Angramanio griped while glaring at the man. Skeleton. Some alliance it is, Hades scoffed in a disdainful manner. What is that supposed to mean, Hades? Erebus asked in a dangerous tone. Exactly what I meant. The destroyer has erased the fates. Someone among you has leaked information. Hades said while glaring back at the back. All the gods belonging to the Greek pantheon reeled back in shock and surprise. What did you say? Fates were erased? How? Tartarus asked in a shocked tone. He tried to control his voice, but his voice was clearly shaking. I can show all of you how I did that if you want. An unknown voice was heard from the side and the whole group jumped back, and at the same time, all of them launched several types of attacks towards the black-haired man who seemed to appear out of the blue. The man simply waved his hand and erased all the attacks into thin air. A mocking grin appeared on the man's face. All of you aren't good at hosting a guest. I think I am offended, the man said with a grin. Who the hell are you? Angramanio asked with a sneer on his face. Itsuki Ryo, or better known as the Destroyer, not at your service. Of course, the man introduced himself as he raised his hand. The whole group flinched back. Now that you have finally handed over the weapon, I can finally deal with all of you, Ryo said in an amused tone. We don't know what you are talking about, but maybe we could discuss something. I am sure you are up for a chat, NYX asked in an enticing tone. Ryo almost rolled his eyes. That was a pathetic attempt. If you try something better, then I might give you an easy death. Just for your pathetic attempt I want to torture you to death, Ryo pointed out dryly, shocking NYX. She didn't expect the man would react like this. You bastard! Erebus exclaimed and attacked Ryo after he saw his sister being insulted. He was extremely loyal to his sister. Once again the attack simply disappeared into thin air. Before Erebus could even fathom what happened, he appeared in front of Ryo. Ryo pulled his fist back and punched the man so hard that he pulverized the man's upper torso. He could have easily killed all of them with a simple wave of his hand, but he wanted to make it painful for them. These gods were planning to attack his lovers. None of these gods were going to survive, but he was going to make it painful, very painful. Brother! NYX screamed in rage, but before Ryo didn't give her a chance to do anything. Crucio, Ryo said in a soft tone, and NYX dropped to her knees while screaming at the top of her lungs. She had never felt so much pain. Ryo's gaze focused on the skeleton and finally lifted the curse. Fine. I will give all of you a chance. If you can draw my blood, then I will let all of you go, Ryo said with a serious look on his face. NYX's face was marred with tears. She was still feeling that her skin was on fire. How did you find out about us? Hades asked. He had tried teleporting away, but he simply couldn't. So, he wanted to buy himself some time by calling his brother and his army of Grim Reapers. He had already contacted his brother. Well, it is hard to hide anything when your enemy is omnipresent, Rio said with a shrug. And if you are wondering why I allowed you to hand over the weapon to humans, then the answer is very simple. I simply wanted to make them feel confident. All of them will be eradicated without exception as soon as they attack, Rio said in a mocking tone. Oh, and I really hope Indra interferes. I will kill him too, Rio added with a grin. Right now, he didn't have anything against Indra, but if the said god decided to interfere then he shouldn't blame anyone if he gets killed in the process. Hades looked towards Angramenio and Tartarus, only the two of them were in fighting condition. Both Erebus and Nyx were still alive. Well, Erebus was only alive because of his divinity, but both Erebus and Nyx were out of combat. Hades had thought that Angramenio was the one who had betrayed them, but now that they knew the real reason, Hades could only feel regretful. Are you done buying time? You five will die, no exception, and if anyone else dares to interfere, then they will die too, Rio said in a cold tone as hundreds of teleportation circles appeared around them. Zeus was the first one to arrive, Poseidon was the next one to arrive. Wow, gods are really fast when someone from their family is in danger, but they don't seem to answer prayers. This is blasphemy? Unfortunately, I didn't bring holy music with me. Slowly the other gods from the Greek pantheon started to appear out of the teleportation circles. Most of them weren't important gods, but I was surprised everyone from their pantheon arrived to stop me. That's some familial love. Zeus, have you come to interfere or watch the demise of your brother? I asked, and but once again, I was interrupted when thousands of teleportation circles appeared around us and Grim Reapers started to arrive. I turned towards Hades and he seemed to be slightly happy. You are the destroyer, right? Poseidon asked, and I simply nodded my head. Why are you attacking our pantheon? It was Hera who asked me the next question. Why don't you ask Hades and his group why I am attacking him? I said with a shrug. Everyone's attention turned towards Hades. He is lying. I haven't done anything. Hades defended himself furiously. I don't care if you believe me or not, the result at the end of the day will be the same. The question is if anyone from the Greek pantheon is going to survive to see tomorrow's sun or not, I asked. I was never a fan of the Greek pantheon. Please tell us what he has done, I will punish him. Zeus exclaimed as he stepped forward, and I simply snorted. Yay, like that is going to fly. I am going to kill him and his butt buddies. Now if you decide to interfere then I will kill all of you, I said in a firm tone. A conflicted look appeared on Zeus's face. Brother, what are you thinking? All of us together can defeat him. We could do something. Not even our father could think of achieving, Hades screamed, but Zeus didn't seem to react. Though Hera's lips thinned as he turned towards her husband with a pleading look on in her eyes. Reapers? Attack him. Hades screamed, and honestly, I felt insulted. Hakai, I said, and thousands of Grim Reapers turned into dust, shocking everyone. The gods simply gaped at my power. I have given you enough time. Make a choice right now, I said as I started to radiate my raw power. Brother, we can't fight, Poseidon said, and Zeus finally nodded his head. Zeus turned towards me and gave me a defeated look. You are free to do whatever with him and the others, but please allow the rest of our pantheon to live, Zeus requested, and even though he wasn't begging, I decided to let him go. Fine, but I am going to keep your weapon. I can't believe you lost your own weapon. Do you forget your dick too? I asked, trying to get a rise out of him. For a moment, a look of rage flashed on his face, but moments later, he got back his bearings. He simply gave a stiff nod and signaled everyone. I knew you were a coward, brother. Hades screamed loudly, but Zeus didn't even bother to give him a reply and teleported away. Hera simply gave Hades a last glance and she also teleported away. Now, do you have any other tricks? Or is there anything else you want to try? I asked in a mocking tone, and I could hear Hades grinding his teeth in anger. I was slightly surprised that he still had teeth in his mouth after grinding his teeth so hard. Listen, we can make a deal. Angramenio said to say, but he flinched when a hole formed right in the middle of his chest. Moments later, he dropped to the ground and slowly disintegrated into nothingness. Erebus finally started to regain consciousness. I stomped on his head and splattered his brains everywhere. You are a monster. You come to our world and completely ignore all of our relationships and bonds and forcefully get everything, Nyx screamed with a lot of difficulties. You are right. I am a monster. I completely agree with it, but I would have ignored all of you completely if you weren't planning to attack my lovers, I said as I tried to approach the gods who were still alive. I know I am being hypocritical, but tell me, if you were in my place, wouldn't all of you be doing the same? I asked as I finally appeared in front of three. You feared the Longinu's sacred users, while you hated the devils and fallen angels, while you wanted to control the dragons. I continued my rant. I am killing all of you because you dared to target my family. Don't blame me, blame your past selves. I said and destroyed Tartarus. I will not die here. Hades screamed and attacked with his death power. His death power wasn't anywhere Hela, so he couldn't even dream of hurting me, and that is what happened. He couldn't even scratch me. I simply tanked all of his attacks. Did you get him? Nyx asked Hades in a hopeful tone. No. I think he missed a spot, I said, and I finally cleared the dust with a wave of my hand. I could see resignation appear in Nyx's eyes. You can go and meet your brother, wherever he is, I said, and erased Nyx too. Then my gaze landed on the last god inside the room. Do you want to give it another go? I asked, and Hades gave me a neutral look. I was simply trying to correct this world. You will also get your destroyer, Hades said in a disdainful tone, and I finally erased him. His last words were pretty ominous, but that is why I was training every day. I don't know what sort of enemies I am going to fight, but I am going to give it my all. I have more than one reason to survive and win. Even if I didn't have a reason, I would have still given it my all. I think I will ask Hela to take control of this place. Some Grim Reapers are still alive, maybe appoint them to watch over the realm of the dead. With that, I finally decided to return home. Comic-Con. Leviathan, did you have fun? Dora asked in an excited tone, and Seraphal nodded her head like a little girl. She did have a lot of fun. By the way, why is your last name Leviathan? Ororo questioned curiously. The group of was finally leaving the Comic-Con. It is a simple title. It originated from the original Satan Leviathan. There was a Leviathan family too, but I think all of them are dead. But I don't know for sure, Seraphal explained in a saddened tone. Odd. I thought you would want to kill all of them, Rumi said, and Seraphal shook her head. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I never wanted to do that, but there was no other way to stop the war. The members of the original Satan families wanted to continue the war, but we simply couldn't afford continuing the war. Seraphal continued explanation in a saddened tone. You know, we devils have very low fertility. So, we couldn't repopulate our numbers that easily. We were struggling about future, so a war among broke out, Seraphal explained. Oh, you poor girl. Dora exclaimed and glumped the shorter girl in a tight hug. You have been through so much. Don't worry, Auntie Dora will take care of you, Dora said, and continued hugging the former Devil King. Rumi and Ororo practically rolled their eyes. She is way older than you. You know that, right? Rumi reminded Dora, and Dora simply snorted. Ignore the minor details. Let's go and have a drink. Dora cheered and Rumi and Ororo simply shrugged. A drink would be really nice right now. They wouldn't outright admit it, but they did have a lot of fun. I am sorry, Dora, I can't. I need to greet my sister, Seraphal said, and Dora started to pout. Seraphal felt that the pout was criminally cute. You can meet her tomorrow. Please, please, Dora said while making puppy dog eyes. What Seraphal didn't know was that Dora was making herself look more cute by using her powers. Seraphal tried to look away and ignore the puppy dog eyes, but Dora's puppy dog eyes finally got the magical girl Leviathan. Like previously, Ororo decided to drive the car while Seraphal decided to ride shotgun, as she had never been a car. The next day, when Seraphal woke up in a completely unfamiliar room, she raised the sheets and she didn't know what happened, but she was only wearing a pair of panties. After racking her brain, she remembered that this was her own panties. Seraphal kept trying to recall what happened last night, but for the sake of her sake she couldn't remember anything except that they appeared in bar and ordered drinks. After that, everything was a blur, and right now, she did have a killer headache. Seraphal didn't know how long she was sitting in the bed contemplating her choices in life, but all of a sudden, the door clicked open. Seraphal was brought out of her musings as she got ready to fight for dignity. Or at least, whatever was left if it. Seraphal drastically paled when she recognized the person who entered her room. She would never fail to recognize those glowing green eyes and the sinister grin on the person's face. My, you are finally up. Pretty wild night, right? Hela asked with an amused grin on her face. Seraphal swore inside her mind, but she also vowed that she was never going to have another drinks night with Dora, Rumi, and Ororo. Seraphal swore inside her mind, but she also vowed that she was never going to have another drinking night with Dora, Rumi, and Ororo again. Hela didn't bother to enter the room, but Seraphal could feel her death approaching. I am dead. I am so dead. Seraphal continued to swear inside her mind. Lady Hela, the weather is really good, isn't it? Seraphal stuttered out. Silence ensued, and once again, Seraphal cursed inside her mind. That was the stupidest thing she could have asked the woman. Get dressed quickly and join us downstairs. We are about to start breakfast. Hela sniffed with a haughty look on her face and walked away. Seraphal released a huge sigh. She wasn't dead. Even though the headache was killing her, she decided to follow Lady Hela's order. No need to give the psychotic woman even more incentive to kill her. Seraphal wasn't bothered by her nakedness and dashed into the washroom. All of her memories regarding last night were kind of fuzzy. She had no idea how someone like her got so drunk. She used to be a former devil king, for Satan's sake. Seraphal quickly turned on the shower. She was invited for breakfast, and she didn't want to join the others while smelling like an old drunken man. Seraphal would have liked to take an even longer bath, but she didn't want to keep the others waiting, so she was done in only 15 minutes. She used magic to dry herself. Only after that did she remember that she didn't have any clothes, except for a pair of panties. Fortunately, she was a devil. With a snap of her fingers, clothes started to form on her body. Seraphal decided to go with business clothes. I don't think Lady Hela would appreciate me if I went down dressed like a magical girl, Seraphal thought dryly as she finally walked out of the room. Seraphal noticed that the mansion was big enough to be easily compared with the mansions devils like to live in while they are in the human world. Seraphal finally found the stairs and she immediately heard several feminine voices. She quickly climbed down the stairs and then she slowly made her way towards where the voices were coming from. Seraphal finally entered the kitchen and she was slightly taken aback by the beautiful women sitting around the table. Finally, her eyes landed on the only male in the room. She recognized the man in an instant. Itsuki Ryo, or the man usually known as the Destroyer, was sitting on the family head position of the table. Everyone noticed Seraphal's arrival and all of a sudden, the said woman felt really nervous. Seraphal Leviathan, I am glad that you could join us. Why don't you take a seat? Rio offered in a polite tone and Seraphal nervously pulled a seat at the end of the table and sat down. Seraphal had noticed that Hela was sitting on the other side of the table, that is why she selected this spot, and she also wanted to keep her distance from Dora, Rumi, and Ororo, who were also sitting on the other side of the table. She didn't hate them or anything, but she thought that maintaining her distance from the three of them would be good for her health. After only a moment, Seraphal was taken aback when food started to appear on the table out of thin air. She didn't even consider it to be magic as there were no magical circles. Then she remembered that the destroyer could also control space. So, it must be his doing. How are you feeling, Seraphal-san? Seraphal perked up when she heard a question directed towards her. Her gaze found a polite-looking woman with shiny and spiky black hair. I am good, but I do have a really bad headache, Seraphal said in a sheepish tone and started to chuckle nervously. Let me get a hangover potion for you, Momo said in a polite tone. Rafari, she called out, and the next moment, a house elf appeared beside her. Can you bring a hangover potion for our guest? Momo requested in a polite tone, and the house elf popped away after giving a respectful bow. The hell was that? Seraphal screamed inside her mind, but she didn't dare to voice out a question as she noticed Hela's gaze fixed on her. After a second, a vial filled with some sort of liquid appeared in front of Seraphal. That will take care of your headache, but I would like to warn you. That thing is going to taste pretty bad, Momo warned with a small smile on her face. Thank you. Seraphal still gave the black-haired woman a grateful nod and chugged down the contents of the vial in one go. She felt like throwing up, but she felt that her headache was also going away, so it was fine. The rest of the breakfast passed in complete silence. Seraphal kept looking around as she was slightly curious about everyone sitting at the table. She wanted to talk with Yachiru Anohana, but she knew that the place wasn't right for a conversation like that. Seraphal was also quite surprised to see a nine-tailed fox among the women. Seraphal was acquainted with Yasaka and they were on pretty good terms even though they couldn't be called friends. She easily noticed that this woman was much stronger than Yasaka. Seraphal's gaze finally landed on an odd-looking woman who was staring at her. The woman had a dazed look on her face. Seraphal slightly shifted in her seat, as she felt quite uncomfortable. After a few seconds, the woman finally looked away and for whatever reason, Seraphal released a relieved sigh. Seraphal, you would be accompanying me, Hela said as she finally finished her food. Seraphal felt her stomach sink, but there was no way that could she deny the order. Of course, milady, Seraphal said with a small nod of her head. She was already done with the food. She didn't eat much as she wasn't hungry. After a few minutes, Hela finally teleported away with Graphia and Seraphal. Everyone else looked at each other for a few moments and burst out laughing. I can't believe we pranked her so badly, Momo said in a disbelieving tone. At least it wasn't anything harmful. We didn't even have to do anything. We simply had to act all serious, Fleur added, and Luna started to giggle like a little girl. That was a nice touch, Luna. For a moment I thought that she was going to have a stroke, Rio said in an amused tone, and Luna continued to giggle. Do you think she remembers what she did last night? Ororo asked, and Rio started to rub his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. I don't think so, or she wouldn't have been able to sit with us due to her embarrassment, Rio said, and Dora along with Rumi started to snicker. Oh, Dora, you are grounded for a month, Rio added with a serious look on his face, and Dora gasped in horror. I am sorry. Dora whined, but Rio simply gave her a blank look. A month isn't that long, Momo added, and everyone immediately agreed with her. Dora started to sulk and draw circles on the table. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Though I pity Seraphal, she probably thought that Hela was going to kill her, Nemuri said in a somewhat amused tone. Yeah, she did. Anyways, we should introduce ourselves the next time she comes here, Jean said with a smile, and once again everyone including Anohana seemed to agree with her. I just hope that she is sober next time, Nat said in a dry tone. Though, I shouldn't blame her, Nat added and glared at Dora, who had the decency to blush. Anyways, she is quite nice, Momo said with a smile. Oh, yes, she is very nice. I will be getting her a magical girl figurine. I am sure that she would love that, Luna said with an innocent smile on her face. Indeed, Rio added with a serious look on his face. Yachiru, you are training her sister, right? All of a sudden Fleur asked, and the side woman nodded her head. Why don't we invite both sisters for dinner sometime? Fleur suggested, and after thinking for a few seconds, Rio agreed with Fleur's suggestion. After that, everyone got up from the table as they were done with their food. Dora was still sulking as she was grounded, but she seemed to brighten up when she remembered that she could still play games on the console throughout the day. The others also had a busy day in front of them. Nemuri had decided to visit her friend Yasaka, while Momo, Fleur, and Jean were going to be busy with the lifeline formula. Nat was going to pay a visit to the Marvel world, and Luna was going to spend some time with her cute pets. Rumi and Aurora were going to train like usual, and Rio was going to train on his own. Even though he wasn't able to master the power of creation, he knew that he still needed to keep training. They needed to win the war for his family. Right now, he was the strongest god in the Omniverse, so the weight of his responsibilities was also the heaviest. I can't believe that I am in heaven right now. Seraphal gasped in surprise as she along with Hela and Graphia finally arrived in 7th heaven. You are not the only one, Graphia said in a dry tone. Yes, she had been in heaven before, but that wasn't the holy area of heaven. This used to be the holiest place in heaven. Until Hela took over the place, devils would have been vaporized if they entered this place, but now, both Graphia and Seraphal felt somewhat comfortable here. Graphia is a dutiful maid, it would have defeated the purpose if she couldn't follow me around anymore, Hela pointed out like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Seraphal, I have a job for you. All of a sudden, Hela's gaze focused on Seraphal and the former Devil King slightly gulped in fear. You don't need to be scared, it won't be anything harmful, Hela said sweetly, and for whatever reason, Hela's words made Seraphal feel even more nervous. Of course, Lady Hela, Seraphal said in a nervous tone. I want you to arrange and oversee the upcoming raiding games for the young generation of devils, Hela said, and for a second, Seraphal didn't know how to react after hearing Hela's words. Even Graphia's eyes grew wide in surprise. I trust that you won't be revealing anything to your sister, would you? Hela questioned, and Seraphal immediately shook her head in denial, even though she really wanted to reveal everything to her sister. I could always slip up some minor details, Seraphal cheered inside her mind. Good, Diehauser Belial would be also helping you, Hela said and snapped her fingers. A small file appeared in Hela's hand, and she handed the file to Seraphal. The former Devil King respectfully accepted the file, though she started to wonder why Hela recommended someone like Diehauser Belial. As far as she knew, Diehauser Belial wasn't acquainted with Hela on a personal level. By the way, I haven't decided on the rewards. You can start arranging the rest. You can also ask for Adjuka's help with the arenas, Hela added with a thoughtful look on her face. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Now, shoo. I need to work, Hela shooed away Seraphal. The former Devil King respectfully bowed her head and teleported away without wasting any time. She was so glad that she was still alive and all of her limbs were still attached to her body. Lady Hela, are you sure that she isn't going to reveal anything to her sister? Graphia asked, and Hela simply smirked. Oh, I know for sure that she is going to reveal a lot of things to her sister, but I kind of like Sona Satrai. She has a good head on her shoulders, Hela said, and Graphia nodded her head in understanding. Graphia knew that Hela had taken a bit of liking to Sona Satrai, and it wasn't uncommon for the people in high places to help someone they like. Graphia honestly couldn't bring herself to care about something like this. Nurturing Sona Satrai will be good for the underworld in the future, Hela said, and all of a sudden, something clicked inside Graphia's mind. Is that why Anohina-san is training Sona Satrai and her peerage? Graphia questioned, and Hela simply shrugged. I don't know what you are talking about, Hela said with a teasing grin on her face, and Graphia already had the answer to her question. Now, Graphia, be a dear and summon Azazel. I need his expertise regarding some matters, Hela said in a cryptic tone, and Graphia didn't bother to stop herself from rolling her eyes. Nox, Q-off forest. Careful. We don't want to mess it up at this stage, do we? Momo said, and Jean simply grunted as she continued to use her telekinesis to pour some sort of liquid from a vial into another vial. Momo, you don't need to remind her. She is the most dexterous among us, Fleur reminded Momo, but Momo didn't bother to answer as she was busy keeping an eye on Jean. Jean was almost done, and neither Momo nor Fleur wanted to miss this historical moment. They were finally about to recreate the lifeline formula. Jean finally finished mixing the liquids. Slowly the liquid became gold. I am not gonna lie, but I was expecting something more impressive, Jean said with a confused look on her face as she slightly tilted her head. Well, according to the translations it was supposed to be gold, and we have a golden liquid, Momo said as she kept staring at the unimpressive golden liquid sitting in front of them. So, how do we know if this works or not? Jean questioned as she poked the vial with her hand. That's easy, Fleur said, and grabbed the vial and took a small sip from the vial before either Momo or Jean could protest. God damn it! How many times have I told you not to drink experimental liquid? Momo questioned dangerously while glaring at Fleur. The said woman simply shrugged. I have lost count, Fleur said in a dry tone as she gave the vial filled with the golden liquid in her hand another look. Well, she hasn't exploded or started to choke on her own blood, so that liquid is either a failure or it doesn't work on phoenixes, Jean pointed out while nodding her head like a sage. It might be too soon to make any statements, Momo said, and Fleur started to glow. Momo immediately turned towards Jean and gave her a smug look. Jean simply rolled her eyes and pulled up her tab. At least the liquid is not a failure, Jean said dryly, and Fleur started to be surrounded by orange flames, but from the looks of it, Fleur wasn't feeling any sort of pain. As soon as Fleur started to spew out flames, both Momo and Jean took a step back as neither of them wanted to mess up their clothes. Fleur simply rolled her delicate eyes when she saw their reaction. I am not feeling any sort of pain or any sort of uncomfort, though I could feel my power rising, Fleur said, going into her scientist mode. Jean shrugged and started to take readings of Fleur's power level and found them rising drastically. She might explode at this rate, Jean said, and Momo shrugged. I am sure she can handle this much power, and if she explodes, we can always try again, Momo said with a straight face. Wow, I am truly moved. I can feel both of your love, Fleur said with a blank look on her face, and her power kept rising without any signs of stopping. Don't worry, Fleur, I will help you clean the lab if you explode, Jean said and started to snicker. If the two of you are done laughing, then please take a look at the floor. It is melting, Fleur pointed out, and she wasn't lying. Her flames were becoming so hot that everything around her was starting to melt, including the floor. Momo and Jean were way too engrossed with readings, so they only noticed the melting problem after Fleur mentioned it. Momo immediately disappeared using flash step, and moments later, the room started to open. Fleur immediately understood what she needed to do. 2 wings made of flames appeared behind her back and she started to rise in the air. Moments later, Momo reappeared using flash step. I think I am going to attract too much attention. I am teleporting to the moon, Fleur said, and disappeared using flash step. Neither Momo nor Jean was bothered by space, so the 2 of them also disappeared using flash step. Fleur appeared on the surface of the moon and moments later, both Momo and Jean appeared at some distance. Now, Fleur's flames were insanely hot, causing the surface of the moon to start melting. Fleur's flames could have reached this temperature without any effort, but she wasn't the one responsible for the flames. The lifeline formula was responsible for the creation of the flames as the liquid was increasing her power. Fleur, how are you feeling? Momo asked in a slightly worried tone. I am still fine. I don't feel any sort of uncomfort, Fleur said, and her flames kept increasing. Moments later, the flames finally started to recede. Jean took a look at Fleur's power level and found that her power level was off the charts. How are you feeling? Jean asked, and Fleur kept looking at herself. Right now, Fleur didn't have anything covering her body as all of her clothes had melted away after she arrived on the moon. Strong? Right now, I am insanely strong, and that is making me feel kind of nervous. I honestly don't know how to control so much power, Fleur said nervously, and with a wave of her hand, she conjured herself some nice clothes. According to the translations, you are going to lose your power boost, so I don't think you have anything to worry about, Jean said as both Momo and Jean appeared beside Fleur using flash step. At least, the lifeline formula is working, so that is a plus, Fleur said with a grin as she pulled both Momo and Jean into her arms for a group hug. Leviathan finally finished reading through the file, and to be honest, she was kind of overwhelmed with everything she read in that file. Didn't know what to think of it. Found out the tournament is going to play a huge role for the future of the young generation devils. It wouldn't matter for the losers, but for the winners, it could change their lives. Hela was even planning to include fallen angels, and angels, though Sirafal had no idea how that was going to work, as fallen angels and angels are going to have a huge advantage over the devils due to the light weapons. Though Sirafal couldn't deny that fighting against fallen angels and angels is going to be a whole new experience for the young generation of the devils. Most devil clan heirs had close to zero experience against light weapons. That was also why Sirafal was so worried. Her cute little sister would have to fight such opponents in the tournament. To be honest, she wanted to forbid her sister from participating, but she knew that wouldn't work. It was compulsory for all the devil clan heirs to participate in the upcoming raiding games tournament. Sirafal couldn't blame Hela, as the woman was doing this to stabilize the future of the underworld. Now, how am I supposed to pass on this information to my cute sister? Sirafal asked herself as she finally entered her sister's mansion. Sirafal knew that her sister was being trained by Yachiru Anohina. To be honest, Sirafal wanted to protest, but at the same time she knew that training under that woman would really help her sister and her sister's peerage, especially with the upcoming tournament. Sirafal maneuvered through the whole house and she finally arrived in the training area. As soon as she arrived in the training area, her face lost all color as her eyes landed on her sister and her sister's peerage. Why is my cute little sister kicking that huge boulder? Sirafal questioned hysterically inside her mind. This is bad. I need to save my sister from this cruelty, Sirafal screamed inside her mind. Leviathan-san, what a pleasant surprise! Sirafal heard a sweet and polite voice from behind her. Sirafal slowly turned around only to find Yachiru Anohina standing behind her with a sweet smile on her face. Sirafal's whole being shivered in fear. Even though Yachiru Anohina's voice was sweet and polite, Sirafal couldn't help but feel fear, and it was the same case with the woman's smile. Sirafal couldn't help but compare Anohina's smile with the smile of the god of the Bible. I think the training will do a lot of good for my sister, Sirafal decided inside her mind. Yeah, I was in the city as you know, so I decided to drop by, Sirafal said and started to chuckle. Oni-san, what are you doing here? Sona and the others finally noticed Sirafal's arrival and they stopped their training, but all of them suddenly froze in their tracks as they remembered that they were still training. Yachiru tilted her head. She had her usual kind smile on her face. All of you can take a small break, Yachiru said, and everyone except Sirafal released a relieved sigh. They have been training since early morning without any break. Sirafal did notice the small hesitation in her sister's eyes until Yachiru allowed them to have a small break, but she decided not to make any comments regarding that. No matter what, Yachiru Anohina was their teacher, so it wasn't odd that they were waiting for their teacher's permission. Sirafal didn't bother about anything else and glumped on to her approaching sister. Sotan, I missed you so much. Sirafal exclaimed loudly as she hugged her sister tightly. Sirafal immediately felt some physical changes within her sister. Like Sona's muscles were much more defined and she felt slightly heavier and more developed than before. Oni-san. Sona exclaimed as her face lit up like a Christmas tree. Right now, Sona felt really embarrassed. Though, it wasn't anything new for her peerage except for Genshiro Saji. Everyone else in her peerage was quite familiar with this scene. Come on, Sotan. I am hurt. Aren't you excited to see me? Sirafal asked with a sullen look on her face and started to sniff. Sona immediately panicked and hugged back her sister. I have missed you too, Sona practically whispered while looking away from Sirafal, but her older sister clearly understood her words and a cheerful and excited smile appeared on Sirafal's face as she embraced her sister even more tightly. It is nice to see you again, Sirafal-sama. How have you been? Sabeki Shinra finally approached the Sakurai sisters and greeted them. She was Sona Sakurai's queen, so it was necessary for her to greet her king's elder sister. Sirafal immediately looked at her sister's queen and once again, Sirafal instantly noticed a lot of changes in her. According to Sirafal, Sabeki's posture has improved a lot since the last time she had seen her. While Sabeki Shinra was greeting Sirafal, the other members of Sona's peerage had decided to sit down and take a break. They didn't know how long the break was supposed to last, but they wanted to fully enjoy the break. Yachiru Anohana kept watching the whole scene from the sidelines. Yachiru decided to leave for now as she had given the whole group a small break. Sona and her peerage had been working really hard, they have earned themselves some slack. Right now, something else was going through Yachiru Anohana's mind, so she decided to go for a small walk yesterday. Ardat had paid her a visit. Flashback. Yachiru was inside her room, reminiscing about her date with Rio. Due to the recent events, a lot has been going through her mind. All of a sudden, she stiffened, but moments later she relaxed. Ho ho, I am impressed. I was being subtle, but you still noticed me. A feminine voice was heard from the shadows and slowly Ardat revealed herself. I had a good teacher, Yachiru said with a smile, and Ardat giggled. Stop. You are going to make me blush, Ardat said as she pranced around the room. Please have a seat, Yachiru offered politely, and Ardat plopped down on the floor on the opposite side of Yachiru. Would you like some tea? Yachiru asked, and Ardat simply raised her delicate eyebrows in a questioning manner. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Do you always keep tea on hand? Ardat questioned curiously, and Yachiru simply cracked a smile. No, but I always keep the ingredients on me. It would be rude if I don't offer someone tea while having a chat, Yachiru said softly, and Ardat had no idea what sort of fucked up logic was that. Sorry, but I had to deny your offer. You see, I am slightly busy right now, Ardat said, and Yachiru nodded her head in understanding. Well, I decided to drop by to inform you that I am done with all the preparations on my side. We can start the ritual tomorrow, Ardat said, and for a moment, a complicated glint appeared in Yachiru's eyes. Ardat noticed that, but decided not to make any comments regarding that. Can we start the day after tomorrow? Yachiru asked after a few seconds of silence. Ardat tapped her chin. I am fine with the day after tomorrow too, but why not tomorrow? Ardat agreed, but she was still curious about why Yachiru didn't agree with tomorrow. I need to take care of something personal tomorrow, Yachiru said in a cryptic manner, and Ardat simply shrugged as it wasn't a huge deal for her. Ardat slowly stood up and waved at Yachiru. Well, I will be arriving the day after tomorrow, so be ready. Gotta go. I have lots of things to do, people to kill, Ardat said with a grin, and she slowly disappeared into red mist. Yachiru released a sigh and started to stare outside her window. Moments later, a determined look appeared on her face. Flashback end. Tonight, I am going to give myself to Rio-kun, Yachiru thought with a determined look on her face. She had decided to give herself to Rio yesterday. Until now, she wasn't able to gather her courage, but at the same time, she couldn't hold herself back anymore. She also wanted to be one with her Rio-kun. Yesterday, Ardat's arrival simply gave her an excuse. Yachiru Anohana was a traditional woman. She simply couldn't give up all that with a snap of her fingers. Giving herself to Rio would mean that she was also taking him as her husband. That was a big decision for her. After so many years of loneliness, she was finally going to give herself to someone. According to her, it needed to be special. Yachiru hasn't talked with the other women, but she was sure that the others wouldn't mind giving up Rio for one night. Yachiru finally returned to the training area and found that the group looked really relaxed, so she decided to end their small break and resume their training. Yeah, that was a nice nap. I really needed that. I slowly stood up and started to stretch my body. Well, there wasn't anything to stand on, as I was drifting through space, but with all of my powers, standing in space is something very easy. Now, it seems that I have missed the creation of the lifeline formula. It must have been really impressive. Now, before anything else, I need to plan how to propose to the girls. I need to do something special, I suppose. Then, I would need to visit the MHA world to give my parents the good news and see if they would take up immortality or not. I would feel sad if they refused the offer, but I would still respect their decision. I think there is something else going on with how the girls are reacting, but it must be nothing serious. But why is Yachiru lurking inside my room? Oh, I think I finally understand what is going on with everyone. Should I take some flowers? Nah, I think Yachiru brought enough flowers for the both of us. Well, I don't think there is anything I could get her right now, but I would need to get a ring for her tomorrow. Yeah, that would be perfect. With that decided, I teleported right outside my room. I didn't want to appear directly inside my room and scare Yachiru. It looked like she was ready to freak out. I slowly raised my hand and gently knocked on the door. Please enter, I heard Yachiru's sweet voice from the inside. I slowly entered my room and I immediately noticed the decorations around the room. I have noticed them before, but seeing them in person seems to be a lot better. The decorations were what gave away Yachiru's intentions. Yachiru had decorated the whole room with rose petals and incensed candles. The candles might have mild aphrodisiacs mixed in them. It might affect humans, but they were pretty useless for someone like me. My eyes finally found Yachiru. She was sitting in the middle of the room, dressed like a newly married wife. She had a small table filled with various types of food set up in front of her. Right now, Yachiru was looking extremely enticing. She gave me a loving smile with a tilt of her head. Ryo-kun, why don't you freshen up and join me for dinner? Yachiru offered with a loving grin on face and I was immediately smitten. Tonight, she was looking extra sweet. Then, excuse me, Yachiru-chan, I said with a smile and quickly entered the bathroom. I accelerated the time inside the bathroom. I didn't want to keep Yachiru waiting, especially when she seemed to have worked so hard for tonight. I took my time. I didn't want to ruin Yachiru's night. When I was finally done, I decided to turn back the time to normal. I walked out of the bathroom and Yachiru's eyes grew slightly wide in surprise when she laid her eyes on me, but I easily deduced that it was a good type of surprise. I slowly approached Yachiru and sat down on the opposite side of the table. I wasn't familiar with traditions and stuff, I just hope that I don't offend her or anything. This is something completely new for me. The food smells really nice, so, what is on the menu? I asked in an excited tone as the food smelled really divine. I wonder who cooked all these. I was kind of sleeping when all of this was happening. Oysters, pomegranates, cooked asparagus, celery, and chocolate, Yachiru said in a polite tone, and I raised my eyebrows in suspicion. Odd, aren't those all aphrodisiacs? I asked, looking at her suspiciously, and I was impressed. She didn't even flinch or look guilty. It must have been a coincidence, Yachiru said with a straight face, and I immediately knew it was pure bullshit. Even Yachiru knew that it was pure bullshit, but I don't think I should complain anymore as I would be the one getting all the action. So, without complaining anymore, I finally started to eat. After a few seconds, I finally noticed that Yachiru wasn't eating. She was simply sitting on the opposite side of the table with a smitten look on her face. I felt slightly uncomfortable being watched like that while eating. Aren't you going to eat? I asked Yachiru, and she immediately shook her head in denial with a bright smile on her face. I will be eating after you, Yachiru said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Nope, none of that. Come, I will feed you, I said softly, and Yachiru immediately blushed like a schoolgirl. No, eep. Yachiru was about to protest, but she yelped cutely when she suddenly appeared on my lap. Her yelp was cut short when I decided to place my finger on her lips. SHH, you asked me to join you for dinner. I find it completely unfair that you aren't eating anything. I whispered into her ear and Yachiru lit up like a Christmas tree. Now, be a good girl and let me feed you, I added, and Yachiru's whole body shivered in excitement and anticipation. After a few moments of complete silence, Yachiru finally nodded her head meekly. A bright smile appeared on my face. She opened her mouth cutely as I started to feed her food. When we finally finished eating, Yachiru's cheeks were marred with a red tint while I was slightly hard. Thankfully, I had positioned Yachiru knowingly or she could have easily felt my hard-on. Do you want me to take you to the bed? I asked softly, and Yachiru simply snuggled into my chest cutely. Yachiru hned meekly and snuggled closer. I decided against using my space powers. I grinned and picked up Yachiru in bridal style. Yachiru clutched my shirt and started to sniff. It seems that the aphrodisiacs weren't useless. I gently placed her on the bed and she slightly shifted, so that I could easily climb on the bed. Yachiru gave me a nervous look, but at the same time, her eyes were filled with lust, excitement, and love. Wouldn't you join me in the bed? Yachiru asked with a massive blush on her face. I smiled after her words. I would love to, I said, and slowly climbed up on the bed. I slowly crawled up to Yachiru as I slowly leaned down, so that I could reach her lips. Yachiru wasn't like the other girls, so I didn't want to scare her. Even though she was nearly 1,000 years old, she had zero experience in these types of matters. So, I was taking it slow. Yachiru didn't back out. Instead, she raised her head so she could meet my lips. I smiled as I started to kiss her. I slowly snaked my arms around Yachiru and turned her around, so that she was lying over me. As expected, Yachiru wasn't a good kisser, but she was quickly getting the hang of it. I continued to explore her mouth while rubbing her back, and she simply snuggled closer into my arms. After a few minutes, I finally separated my lips from hers. A massive blush was marring Yachiru's face, but her eyes were filled with unbridled lust. I turned around along with Yachiru, so now, she was lying on her back while I was on top of her. Take me, Ryo-kun. Make me yours. Yachiru said huskily, and I slowly pulled the knot tying her sash. With a swift motion, I opened her shiakusho and found that her massive breasts were covered by tapes. Right now, I was horny as fuck and I didn't have the patience to untie the tapes, so I simply used my space powers to get rid of tapes and her glorious chest was finally exposed. Her breasts were simply beautiful. Yachiru's face became completely crimson and she pulled her hands over her chest to cover herself on instinct. I slowly lowered myself and started to place soft kisses on her cheeks. You are so beautiful, Yachiru. I am finding it very hard to hold myself back. I want to ravage you so badly, I whispered into her ear and continued to trail kisses around her cheeks and jaw. Slowly, Yachiru relaxed and she lowered her arms to reveal her chest to me. I smiled and I started to kiss her on the lips. I placed my hands on her flat stomach. Her stomach was toned, but at the same time her skin was really smooth and soft. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I continued to make out with her as I slowly raised my hands. My hands finally grazed her underboobs and a small moan escaped Yachiru's lips. I finally cupped her soft breasts and Yachiru's breaths quickened. As expected, her nipples were so hard that you could cut glass with them. I flicked them with my fingers and a loud moan escaped her lips. I gently pinched her nipples and gave them a small twist and Yachiru arched her back as her whole body shivered in pleasure. I finally stopped the kiss and raised my head to take a good look at her. Yachiru started to breathe heavily as she finally finished climaxing. Yachiru blushed and looked away in embarrassment. Sorry. She mumbled in a low tone and I couldn't stop myself from chuckling. Don't worry, that was completely normal. I am really glad that I was able to pleasure you and I will keep pleasuring you throughout the night, I said with a teasing grin on my face. Yachiru finally turned her head towards me and looked straight into my eyes. I didn't break our eye contact and I slowly lowered my head and I finally enveloped her left boob with my mouth. I licked her nipple and a cute moan escaped Yachiru's lips. She is so cute. I am going to love eating her out. She is so cute. I am going to love eating her out. Yachiru started to moan loudly as she finally started to lose herself in lust. Yachiru's hands finally snaked under my shirt as she started to caress my back and body. For the first time throughout the night, Yachiru was actively involving herself in our passion and it made me feel really happy. I kept sucking her gorgeous breast while groping and pinching her other breast. From her moans, it was easy to deduce that Yachiru was having a great time. I finally let go of her breast with a wet plop. I slowly raised my head, so that I could look into her eyes. I raised up and with a swift motion, I removed my shirt to give her better access to my torso. Yachiru moaned wantonly as my knee brushed against the most private part of her body. Even though her lower body was still clothed, I could easily feel the heat originating from her nethers. I couldn't stop myself from grinning. With a snap of my fingers, I removed the remaining clothes on her body except for her underwear. Well, I have to say Yachiru's underwear was quite interesting. After all, she was wearing a loincloth. With another snap of her finger, I removed her loincloth too, which joined the pile of shrugged-off clothes on the floor. Yachiru blushed and she slightly averted her gaze, but she didn't close her legs. I gently caressed her pussy lips and Yachiru gasped in pleasure. There was a small patch of black hair just above her entrance. I ran my fingers through the patch of hair and Yachiru immediately bit her lips in pleasure as she silently groaned. Don't stare so much. It is embarrassing, Yachiru said in between her moans as I kept running my fingers over the patch of hair and her entrance. Why wouldn't I? You are so beautiful, Yachiru. I want to etch all of you in my mind, I said with all the passion I could muster. My words had an instantaneous effect as Yachiru opened her legs slightly wide even though she was blushing heavily. I kept rubbing the most sensitive part of her body and I could feel the heat increasing with each passing second. You don't have to. You can have me, anytime you want. I am already yours, Dana-sama. Yachiru exclaimed with a lot of intensity in her voice and my dick started to throb after hearing her words. Then I will have you right now, I said in a serious tone as I slowly lowered my face in between her legs. Yachiru gasped in surprise, and her whole body shivered in pleasure as my tongue slowly slithered inside her. Don't. That place is dirty, Yachiru protested as I started to eat her out, but she still couldn't stop her moans. I didn't bother answering her as I kept eating her out. Yachiru gasped in pleasure as she clutched the bedsheets. Yachiru's breaths quickened and her legs started to shake. I slowly raised my head and I looked into her eyes. She bit her lips in pleasure as she whimpered. Finally, her back arched up and her legs tightened around my head as she finally reached her climax. Moments later, her grip on my head finally loosened and it seemed that her legs had lost all power. Yachiru collapsed on the bed while breathing heavily as she was trying to catch her breath. Neither of us said anything and I slowly leaned forward and I placed my lips on hers so that she could taste herself on my lips. Yachiru eagerly accepted the kiss and we started to make out. Right now, Yachiru was much more forward with her actions. Did you like that? I asked with a grin on my face when I finally separated from her. Yachiru hned meekly. I simply loved whenever she did that. She simply looked way too adorable. Once again, my cock throbbed wanting to be freed and get some action. With my space powers, I finally got rid of my pants along with my boxers. Yachiru's eyes grew wide as her gaze focused on my rock-hard throbbing member. Yachiru blushed hard, but she couldn't avert her gaze from my member. I grinned, and I lined my dick in front of her entrance, but I simply kept rubbing my member over her entrance. Yachiru, I am finally going to make you mine, I said in a possessive tone and Yachiru meekly nodded her head. Please be gentle. Even though I broke my hymen during training, it is still my first time, Yachiru finished with a gasp. Don't worry. I will be gentle, I said in a soft tone and I finally started to enter her. Hi, Dana-sama, Yachiru moaned and bit her finger as I slowly entered her. I groaned as her tight folds wrapped around my member in a vice grip. After a few seconds, I was finally able to bury my full length inside of her. I decided to wait a bit, so that Yachiru could get used to my length. She pushed herself up with her elbows and moments later, she started to move. That was all the incentive I needed. I pulled myself back and gently pushed in. Yachiru bit her lips in an attempt to stop moaning wantonly. I easily matched with her rhythm, but I felt her folds slowly tightening around me. You are so tight, Yachiru, I grunted as I kept pistoning inside her. Yachiru didn't give me an answer, but she slowly increased her speed. I internally grinned and easily matched her speed with my thrusts. Yachiru finally stopped holding back her moans, which made me really happy. Ha, harder. Yachiru gasped and I was only happy to deliver. I am about to. Yachiru moaned loudly, and I also increased my pace. I was also getting close. I wanted to reach my climax with her. Me too. I groaned as I continued to increase my pace while staring at the beautiful sight of her swaying boobs. I couldn't stop myself as I started to play with her tits. I quickly leaned down as I placed my lips on her. MMHN and Yachiru moaned when her back finally arched back and her whole body started to shiver in pleasure. Yachiru's folds clamped down around my member in a vice grip, trying to milk me for all my worth. Just after one more thrust, I also emptied my load inside her. When the two of us finally finished climaxing, I gently laid down beside her and pulled her into my arms. Yachiru happily snuggled into my arms. I love you, Dana-sama, Yachiru mumbled softly, and she started to trail down soft kisses over my chest. I love you too, Yachiru, I said softly and pulled her closer. By the way, good luck for tomorrow, I said when I finally remembered that she was going to leave tomorrow to become the avatar of Ardat. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Sometimes I forget that you are everywhere. It kind of ruins the surprise, Yachiru said in a sulking tone, and I kept gently rubbing her back. You have seen all these before you even arrived here, right? Yachiru asked while gesturing towards all the decorations around the room. There was no need to lie. Well, I did see everything, but to be honest, it made me really happy with everything I said, and Yachiru kept staring into my eyes after hearing my answer. After a few seconds, she finally leaned forward and placed her lips on mine. This was the first time Yachiru initiated the kiss. I grinned and kept kissing her back. Yachiru's hands slowly trailed down until her hands finally found my shaft. Her soft fingers gently wrapped my already hardened member and she gently started to stroke it. After a few moments, the two of us finally stopped the kiss, as we pulled apart from each other. I stared into her eyes intently. Yachiru didn't avert her gaze and she kept staring into my eyes. After a couple of seconds, both of our features softened. Are you ready for another round? I asked her, and Yachiru bit her lip, but she still nodded her head. I didn't waste any more time and I raised her leg over my hip as I slowly pushed inside her. Yachiru moaned loudly and I finally decided to use my time powers to accelerate the time inside the room, as I knew that it was going to be a long night and Yachiru was going to leave tomorrow. I wanted her first night with me to be memorable. Yachiru, tonight, I am going to rock your whole world, I said, and Yachiru averted her gaze in embarrassment. She gently snuggled into my chest. HN Yachiru HNED meekly, and once again, I felt my member throb in excitement while I was already inside her. Yachiru felt it and gasped in pleasure. I love you, Yachiru, I said as I kept thrusting inside her. Yachiru's hands slowly snaked around my head and she slowly raised her head, so that she could stare into my eyes. I love you too, Dana-sama, Yachiru said, and her whole body shuddered in pleasure as she finally reached another orgasm, and I am sure that this is only the beginning. After all, the night was still long. Yachiru's eyes slowly fluttered open when some flecks of sunlight finally landed on her face. She found herself lying over her husband's chest, and immediately all the memories of last night resurfaced inside her mind, and immediately a small blush appeared on her face. Even though she was yet to be married to the man she was lying with, in her mind, the man was already her husband. Yachiru felt somewhat poking her thigh and she didn't even need to look down or see what it was. She had become quite familiar with that limb throughout last night. Yachiru was pretty sure that it wasn't noon yet and Ardat was going to arrive somewhere around noon. So, she did have some time to kill. Her hands reached down to grasp the throbbing vein, a limb poking her. She started to gently stroke the limb. Dana-sama ate me out last night as his wife. It is my duty to return the favor, Yachiru mused as she slowly lowered herself, so that she could give a nice service to her husband. Ryo groaned in pleasure and his eyes fluttered open. He immediately pushed up using his elbows to look down. His eyes met Yachiru's as she bobbed her head up and down with his erect member in her mouth. A wide grin appeared as another groan escaped his lips from pleasure. Yeah, this is the best way to wake up in the morning, Ryo exclaimed inside his mind as Yachiru continued to suck him off. Satrai Mansion, Kuoth Town. Sirafal stretched herself as she finally climbed down from the bed. She entered the washroom while scratching her ass. Yesterday, some of the memories of her drunken escapade had resurfaced, and whenever she remembered those memories, she couldn't stop herself from blushing. Sirafal rubbed her face in embarrassment as the warm water from the shower finally hit her body. She had no idea how she was going to show her face in front of Itsuki Ryo or any of his women, including Lady Hela. She honestly had no idea why she was still alive. She should have been executed by Lady Hela. She guessed that Lady Hela had probably decided to spare her due to some sort of sick amusement. She was kind of relieved that she had been spared, but she couldn't stop herself from getting annoyed. Apparently, after arriving inside their mansion, she had decided that she wasn't comfortable enough, so she decided to get rid of her magical girl costume. After that, she had decided to claim the couch as her territory while only wearing a pair of bra and panties. After that, she had started to laugh boisterously while covering her mouth, like a spoiled princess. By that time, the others had arrived inside the living room due to the ruckus. Then, she had proudly proclaimed herself as the queen of the couch in front of everyone. If that wasn't embarrassing enough, she had created herself a crown using magic right after her proclamation. After a few moments of silence, she had ordered Hela to bring her more alcohol, and after that, everything was once again a blur. Yeah, once again she was surprised that she was still breathing. For whatever reason Lady Hela had decided to spare her, even if it was probably due to her amusement. Sirafal still decided that she was going to ask for forgiveness the next time she met Lady Hela. Yeah, that would be appropriate, Sirafal thought as she finally walked out of the shower and used magic to get dressed. She would have gone back to the underworld yesterday, but she decided to spend one more day in the human world after she heard that Yachiru Anohana had decided to give her sister and her peerage a one-day break for whatever reasons. Due to that, Sirafal had decided to stay back, as she would be able to pass on some information to her cute little sister. That made her really happy, and even the memories of her drunken escapade couldn't lessen her jolly feelings. Sirafal quickly made her way towards the kitchen. Getting to spend a whole day with her cute little sister was one of the rarest occasions, so she was definitely going to spend as much time as possible with her sister. That is also why Sirafal had decided to make breakfast. But she had overlooked something. Sona Satrai had changed a lot since the last time she had seen her. When Sirafal finally arrived in the kitchen, she noticed that Sona along with her queen Sabeki were already making breakfast. That was a pretty unexpected sight. "Good morning, Oni-san," Sona said in a somewhat happy and cheerful tone, and she didn't even need to turn around to see her sister's arrival. That was also something unexpected for Sirafal. "Good morning." Serafal Samat Sabeki turned around and greeted Sirafal with a polite bow. Sirafal immediately puffed out her cheeks and started to pout cutely. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. How many times have I told you to refer to me as Siratan or Leviathan in private? Sirafal whined like a child, and Sona immediately rolled her eyes. Sabeki smiled politely after watching Sirafal act like that. "A lot of times, but you are a former devil king and the elder sister of king. I must be respectful towards you," Sabeki said with a smile, as she knew that her words were going to irk the woman, and it worked like a charm. Sirafal groaned and her head snapped towards Sona. "Sotan? She is being mean to me." Sirafal wailed like a child, and once again Sona rolled her eyes as she decided to ignore her sister's childish antics. After watching Sona's reaction, Sirafal felt like someone kicked her puppy, so she huffed indignantly and decided to change the topic. She wanted to somehow bring up the rating game tournament. After that, she would be able to reveal something to Sona without looking obvious. "What are you making?" Sirafal asked cutely as she looked over her sister's shoulder. "Spaghetti with roasted chicken breast," Sona answered, and Sirafal immediately raised her eyebrows in interest. "Oh, I would love to try that. Though, I would love to try whatever you decide to cook." Sirafal chirped in a cheerful manner, and even though Sona didn't react outwardly, she was really happy on the inside after hearing her sister's compliment. "So, how is your training? Have you seen any improvements?" Sirafal expertly changed the topic and pointed it towards the rating games tournament. Though Sona and Sabeki weren't fooled by the sudden change of topic. "We have made a lot of improvements since we have started training. Our teamwork has also improved a lot," Sona said in a cryptic manner, as there was no way she could have explained all of their improvements with mere words, and actions always spoke louder than words. Sirafal looked really happy after hearing her sister's words. She knew that her sister wasn't forthcoming, but she was quite alright with that, as long as she could drag the conversation towards the desired direction. Moments later, the cheerful look on Serafal's face turned solemn. "Sotan, to be honest, I am not happy with your strict training, but at the same time, I am also happy for you. You need to make a life for yourself, and I am not going to take that away from you," Sirafal said in a serious tone. Sona immediately turned around to look into her sister's eyes. Sabeki also whipped around to look at the former devil king. This wasn't how the woman usually acted, so it was quite shocking for both Sona and Sabeki. "Sotan, the upcoming rating games are going to be very important and equally dangerous. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but there are chances that fallen angels and angels are going to participate in the rating games," Sirafal said grimly. Both Sona and Sabeki cursed inside their minds. Fallen angels and angels were banes of their existence, especially for the young devils. Older devils had experienced the light weapons, but the younger generation had no experience. After a few seconds of silent pondering, a determined glint appeared in Sona's eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. "Looks like we need to train even harder," Sona said, and turned around to continue cooking. Sabeki also nodded her head in determination and decided to resume cooking. Sirafal beamed after watching her sister's reaction. To be honest, she was really pleased with her sister's progress. Previously, Sona only depended on strategy and planning. Neither of them would mean anything in front of absolute power. She was really pleased that Sona was finally paying attention to power. Strategy and planning were important, but they would be pretty useless if you can't even scratch your opponent. Currently, Sereorg Baal was considered to be the strongest among the young generation of devils, and Sirafal completely agreed with it. She had seen how powerful that boy was even without the Baal clan's power of destruction. Well, now nobody in the Baal clan possessed the power of destruction, but that was beside the point. The point was, if Sona wanted to win against someone like Sereorg Baal, then she needed to cover all of her bases and go beyond that. Sirafal wiped off a fake tear from her eye as she knew that her sister was finally growing up, and at the same time, she was proud of her sister. A blonde-haired woman dressed in a purple gothic Lolita outfit was looking outside the window. The woman was probably in her 20s, and her short blonde hair was adorned with numerous ribbons. Image here. Overall, the woman was looking really cute and beautiful at the same time. The woman slowly turned around when someone knocked on the door. "Enter," the woman called out in a soft tone. Moments later, a woman in her 30s entered the room and respectfully bowed her head. "Greetings, milady." The woman in her 30s greeted the younger woman in a respectful tone, and the younger woman simply waved her hand dismissively and gestured towards the couch. Kamala, Osi, you can forego the usual greetings. It is just the two of us, the younger woman said with a small smile as she approached the couch and made herself comfortable. The older woman, now known as Kamala, followed the younger woman's example and sat down on the opposite side. Then excuse me, Walburga, Kamala said, and the younger woman, who was now known as Walburga, smiled widely. So, what have you found? Walburga asked in a polite tone. I am afraid that we shouldn't attack right now, Kamala said, and Walburga immediately raised her eyebrows in question, so Kamala decided to elaborate her report. I have found that Yachiru Anohana is extremely close with the devils and she has been training them, possibly for the upcoming raiding games tournament, and I think attacking in her presence will be devastating for our group, Kamala said, looking slightly nervous. Walburga scowled as she wasn't happy with the report, but she completely agreed with Kamala. I see. Yachiru Anohana could single-handedly eradicate our whole group, and even I am not stupid enough to think that I could match her in direct combat, Walburga said grudgingly. Walburga is the current leader of the group of witches called Hexanacht. She was an extremely strong magician, and at the same time, she was also the possessor of one of the Long Inus, Incinerate Anthem. Walburga was an extremely dangerous woman, but so was Yachiru Anohana. Incinerate Anthem, also known as the Chief Mourner's Crucified Stand of Purple Flame. It is also one of the 3 holy relics, alongside the true Long Inus, Holy Spear, and Sephiroth Graal, Holy Grail. That is also why the Incinerate Anthem is extremely dangerous for the devils. For now, keep an eye over the devils. We can wait for the tournament to be over. I am sure that Yachiru Anohana won't be there to cuddle them all the time, Walburga said in a polite tone, but her eyes were filled with a glimmer of madness. Teeps Castle, Romania. Marius, my good friend, I am glad that you were able to help me with the research, Razevim said in a cheerful tone, even though he looked cheerful on the outside, but internally he was sneering at the half-breed vampire standing in front of him. He was only treating the vampire nicely because the man is pretty useful. The man had given him access to one of the Long Inus, Sephiroth Graal. The said sacred gear was one of the holy relics, and it was easily one of the strongest Long Inus. They have finally finished all the research they needed to do. Now, they only needed to see if the tests were successful or not. They were pretty sure that the tests were going to be successful, but they still needed to make sure before they could actively start using the Sephiroth Graal. Of course, I am also glad that I was able to work with you, Marius exclaimed in a slightly excited tone. Most of the time, Marius would act very calm and well-mannered, but in truth, he was a cruel and manipulative man. But still, without you, we wouldn't have the access to Sephiroth Graal, Razevim added, and the vampire standing in front of him simply snorted haughtily. Well, that is the only useful thing about her, Marius said in a disdainful tone, and Razevim couldn't help but agree with the man. Anyways, he was simply using both Marius and Valerie Teeps for his own agenda, so he wasn't going to complain. Ardat's meteorite. Yachiru Anohana finally opened her eyes and she immediately noticed some significant changes. She felt an unbridled amount power of coursing through her veins. She had never possessed this much power coursing through her body. So, how do you feel? Ardat asked in a teasing tone, and Yachiru finally stood up from the stone floor. Slowly, clothes made out of physical darkness covered her naked body. I feel good. No, I feel great, Yachiru said as she slowly raised her hand and clenched her fist tightly, creating a small shockwave. Hey, you better not destroy my meteorite or... Ardat snarked and decided to leave the threat hanging. A cruel smile appeared on Yachiru's face, but she still nodded her head in understanding. Can you tell me more about my new powers? Yachiru questioned in a hoarse tone. Of course, I was already planning to. You need to control your evil energy manipulation power, or you might drive the lesser beings around you crazy, Ardat pointed out with a grin, and a disappointed smile appeared on Yachiru's face. Pity. I wanted to see what kind of effect my power has on humans, Yachiru said in a disappointed tone. I can understand where you are coming from. I do that from time to time, Ardat said with a grin. Maybe sometime I will take you with me, Ardat added, and Yachiru started to cackle. I will be waiting, Yachiru said malevolently and licked her lips in excitement. Okay. First of all, I am going to teach you how to control your evil energy manipulation power, then I will show you how to control your demonic power. For you, it is a pretty insignificant power, but it is still there. Finally, I will teach you how to control your hate manipulation power, Ardat explained, and a minute frown appeared on Yachiru's face. How long will all these take? Yachiru questioned, and Ardat simply waved her hand. The evil energy manipulation power is the most important, the other powers aren't that urgent, Ardat said in a dismissive manner, and Yachiru nodded her head in understanding. Good, let's start then, Ardat exclaimed in a cheerful tone and clapped her hands. Seventh heaven. So, Ajuka, what can you tell me about the king pieces? Hela asked with a straight look on her face. For a moment Ajuka blinked in confusion, then his eyes immediately darted towards Diehauser Belial and Graphiel Lucifuge, who were dutifully standing behind Hela. Ajuka Beelzebub knew that there was no use in trying to lie. The woman sitting in front of him probably knew a lot of things about the king pieces, though Ajuka had no idea how the woman came across information regarding the king pieces. All of a sudden, Ajuka froze. I can't believe those old geezers were so stupid to actually use them, Ajuka cursed inside his mind. I can recreate all the research and hand it over to you, Ajuka said, and Hela's eyes bore into the man's skull. The former Devil King cowered and shrunk in his chair. I don't give a flying fuck about research. Do I look like a scientist to you? Hela questioned in a dangerous tone, and Ajuka immediately shook his head in fear. Ajuka prided himself to be a smart man, and he understood that his answer was really stupid. Hela leaned back in her throne-like chair and continued glaring at the former Devil King sitting on the opposite side of the table. The thing is, I am very interested in these king pieces, Hela said as her features slowly softened. Lady Hela, I scraped them because they were really dangerous and at the same time, they have a huge weakness, Ajuka said in a nervous tone, and Hela nodded her head. I know all about them, but is there a way you can get rid of the weakness? Hela said, and Ajuka immediately looked down, feeling like a child being scolded by the strictest and most dangerous teacher in the world. I can't say. It is not like I haven't tried, but I haven't found a solution. After a moment of silence, Ajuka said while shaking his head. Hela clicked her tongue in annoyance. Hela slowly pulled out her phone. Now that Ajuka was useless, she decided to contact Momo, Fleur, and Jean. The three of them had just finished recreating the lifeline formula yesterday, but the three of them didn't want to keep sitting around doing nothing, so Hela decided to give them another project. I want all the king pieces in your possession and you can extract the king pieces, right? Hela asked Ajuka while texting Momo. Yes, Ajuka hurriedly agreed. This also confirmed Ajuka's previous suspicion. Someone was actively using the king pieces to manipulate the results of the raiding games. Good. I will contact you if needed, Hela dismissed Ajuka. The man immediately scurried out of the room without wasting any time. Lady Hela, then how are we going to use these king pieces? Diehauser Belial asked in a respectful tone. I will be contacting some other experts. I am pretty sure that they would be able to fix the king pieces, Hela said, looking too sure of herself. By the way, I think it is about time we meet the devils in possession of the king pieces, Hela said, and Diehauser Belial smiled. Grafia nodded her head and immediately started to contact the said devils. You look way too happy. Something must have happened recently, Yasaka said in a teasing tone with an obvious look on her face, and a proud grin made its way to Nemuri's face. Yes, something did happen. That is why I wasn't able to visit you for some time, Nemuri said with a grin, and Yasaka tilted her head with a kind smile on her face. Then we must celebrate, Yasaka said with an obvious look on her face, and Nemuri wasn't surprised in the slightest when she found that Yasaka already knew that she was pregnant. Yasaka was a practitioner of senjutsu. Second, Nemuri had politely refused the offer of sake. I am really happy for you, Yasaka said with a gentle smile on her face. Having a child is a great responsibility, but trust me, everything will be worth it when you hold your child in your own arms, Yasaka said with a soft smile on her face. Are you speaking from your own experience? Nemuri asked in a slightly amused tone, and Yasaka immediately nodded her head, but moments later, a sullen look appeared on her face. Yes. I was devastated when all of a sudden Kuna's father upped and left while I was pregnant, but I still wanted to have her. She was the only thing that kept me going, Yasaka said with a slightly broken look on her face and sniffed lightly. Nemuri immediately noticed that Yasaka's eyes were starting to pool with tears while the ears and tails plopped down. Now, Nemuri felt like a bitch for bringing up that topic. Nemuri crawled towards Yasaka, and she gently pulled the other woman into her arms. Don't cry, it is okay, Nemuri said in a slightly awkward tone, as she had no idea how to console women. I am sorry for reminding you about something like that, Nemuri added in an apologetic tone, and once again Yasaka sniffed, but this time, she was much louder. No, it is okay, Yasaka said, her voice slightly cracked, but at the same time, she was trying to sound cheerful. After a few moments of silence, Yasaka finally separated from Nemuri and gave her a grateful look. You see, I have moved on. Most of the time, I don't even think about that vile man, but sometimes I just wonder what my life would have been if he hadn't abandoned me, Yasaka said with a longing look in her eyes, but she still had a smile on her face. I think I understand where you are coming from, Nemuri said as she placed her hand on Yasaka's shoulder in a comforting manner. So, how are you feeling about everything? Yasaka questioned, trying to change the topic. A bright smile appeared on Nemuri's face after hearing Yasaka's question. I feel great. You see, I always wanted to be a mother, but for a time, I have given up all of my hope at the end. Nemuri's voice became sullen. Nemuri wasn't going to reveal all the nitty-gritty details, but she was going to tell Yasaka about her life. You see, I was an orphan. I grew up in the orphanage, and when I was in middle school, I became highly fascinated by the adult themes like porn and stuff. Nemuri narrated her life story, and Yasaka didn't like where it was going, so she placed her hand on Nemuri's hand for support. You see, my world wasn't normal. People had superpowers known as quirks. It was a modern world, so our world was filled with heroes and villains. I have one of these quirks, so I also wanted to be a hero. After graduating from UA, that was one of the premier hero schools back in our world, I named myself R-rated pro hero Midnight for obvious reasons. Due to my fascination with the adult themes, I became a depraved pervert, Nemuri narrated with a small grin on her face. Those memories were golden. That made it extremely hard for me to get a date. Everyone thought that I was a slut even though I wasn't, and I kept my distance from one-night stand type of guys, so getting a partner was also very hard, Nemuri explained, and Yasaka was internally relieved when she found that her suspicion was wrong. I had practically given up hope of becoming a mother as I was getting old, but I wasn't going to stop trying. I finally decided to go after one of my students. He won one of the tournaments, and the way he dominated the tournament made me so wet you have no idea, Nemuri gushed out with a maniacal glint in her eyes. Yasaka had no idea how she was supposed to react to that. Just thinking about being in a forbidden relationship with a student was making me go mad in anticipation. Nemuri exclaimed as her nostrils flared. After a few moments, Nemuri coughed to gather her bearings. Sorry for that. Nemuri apologized, but she didn't look convincing in the slightest. Yasaka finally understood how much of a depraved pervert her best friend was. It is okay, I suppose, Yasaka said as she wanted Nemuri to continue her story. For whatever reason, Yasaka found the whole thing pretty interesting. She was also getting a lot of information even though she was never going to use that against the destroyer or her best friend. It wasn't due to fear or anything, she has come to see Nemuri as her true friend and she wasn't going to betray her true friend. Haha, where was I? Nemuri chuckled in a sheepish tone. Yeah, he won a tournament and I was immediately interested. Luckily, I was able to drag him off for a small date when I met him at the shopping complex. Then I was somehow able to get a date, Nemuri said with a bright smile on her face. Our first date was marvelous, but that made me even more nervous. You see, I never had a second date in my life. Everyone dumped me after only one date, Nemuri said in a sullen tone, and Yasaka felt really weird. Surprisingly, he agreed for a second date and I was over the moon. You have no idea how happy I was when he finally agreed to the second date. So, I decided that I couldn't let him go and I needed to bag him before anything else. So, as soon as I met him, I dragged him off to a private room and asked him to marry me. Nemuri said in a proud tone as she puffed out her chest. She looked extremely proud of herself and Yasaka choked on her own spit after hearing Nemuri's words. She is insane. And that isn't something to be proud of. Yasaka screamed inside her mind, but she saw how proud Nemuri was looking right now, so she decided not to burst Nemuri's bubble of happiness. Well, even though he said he couldn't marry me, he decided to continue the relationship, and now when I look back, I know for sure that going after a student who was practically half my age was the best decision I had ever made. Nemuri beamed with a bright smile on her face and once again Yasaka felt really weird. That is how my love story started. I had never imagined that just one decision would change my life like this. Nemuri said with a soft smile on her face as she stared at Yasaka. For a moment, she kept looking at Yasaka intently. Hey, would you like to go on a date with my man? Nemuri asked in a teasing tone as she licked her lips. No, Yasaka screamed inside her mind, but for whatever reason, she couldn't mouth out her reply. She was horrified that she started to genuinely consider the offer. She didn't know why, but she felt really jealous of Nemuri and she also wanted a piece for herself. What are you doing, Yasaka? You are a dignified leader and a mother. What would your daughter think? And the man already has a harem. Yasaka chastised herself inside her mind. But I don't think it would be that bad. I think he will come to love Kunu like his own daughter. I also wanted to have a strong man and being in a harem wouldn't be so bad, I think. No? Bad, Yasaka? Stop thinking with your privates. Once again Yasaka ended up chastising herself. While Yasaka was going through an intense internal conflict, Nemuri was grinning like a loon. Yasaka was a hard-working single mother and a nice woman. She had also come to like Kunu too. So, she wouldn't mind if Yasaka ended up being with Ryo. In fact, she would be really happy. When Nemuri noticed the conflicted look on Yasaka's face, she knew that she wouldn't need to convince the woman anymore. Even if Yasaka denied the offer today, she will end up giving in after a few weeks or months. Nemuri knew that Ryo was what all women desired. So sorry, but I have to refuse your proposition. Yasaka finally stuttered out a reply after a minute of silence and she didn't sound convincing at all. If you say so, Nemuri said in a sing-song voice as she winked at the other nine-tailed fox who started to blush like a schoolgirl. So, when are we going to attack? I am seriously bored. We simply keep watching and watching. It is so boring. A beautiful young foreign woman with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes practically whined and started to pout childishly. Image here. The woman was wearing a Gregori for girls and she was also wearing armor on top of it. The woman's name was Jean and she was the only female member of the hero faction. She was also the possessor of Sacred Gear Blade Blacksmith. Did you find anything about the second nine-tailed fox lurking around? Yasaka Cao questioned in a disinterested tone and Jean looked really abashed after hearing the question. Nobody knows anything about the woman. Some time ago, she appeared in Kyoto along with 2 other women. According to our agent, the other women were very strong. I can't find anything other than that, Jean said while fiddling with her fingers. I think we shouldn't make a move without gathering enough information, George said in a firm tone as he pushed up his glasses. Huh? What can they even do? From what I heard, the current leader of the Kyoto Yukai faction isn't that strong. A 2 meters tall man with a well-built body and shoulder-length gray hair exclaimed in an arrogant tone. Image here. The man had a cocky grin on his face. He was dressed in a Japanese school uniform and he was also wearing a set of Greek-inspired armor on top of his school uniform. The man's name is Heracles and he carried the spirit of the Greek mythological hero, Heracles. Don't be so quick to make a decision, it might be our undoing. A handsome young man with silver white hair and red eyes said in a bland tone. Just like the hero faction, he was also wearing a school uniform and a priest's coat on top of it. The man had 5 swords hanging down his waist creating a sword skirt. Image here. The man's name is Siegfried. He was created as a test tube baby from multiple genetic patterns at the Sigurd Institution who were trying to create the true descendant of Sigurd. They wanted to create a human with the ability to wield the demonic sword Gram. Siegfried was also known as the demonic sword user and Chaos Edge Sieg because of his way of fighting. Siegfried possessed a twice critical scared gear, but instead of a gauntlet, it created a silver dragon arm on his back, doubling his power. His twice critical subspecies balance breaker, which allows him to have 4 dragon arms growing out from his back, with his power doubling for each arm. As a result, Siegfried obtains 4 dragon's arms in addition to his real arms. This also gave him the ability to wield 6 swords at a time, making him extremely dangerous. After hearing Siegfried's words, Heracles growled in anger, but before he could say anything, Cao decided to intervene. He simply gave Heracles a pointed look and Heracles snorted haughtily and looked away. Jean, when is she leaving? Cao questioned with a thoughtful look on his face. She is going to leave in 3 days for the meeting with the leader of West Yukai faction along with her daughter, Jean answered, and Cao rubbed his chin for a moment. Then we attack in 3 days. From what we know, she is extremely protective of her daughter. If needed, we can use her daughter to make her surrender herself, Cao said in a firm tone, and everyone inside the room nodded their heads in understanding. The youngest member of the hero faction, who was yet to say anything till now, also nodded his head in agreement. The youngest member was a short, dark-skinned young boy with grey-blue hair and purple eyes. Like the other members, he was also dressed in a Japanese school uniform with a long coat on top of it. Image here. The boy's name is Leonardo and he is the wielder of one of the 4 strongest long Inus, Annihilation Maker. Leonardo was a very silent type of boy and most of the time, he simply had a blank look on his face. There was another member of the hero faction who was yet to say anything. He also nodded his head in understanding. He was a young man with black hair tied into a bun. He was also wearing a pair of shades. His attire consists of a black Japanese school uniform. The man's name was Kinla. Image here. Kinla had inherited the spirit of the original Kinla, the son of the Irish mythological hero Cuchulainn. Kinla also wielded the sacred gear, Night Reflection, which gave him the ability to control shadows. These shadows can absorb attacks and redirect them in whatever direction the wielder wishes from any shadow within the sacred gear's area of influence. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. After that, the hero faction started to prepare for the attack. Nox, Kuoth Forest. What can you tell me about this? Hela asked as she tossed the king piece towards Momo. Momo easily caught the piece and looked at it intently for a moment. So, this is the king piece? Momo questioned while staring at the contraption in her hand, and Hela simply hummed in agreement. Graphia dutifully stood behind Hela with a couple of files clutched in her hands. Well, I need to see all the research before I can say anything, Momo said with a shrug. Yes, Hela had explained what the thing did, but Hela wasn't an expert and she had no idea how the damn thing worked. First of all, she needed to know how the evil pieces functioned, and only after that she could start experimenting on the king piece. Momo quickly noticed the file clutched in Graphia's hands. Give me those files, Momo said hurriedly. She was already in her scientist mode. Right now, Fleur and Jean weren't here. Momo had told the 2 of them about their new project, so the 2 of them had decided to get some snacks before they could start researching. Graphia gracefully stepped forward and handed the files to Momo. Momo accepted the files with a grateful smile and started to look through the files. Hela simply stared at the scene with a blank look on her face as she knew that it was going to take a lot of time for Momo to finish reading those files. I think I am going to leave you with your research, Hela said dryly and placed a small wooden box on the table in front of Momo. A full set of evil pieces are in there, Hela added, and Momo simply hummed. Hela practically rolled her eyes and decided to leave. Graphia dutifully followed Hela out of the room without saying anything. Nikomat settlement, East Yukai territory. The 2 of you seem to have grown quite accustomed to our village, Magari said with a soft smile on her face, and both Kurika and Shyon nodded their heads with bright smiles on their faces. The 2 of them have grown quite accustomed to everyone in the village and the villagers. Both of them had been learning stuff quite rapidly since the past month. In the beginning, it was quite hard for Shyon due to her personality, but she was slowly breaking out of her shell and Kurika was extremely happy due to that. The 2 of them have also grown quite close since they have started to train here. It has been a long time since Shyon had forgiven her sister for leaving her behind, but reconnecting with her sister was quite difficult. Right now, both of them have reached an understanding. Yes, this place kind of grows on you, Kurika said with a thoughtful look on her face as she tapped her chin with her finger. Shyon also nodded her head in agreement. Have you changed your mind about staying here? Magari asked in a hopeful tone, and as soon as Kurika heard the question, a complicated look appeared on her face. Shyon didn't have any opinions regarding this matter as she would happily abide by her sister's decision. You know I can't. It is not that I don't want to, but I have made a deal with the destroyer for my sister's protection and I don't want to break the agreement, Kurika said with a strange smile on her face. Magari gave Kurika a sympathetic smile. Well, our village will always accept you if you decide to change your mind, Magari said in a reassuring tone, and she slowly walked away after bidding farewell to the sisters. Slowly the 2 sisters walked out of the village while walking casually. Neither of them said anything and kept walking side by side until they walked out of the village. Shyon tugged her sister's sleeve after they finally left the village premises. Yes, Shyon. Kurika looked towards her younger sister and asked in a soft tone. Why did you lie to Magari? Shyon asked while staring at Kurika's eyes. Kurika took a deep breath as this was going to be a long chat. Why did you lie to Magari? Shyon asked while staring at Kurika's eyes. Kurika took a deep breath as this was going to be a long chat. For a couple of seconds, she didn't say anything as she didn't know how to start this conversation. Well, it wasn't a complete lie, not exactly, Kurika said as she put her hands behind her back and she started to stare towards the sky. I meant what I told her, Kurika said, and Shyon gave her an unconvinced look. Tell me, Shyon, do you think anyone besides Ryo would have helped me? I mean, clear my name and then help me get your guardianship. Kurika asked softly as she stared into her sister's eyes. I don't know, Shyon said in an unsure tone as she seriously had no idea. Kurika gave her sister a sympathetic look. No one would have helped me. You see, they didn't have anything to gain by helping me. Right now, Magari or the Yukais are being kind to us, but if I still had my criminal status then they would have tried to put me down instead of helping me, Kurika explained with a strained smile on her face. You are wrong. Someone might have helped you. Shyon defended and Kurika smiled kindly. They might have, but there is no way to know for sure. I have stopped trusting everyone blindly. Our bastard of a father was also kind when mother was alive, Kurika said in a bitter tone. Shyon had no idea how to argue with that. Shyon, I have seen way too many betrayals throughout my life and I have seen how leaders act, and I would never trust a leader of some faction. Well, maybe except Lady Hela, Kurika said with a heavy look on her face. Tears started to pool inside Shiron's eyes. She couldn't even fathom what her sister had been through. You are still young and I don't want you to experience the things I had experienced. That is one of the reasons why I have accepted Ryo's offer, Kurika said with a grin and ruffled Shiron's hair. Shyon sniffed loudly and hugged her sister as the two of them kept walking. Kurika smiled brightly and slung an arm over her sister's shoulder and pulled her closer. After a few moments of silence, a teasing grin appeared on Kurika's face. There is another reason why I want to stay at Nox, Kurika said in a chirpy tone, and Shyon immediately looked up to stare at her sister's face. You see, my mating season is about to arrive and I live under the roof of the strongest man in the entire Omniverse. Kurika cheerfully explained, and Shyon lit up like a Christmas tree. Smoke started to come out of her head. It is not all about my mating season. I have come to really like him. I want to have a litter of kittens with him, but I don't know if he would allow someone weak like me into his bed or not, Kurika finished with a sullen look on her face. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. You should give it a try if that is what you want, Shyon muttered with a massive blush on her face. She wanted to refrain from saying anything, but she also wanted to cheer up her sister. Do you know when you are going to go into heat? After a few minutes of silence, Shyon questioned. Shyon was yet to go into heat, so she hadn't experienced it on her own, but she had been taught everything by the other Nikomatis. Somewhere around a week, Kurika answered, and then she gave her sister a pointed look. You shouldn't try doing it with anyone, Kurika said with a serious look on her face, and Shyon bristled after hearing her sister's words. Why? Shyon asked with a blank look on her face. Because you are young. Kurika deadpanned. We start going into heat as soon as our body becomes capable enough to carry a child, but that doesn't mean that you should carry a child. Kurika explained in an exasperated tone, and Shyon gave her sister another look before she reluctantly nodded her head in understanding. Kurika smiled brightly and ruffled her sister's hair. Don't worry, I won't stop you after you turn 17, Kurika explained, and once again Shyon blushed and smoke started to come out from her head and ears. Kurika started to giggle after watching her sister's reaction. Her sister was so adorable. POV Ryo. Looks like the hero faction is going to cease existing after 3 days. Their deaths aren't going to be a huge loss. Well, Indra might feel really bad, but his feelings are inconsequential. If he really felt so bad, then he shouldn't have allowed the hero faction to run amok. I shook my head to clear my mind. I didn't want to hear Kurika making plans about how to get into my pants. I needed to concentrate on what I was doing right now. I knew how Yachiru's mind worked. She already considers me as her husband. So, I need to propose to her too. If I don't ask her along with the other girls then she would feel bad, but she accepts it just like that and she wouldn't even say anything. Well, she wouldn't say anything, but she might try to cut me down if her sadistic side decides to make an appearance. Anyways, I have finally finished preparing Yachiru's gemstone. Image here. I decided to go with a black diamond with a reddish tint. I am sure that she is going to cherish the stone. Now that I was done with the stone, I decided to start working on her ring. All the rings are going to have the same design. I pulled out a small chunk of nth metal from my storage space, and with that, I finally started to work on it. After a minute, I was done. So after putting the stone in the ring, I decided to lie down and drift around through the endless space. Now, should I propose all of them at the same time or take them on a short date and then propose them individually? After an hour of contemplating, I finally decided to propose them individually. That way, I will be able to make it special for all the girls. Now, I need to plan their separate dates. Having a harem comes with its own problems. Are you ready? Ryo asked as he entered the room dressed in a suit. I wasn't going to lie, he looked really nice in that suit of his. He approached me and gently leaned down. I eagerly raised my head to give him access to my lips. He pecked me on the lips and smiled brightly. By the way, you look really gorgeous, Ryo said softly, and I gave him a bright smile. I gave him another peck on the lips and gave him a teasing wink. After that, I decided to resume what I have been doing. I am almost done, just give me a moment, I said as I pulled out a jewelry box from the cupboard of the dresser. I was about to grab the necklace, but Ryo stopped me by placing his hand on my own. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Allow me, Rio whispered into my ear as he used his powers to lift the necklace and place it around my neck. He softly caressed the back of my neck when he tied the necklace. Tonight, he is winning all the good boyfriend points. I don't know what happened, but yesterday he came back and asked all of his girls out for a date, individually. Of course, I was pretty excited after hearing that. It has been some time since he had taken me on a date. I think he must be planning something, but I wasn't going to say anything. I will simply sit back and enjoy the date. He used his powers to grab the earrings from the case and he gently helped with them too. Someone is going to have a lot of action after the date. Thank you, I said with a smile as I was finally done, so I slowly got up from the tool. Rio kept staring at me for a few seconds without blinking. I placed a finger under his chin and closed his gaping mouth. I really like his reaction. Come on, handsome, you will swallow a fly, I said in a teasing tone, and it worked like a charm. He shook his head to get back his bearings and beamed at me. You look absolutely brilliant, Rio exclaimed as he gently extended his arm towards me. I grinned at him and crossed my arm with his. So, where are we going? I finally asked him, unable to hold myself back. I remember my teenage years when it was just the two of us. I miss those days, but I won't give up my big family for anything in the world. I think a surprise would be much better, Rio said with a teasing grin, and I gave him an annoyed look, but I couldn't stop myself from smiling. Before I could say anything else, I found myself standing outside our house on Vesta along with Rio. The car looks really nice. When did you buy it? I asked Rio as I checked out the new car he had bought. Image here. Just yesterday, Rio answered as he gently led me towards the car. We opened the door and held it open for me. I gave him a dazzling smile and entered the car. Yeah, he is checking all the good boyfriend boxes tonight. He gently closed the door and walked towards the other side of the car. He opened the door and quickly entered the car. I was already busy looking around the car. I think my dad had a car like this. Obviously, that was an older model. So, did you like the car? Rio asked as he finally powered up the car. The car is completely silent and vibrationless. It must be running on electricity. The people of Vesta seem to have developed a lot, I said as I kept looking around at the buildings. I saw a lot of flying cars, but the streets were also filled with a lot of cars. We finally arrived in front of one of the tallest buildings. I recognized the building in an instant. Rio had brought me to the best restaurant on Vesta. Now I know for sure that he is planning something, and if it is what I think it is, then both of us are going to have a sleepless night. The attendant opened the door for me and I gave him a grateful nod. Rio walked up to me and extended his arm towards me. I happily crossed my arm with him, and he gently led me inside the building. We walked up to the reception. I have a reservation under the name Leviathan, Rio said, and the receptionist paled drastically, but I easily noticed that her eyes were filled with respect and reverence. The receptionist quickly confirmed the reservation and assigned us an attendant. The attendant quickly led us to the topmost floor, and I was surprised that the room was completely bland. The floor was black while the rest of the room was white, and there were no decorations or anything inside the room. There was a small table and a pair of seats in the middle of the room. Those were the only things inside the room. I gave Rio a questioning look, who was still smiling like a loon. His smile was starting to annoy me. The attendant finally left us and Rio pulled back my seat like any gentleman. I gave him a complicated look, but I still sat down. Then he hurriedly sat down on the other side. You are going to like this, he said, and snapped his finger and everything around us turned transparent. I gasped in surprise as it was like I was floating in the sky with Rio and the table in between us. It wasn't the first time I was flying, but I didn't have any flying powers on my own, so this felt great too. Now, I finally understand why the room was completely empty and ugly. A crack opened and two servers entered the room with plates in their hands. I have to say, the surprise was really amazing. The servers placed the food on the table and left the room. The date till now was brilliant. Let's see how it progresses, and I want to see if he can give me another surprise or not. The food is really good, Momo said with a grin on her face as she continued to eat her food. I smiled at her words and cocked my head sideways. I am glad that you like the food, I said as I took a small sip from my wine glass. The wine is also good. I have tested better in Nemuri's collection, but this is still one of the best, I suppose. The rest of the dinner passed while we kept making small conversations. The end of the date was finally approaching. Fuck. Why the hell am I feeling so nervous all of a sudden? Take a deep breath, Rio. You can do it. I chastised myself. I slowly pulled out the ring box from the storage space from under the table. I kept fiddling with the box while sipping wine with a calm look on my face. Momo was also doing the same. So, did you have fun? I asked softly as I decided to wait for the right opportunity. The date was simply marvelous, Rio. I have been missing this for quite some time. You know, just the two of us, Momo said, and I couldn't stop myself from internally grimacing. Momo noticed my plight and started to chuckle. Don't worry, I don't mind the other girls. After all, I was the one who asked you to look for more women, though I am really glad that you did. Now, I have a really big family and a lot of friends, Momo added in a cheerful tone, and I could only chuckle nervously after hearing her words. After another minute, the two of us were ready to leave. I stood up and walked towards Momo and extended my hand towards her. Momo gave a sweet smile as she accepted my hand and stood up. As soon as she was on her feet, I dropped down to one of my knees. I brought up the ring box and held it open in front of Momo. Right now, she was looking at me with wide eyes and she was covering her mouth with one of her hands. Momo Yeo Rozo, I have been the luckiest man in the entire Omniverse to find an amazingly brilliant woman like you, and I am even luckier that you decided to give me a chance and love me back. I know, I should have done this sooner, but now that I am finally doing this, I want to do this right. Momo Yeo Rozo, will you marry me? I asked softly, and I could already see that Momo's eyes were filled with tears. I waited for a few seconds with bated breath as Momo didn't say anything. It was kind of making me nervous. Momo suddenly squealed and jumped into my arms while screaming yes. I wrapped my arms around her, to stop her from falling. I slowly stood up and she finally separated from me and immediately smashed her lips on mine. I happily kissed her back. I was over the moon. I was pretty sure that she was going to accept, but it feels much better now that she has accepted in reality. The two of us finally separated from each other and she kept eyeing me hungrily. I think that ring belongs on my finger now, Momo said in a teasing tone as she raised her left hand. I grinned and placed the ring on her finger. Momo looked at her hand and a bright smile appeared on her face. It is beautiful. Momo exclaimed in happiness and once again pecked me on the lips. After a few seconds, she looked into my eyes. I think we should be heading back, don't you? Momo whispered huskily and I couldn't agree anymore. I grabbed her hand and started to walk towards the exit. The wall cracked open and both of us walked out of the room hand in hand. I finally stopped by the reception to clear the bill. The receptionist quickly noticed the ring and a beaming smile on Momo. After that, she congratulated the two of us. We happily accepted the gesture and thanked her. I walked out of the entrance along with Momo and found that our car was already waiting for us. I held the door open for Momo as she entered the car and only after a few seconds, I drove out of the restaurant premises. Momo was already caressing my thigh. I decided to fuck it and ended up using my space powers. The whole car appeared in front of our house and the next second, I tossed Momo on the bed. She was surprised and shocked for a moment, but when she finally realized what happened, she gave me a saucy grin and started to crawl back on the bed, giving me an invitation. Well, I don't need to be told twice. So, I slowly unbuttoned my shirt as I climbed into the bed and placed my lips on Momo's. I decided to accelerate the time inside the room, so that we could have all the fun without worrying about time. One small eternity later. We had wild sex multiple times. It wasn't anything wild if compared with how wild Nemuri or Dora usually are. After that, we ended up making love multiple times too. It was slow, gentle, and passionate. It was brilliant and both of us enjoyed it a lot. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I still can't believe that you finally asked me to be your wife, Momo said with a grin as she kept staring at her ring. I slightly shifted in the bed and pulled her closer to me. Sorry. I simply have no idea why I ended up taking so much time, I said in an apologetic tone, and Momo pecked me on the lips and started to pat my head. Don't worry, I am totally fine with it, Momo said with a smile as she snuggled into my chest. Momo, can you stay here while I take out the other girls? I don't want to ruin the surprise for the others, I said in a nervous tone as I didn't want to offend Momo. Sure love, no problem. I also don't want to ruin anyone's special moment. Good luck, by the way, Momo said with a grin, and I couldn't stop my grin after hearing her words. Thanks, but I think I could still spare some time, I said with a meaningful look on my face. Momo's eyes grew wide. Way. Momo screamed in protest, but her protest died out as soon as I entered her. After a nice and long refreshing shower, I quickly walked out of the bathroom and made my way towards the closet. Momo was fast asleep as she was really tired, but there was a satisfied smirk marring her face. I don't think that the other girls except Luna have any idea about my plans, but I shouldn't underestimate their intuition. Female intuition is scarily accurate. This time, I decided to go along with some casual training clothes. After turning the time back to normal inside the room, I teleported away. I appeared on a beach. The beach was filled with various types of extinct animals which weren't extinct any longer, and there was a dirty blonde-haired girl, sitting in the middle of the whole group. Luna immediately perked up as soon as I arrived on the beach. Her pets immediately turned towards me, but with a simple hand gesture, Luna calmed down all of them. Yes, I decided to propose to Luna. She already knew what I was doing, so there was no surprise from the beginning. Hello. Luna greeted me with a cheerful smile on her face. Hi, I said as I slowly made my way towards her. You are overdressed, Luna pointed out while eyeing me. Yes, when compared to Luna, I was overdressed. After all, she was only dressed in a pair of two-piece bikinis. That I am, though I had something different in mind. Other than lazing under the sun, I said with a meaningful look on my face, and Luna's face seemed to brighten up after hearing my words. Something like a camping trip. Luna questioned me in a hopeful, and honestly, I was thinking about taking her on a camping trip. Probably that is why she refrained from using her puppy dog eyes no jutsu on me. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Yes, so, you up for it? I asked, and Luna excitedly nodded her head like a woodpecker. Just give a few minutes, I need to bid them farewell and get my camping kit from Nox, Luna chirped in an excited tone as shot up on her feet. Oh, don't worry, I will avoid the other girls, Luna said with a giggle as she started to skip towards her pets. I simply shook my head in amusement and conjured myself a chair. I sat down on my chair and wait for Luna to finish, as it will take some time for Luna to bid farewell to all of her pets. Luna could have been the best beast tamer in any magical world's history. It took Luna somewhere around half an hour to bid farewell to her pets after telling them not to fight among themselves while she was gone, and she told them to take care of themselves. All of her pets nodded their heads like children before disappearing into the tree line. Moments later, Luna vanished and she returned after a minute dressed in camping clothes and her trusty backpack. I knew that the backpack was modified and contained all of her camping kit. Luna beamed at me as she approached me while skipping. So, do you have a place in mind? I asked Luna and she seemed to think for a bit as a dazed glint appeared in her eyes. How about the Grand Canyon National Park? I always wanted to go there, Luna said after a few seconds of silence. I simply shrugged as I had no problems with her choice of location. Sure, now, I think that you shouldn't have changed into those heavy clothes. Your bikini was good, I said with a grin, and Luna started to giggle. Don't be silly, Rio. What do you think I am wearing underneath these clothes? I have never gone trekking in a bikini, but I am sure that it is going to be a nice experience for both of us, Luna retorted with a similar grin and gave me a meaningful wink. Oh, well, thankfully, I have my swimming trunks in my storage space, I said with a proud grin on my face as I extended my hands towards her. She giggled once again and accepted my hand, and the next second, we found ourselves standing at the valley of the Grand Canyon National Park. I wonder if I can catch a rattlesnake, Luna muttered to herself, and I almost groaned. Luna, why do you want to catch a rattlesnake? I asked while rubbing my temples, even though I already knew why she was trying to catch a rattlesnake. Because I don't have a rattlesnake as my pet. Silly, Luna said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Fine. Luna's point was valid, so I decided to concede. After that, the two of us made our way towards the canyon. There were other people too, but they simply ignored us as I was actively using my reality powers to keep myself invisible. Slowly the other humans started to decrease as we went deeper into the canyons. Some hardcore camper and trekking groups could still be seen, but the place wasn't as crowded as before. Neither of us were in any sort of hurry, so we kept simply walking through the canyon. Both Luna and I have already lost our shirts due to the heat. It wasn't a problem as other humans were pretty scarce and additionally, none of them could see us. It was getting dark, so we decided to set up our camp near an underground pond. With my powers, locating something like that was pretty easy. Unfortunately, Luna didn't find a rattlesnake, but she didn't lose hope. Don't worry, you will find a rattlesnake tomorrow, I assured her. She beamed at me with a bright smile on her face. Yes. By the way, can you bring some water while I set up the fire? Luna asked in an excited tone and I nodded my head. I was about to use my powers but Luna spoke up again before I could do that. Oh, and don't use your powers, Luna reminded me, so I simply grabbed the bottles as I made my way towards the pond. For whatever reason, Luna kept insisting on no powers during camping trips. Well, I didn't have any problems either way. Camping was always fun as long as Luna was involved. How do you like your marshmallows? I questioned Luna, who was working on hot chocolate. According to Luna, marshmallows and hot chocolate were compulsory for a camping trip. I decided not to argue with that sentiment. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Not overly cooked, please, Luna answered with an innocent smile on her face, and I simply raised my eyebrows. By the way, the hot chocolate is almost done, Luna added, looking slightly cheerful. After that, she decided to return her attention to the pot filled with hot chocolate. So, what do you want for dinner, Luna? I asked as I kept working on the marshmallows. I have brought some bacon and steaks along with some seasonings. Can you make something with that? Oh, I have brought a few eggs too, Luna answered excitedly and gave her an unimpressed look. I remember someone saying that she didn't want to ruin the fun of a camping trip. I trailed off in a dry tone and Luna gave me a condescending look before a completely innocent look appeared on her face. I don't know what you are talking about, Luna said in an innocent tone. I simply gave her a blank look before I decided to continue working on the marshmallows. Luna was finally done with the hot chocolate, so she pulled the pot away from the fire and put a lid on top of it. Give me the marshmallows, you can start preparing our dinner, Luna suggested, and I simply shrugged and decided to follow her suggestion. I rummaged through her bag, which was magically expanded, and found the food stash. I took out a steak, a couple of eggs and the seasonings. I would have loved to have more ingredients since I wanted to cook something nice, but the current ingredients weren't anything bad. The two of us kept doing our own things while making small conversations. Luna was finally done with the marshmallows, and I was also done with the seasonings. So, after skewering the steak, I put it over the fire and Luna handed me a bowl filled with hot chocolate and marshmallows. This is nice, I said while nodding my head as I took a sip from the bowl. Luna cutely nodded her head like a woodpecker as she also agreed with my statement when she took the first sip from her own bowl. After finishing the hot chocolate, both of us decided to lie down and watch the stars. There was a small crack on the roof and it was big enough for the two of us to stare at the sky. Both of us simply walked to cuddle and relax. Luna snuggled into my bare chest as her breasts, only covered by a bikini top, was pressed against my side. Do you know, in some cultures, it is considered that after dying people turn into stars all of a sudden, Luna spoke up, surprising me. I don't know where she was coming from, so I snaked my arm around her waist and pulled her closer. When I was small, Mommy used to tell me that, Luna said with a sad smile on her face. After she died, every night I searched for the brightest star to be my mommy. I felt good as I thought that she was still watching over me even though my mommy wasn't by my side. Luna kept speaking and started to caress her back in a comforting manner. Even though now I know the truth, I sometimes look for the brightest star, and then I start talking about my life while staring towards the star, Luna said, and kept staring at the brightest star visible from the crack. Do you want to meet her? I questioned softly and she seemed to contemplate my question, but after a whole minute of silence, she shook her head in denial. No, I think she is happy wherever she is, Luna said with a small smile on her face. I simply want to keep thinking as the brightest star. It makes me feel happy, safe, and content, Luna added with a smile as she finally looked away from the star. She looked up and started to stare into my eyes. Luna, I don't know how to start, but I am going to try my best. You are one of the most amazing women I know. I am really glad that I met you, and I still thank my lucky stars since now that the two of us are together. I love you, Luna Lovegood. Will you do me the honor of marrying me? I asked without changing our position, but I pulled out her ring from my storage space and held it between us. I said everything as I kept staring into Luna's eyes intently. I know that I could have done better, but it was simply a spur of the moment. We were under the brightest star visible through the crack, and Luna said that sometimes, she still considered the brightest star to be her mother. She said that she felt happy, safe, and content under the brightest star as she felt her mother was watching over her. That is why I felt that I should propose to her right now, as this was the best moment. Luna kept staring into my eyes for a few seconds without saying anything. All of a sudden, she squealed in joy like a little girl and hugged me tightly. Yes, 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 yes. Luna kept exclaiming while hugging me tightly. She raised her head and moments later, she started to giggle and raised her left hand. After that, she gave me a meaningful look. I grinned and placed the ring on her finger. This is beautiful. Mommy, can you see my ring? Luna exclaimed, and then she turned towards the brightest star and asked in an innocent tone. I smiled and kept stroking her back. I didn't want to interfere. Now, you should look away, Mommy. I am going to have my husband ravish me, or you can watch if you are into that, Luna added in a similarly innocent tone, and I choked after hearing her words. I appeared inside Nox without making any noise, and I silently started to make way towards my destination. It was somewhere around afternoon right now. I didn't have to say anything to Luna in the morning. After spending a passion-filled night in the tent under the stars, we woke up completely refreshed in the morning and decided to continue our session. When we finally finished satisfying ourselves, Luna decided to continue exploring. Who was I to complain? So I shrugged and happily joined her. Luna finally caught a rattlesnake couple and decided to keep them with herself. After that, she decided to elaborate on some of her future plans to me. From what Luna told me, she was also planning to make a trip to some alternate HP world, but from a different timeline. She wanted to meet Herpo the Foul or Salazar Slytherin. According to Luna, Adela felt really lonely, so she wanted to hatch a male basilisk to mate with Adela. After that, she wanted to look for a mate for Fenris too. She was pretty sure that Hela would help her get another god-killing wolf, or at least she would tell her how to create a god-killing wolf. I think she forgot that she stole Fenris from Hela. Well, anyways, I am sure Hela is going to have her hands full with Luna in the future. I slowly crept through the silent hallways as I finally arrived in front of my destination. With a wave of my hand, I opened the door opened with a suppressed click. I crept inside the room and silently closed the door. I looked around inside the room and suppressed a groan from escaping my lips. It was a complete mess. The room was littered with beer bottles, soda cans, and various types of wrappers. With a wave of my hand, I removed all the trash. There was a bed in the middle of the room, and it was pretty clear that someone was curled on the bed. Mild lemon scene. I removed my clothes with magic and silently crawled into the bed. It was a naked woman curled inside the bed. I wrapped my hands around the woman and pulled her into my chest roughly. The woman sucked in a breath. Fuck. The woman gasped and started to grind her perky ass on my semi-hard member. Looks like someone wants some action, I whispered into her ear in a teasing manner. Oh yes, it has been some time since you have done me, the woman practically whined and puffed out her cheeks. My member was completely hard right now, and with a swift motion, I found my dick trapped in between the woman's thigh. My dick throbbed when her heated core pressed against my member and couldn't stop a pleasured groan from escaping my lips. Yes, it has, but from what I remember, you were grounded, I said huskily as my left hand slowly crept upwards until my hand was groping one of her boobs and my right hand slowly crept down her stomach, finally reaching the spot in between her legs. I pinched her nipple and the woman gasped in pleasure. The woman slowly started to move her thighs. My breath hitched as she started to me a thigh job. The digits of my right hand pinched the nub over her entrance. Her hole shivered in pleasure, but she continued to rock her hips to continue the thigh job. My fingers slowly entered her entrance and the woman started to moan my name. It turned me on even more and I felt myself getting closer to my release. At the same, I didn't stop playing with the woman's boobs. I am so close. The woman exclaimed with some difficulties in between her moans. Me too, I grunted as I started to thrust my hips to match her rhythm. Only after half a minute, the woman's whole body started to shiver and shudder in pleasure as I made her reach her climax with the fingers. I also grunted as a stream of cum shot out of my member as I went over the edge. The woman started to breathe heavily and I also released a content sigh, but neither of us changed our positions. The woman released a perverted giggle, but it wasn't anything new. I continued to pinch and grope her, but I pulled my fingers out of her entrance. Mild lemon ends. That was awesome. Shall we continue? The woman asked in a husky tone. No, we need to go on a date. I might do something if the date turns out as it is supposed to be, I said with a mock thoughtful look on my face. The woman finally released my member from in between her thighs and shifted herself. The woman turned around and her hair slowly turned mousy brown as she started to pout like a child. But, I want some action. The woman whined like a child and used her powers to use puppy dog eyes no jutsu. I wanted to give in, but I didn't. Dora, if you are a good girl throughout the day, then I will punish you after the date, I said in a righteous tone. I know my statement was wrong and faulty, but Dora's whole body shivered in pleasure and her eyes started to sparkle in anticipation. Fine. Dora grumbled, but she couldn't hide her excitement. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So, do you have any plans for the date? I asked as I caressed her head lovingly. Dora seemed to contemplate for a few seconds until her face morphed in complete joy. Yes, I do have a few places in mind. Dora said cryptically and gave me a meaningful look. I stared down at the pamphlet handed to me by the clumsy goddess standing before me, then I slowly raised my head and gave her a sidelong glance. Skydiving. Dora. This wasn't something I was expecting from Dora. From what I remember, she hated high places. She was afraid that she might trip and end up at the bottom of some valley, but we did have a date while floating in the sky. She liked that date from what I remember. The shape-shifting woman merely grinned in reply. Sure, but not just skydiving, a whole bunch of exciting, heart-stopping, adrenaline-pumping fun. Just think about it, babe. We could buy a sports car and go racing around a track, jump off a bridge, go rock climbing, whitewater rafting. Dora gushed out looking really excited. Her eyes started to shine in anticipation and after hearing her words, my eyes slightly grew wide. Looks like Dora has changed a lot. Well, it isn't anything bad, and Dora has always been somewhat of an adrenaline junkie. It has been some time since I have done the stuff mentioned by Dora. It won't get my blood pumping, but neither of us would be bored. I mused while rubbing my chin with a thoughtful look on my face. Even though I have already made a decision, I decided to think it over for a moment, just to make my clumsy goddess sweat a bit. I finally gave a stiff nod and looked into her eyes. Sure, sounds like fun. So, what's first? I questioned with a grin. Dora raised both of her arms in the air and whopped a cheer loudly. Moments later, she leaned forward with a broad smile on her face. Have you ever gone kayaking over a waterfall before? Dora questioned me, looking very excited. I can't say I have, Dora, I answered with a similar type of grin on my face. 1.5 days later. I gotta admit, honey, this has been one hell of a trip. The shape-shifting goddess exclaimed between bites of her dinner. We have finally finished doing everything, Dora has pointed out before starting the date. First, we went kayaking over a waterfall just like Dora had proposed. It was a lovely experience if nothing else. After that, we went skydiving. Even though it wasn't something scary for either of us, we still had a lot of fun. After that, I bought her a Lamborghini SC20. Dora had learned driving from YouTube, so I wasn't expecting much, but she was a lot better than anything I have been expecting. She obviously ended up crashing it, but as soon as the dust settled down, both of us burst out laughing. Image here. It was a marvelous car, so I fixed it and teleported it back inside Nox. After that fiasco, Dora decided to go rock climbing and gave up any plans for White River rafting. I was completely fine with it, so we started our mountain climbing trip after getting ourselves all the necessary kit. Thankfully, Dora's clumsiness was quite manageable on a vertical surface. Honestly, I was expecting her to slip at least one time, but by some wonderful miracle, she never slipped. It was something really new and I was completely taken aback. Now, her adrenaline was finally beginning to subside enough for rational thought and normal conversation. The only problem with this being that it also made her more aware of the time. She knew that our date was probably coming to an end. So, we decided to enjoy our dinner very eccentrically. Right now, our dinner table was hanging by the side of a mountain surface. At first, Dora was slightly fidgety, but she quickly got used to the idea. Her adrenaline rush must have helped her too. Anyways, it was once again a completely new experience. She gave me an annoyed glare when I didn't seem to answer her. Dora decided to nudge me by her foot under the table. I gave her a cheeky grin and nudged her back. Now, Dora was a highly educated, well-mannered clumsy woman, so she decided to continue our childish game of footsies with more intensity. After a few moments, Dora stopped her game of footsies and started to giggle like a schoolgirl. I grinned back and started to chuckle. Having childish fun with Dora was a lot of fun. She was really amazing just like that, different from all the other women. She was a degenerate pervert, but I can't blame her. She was Nemuri's best friend. I am pretty sure everyone gets the story. Even though she is a degenerate, she isn't quite up to Nemuri's level. Dora is also silly and childish, who loves doing silly things. If you want, we can have a similar type of honeymoon, I said in a sing-song voice. Dora froze as soon as my words registered in her mind. She stared into my eyes intently. Are you asking me what I am thinking you are asking me? Dora questioned me accusingly. Dora, I love you, but I don't know what you are thinking. I don't go around reading people's minds, even though I can. That is beside the point, I said, and Dora fumed and started to glare at me. I slowly raised my finger to stop her from interrupting. But, if you are thinking that I am asking you to marry me, then I am. I finished with a grin and a swift wave of my hand. Dora's ring appeared in my hand. Dora's eyes started to shine and her hair kept morphing through various colors when she noticed the ring. The hell you are waiting for, lover boy, place it on my finger. Dora snapped with a broad grin on her face as she imperiously extended her hand like a princess. I chuckled, but I still placed the ring on her finger. Dora's hair was still morphing through various colors, so the ring also started to morph through various colors. Dora gasped in surprise and shook as her eyes grew wide. Circe's Saga tits. Dora exclaimed as she kept staring at her color-changing ring. That was an image I didn't need inside my head, but it was something I should have expected from Dora. So, who are you going to propose next? Dora asked as she ran her fingers over my chest. She had a Cheshire cat-like grin marring her face. I wasn't expecting anything less as I spent a couple of days worth of time fulfilling Dora's bizarre fetishes. Well, I obviously had to accelerate the time inside our room. I do have someone in mind, I answered vaguely with a cheeky grin on my face. Dora glared at me and moments later, her lips started to tremble and her eyes started to fill up with tears in anime style. Come on, Dora. That is not going to work, I deadpanned, and Dora harumphed cutely and puffed out her cheeks like a child. I started to chuckle and poked her cheek with my finger. Once again, Dora glared at me and then she decided to laugh. Fine, you don't have to tell me. I am going to sleep if you don't mind. My whole body is sore, Dora moaned as she stretched her body. I simply rolled my eyes. I remember someone screaming don't stop at the top of her lungs, I said in an amused tone, and Dora gave me a filthy look. I wasn't complaining. I was simply pointing out how you ravished my tender body, Dora said with a goofy grin on her face, and once again I decided to ignore her teasing. Slowly the two of us started to fall asleep in each other's arms. Line break. I woke up the next morning and found that Dora was still deeply asleep, so I slowly and gently extracted myself from the bed and made my way towards the bathroom. I needed to be fresh before meeting the next woman I was planning to propose to. After a nice and warm relaxing shower, I quickly got dressed in some casual clothes. Dora was still fast asleep. I leaned down over her and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. A goofy smile appeared on Dora's face and she snuggled into the bed. After casting some warming charms over the bed, I disappeared from the room. Moments later, I found myself standing in a zen garden. Shoes are not allowed in here, Danasama, Yachiru said in a monotone and continued to sip her tea. I quickly got rid of my shoes and the dirt I brought inside. Would you like some tea? Yachiru offered with a pleasant smile on her face. Yeah, sure, I muttered as I sat down on the opposite side at the small table placed in front of Yachiru. She beamed at me with a bright smile on her face and started to pour me some tea like a traditional housewife. It was a beautiful sight. Yachiru gently pushed the cup towards me after the cup was filled. I picked up the cup and took a small sip. I wasn't a tea enthusiast, so I didn't know how to rate a tea, but it was surely delicious. I like what you did with this place, I said as I looked around. Yachiru smiled politely and gave me a grateful nod. Yachiru had decided to transform an empty room into a zen garden. It helps me relax, you must try it out sometime, Danasama, Yachiru said in a polite tone, and I simply decided to agree with her. By the way, are you free today? I asked Yachiru, and after that, I took another sip from my cup, but my eyes were fixated on Yachiru. I was supposed to train Sona and her peerage today, but I can call it off, Yachiru answered with a small nod. I simply nodded my head in agreement. Please wait here, I will be back in a moment, Yachiru said and disappeared in a wisp of red mist. She went to visit the Satrai mansion to leave a message. Yachiru appeared in front of me after a whole minute. So, where will you be taking me? Yachiru asked curiously, and I finally finished my tea. I have a few places in mind, but do you have something in mind? I asked Yachiru as I placed my cup on the table. Yachiru tilted her head with a contemplative look on her face, and moments later, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Yes, I always wanted to visit an aquarium. I have heard a lot of interesting things from the others, Yachiru answered, and I internally shrugged as I didn't mind taking her to an aquarium. It has been some time since I have gone to an aquarium myself. Sure, let's go then, I said with a grin and slowly stood up on my feet. After that, I gently extended my hand towards Yachiru. She gave me a kind smile and accepted my hand. Moments later, both of us found ourselves standing outside the entrance of Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta. Like always, the normal humans completely ignored us. Georgia Aquarium is the largest aquarium in the world, housing more than 100,000 sea creatures. Since Yachiru wanted to see an aquarium, I decided to take her to the best and the biggest aquarium. Where are we? Yachiru asked softly as she eagerly looked around, taking in all the sights. The Georgia Aquarium in this world was run and maintained by fallen angels. It was one of their biggest money makers. I quickly led Yachiru towards the entrance. After paying the entrance fee, I led Yachiru inside the building. Both of us were holding hands, but all the others were doing the same too, so anybody could hardly complain. But Yachiru was starting to get weird looks from everyone around us due to her clothes. I was dressed casually, but Yachiru was dressed in her usual getup. She was wearing a black shiakusho with a reddish-black obi along with a matching haori. Yachiru skillfully ignored all the looks, and after some time, the others also stopped giving her weird looks. Both Yachiru and I really enjoyed ourselves in the aquarium. I have seen all the aquatic creatures in the world, but it was still interesting, and Yachiru was having the time of her life. She was looking around at everything like a curious child while asking some questions about those creatures from time to time. Hours later, the two of us found ourselves sitting inside a restaurant inside the aquarium building. Of course, it would be bad business if the tourists need to go outside to have lunch or some snacks. Currently, Yachiru was intently looking through the menu card as she wanted to try some seafood available here. Unfortunately, none of the dishes were appealing to her. I smiled wryly at the waitress, who returned a similarly wry smile. I suppose the waitress was quite used to this kind of scene. I can't imagine that Yachiru was the only one who acted like this. Yep, there were others too who were taking their time to choose a dish. Can we have fried lobster along with a gone crab curry? Yachiru finally made up her mind and it took her more than 5 minutes in total. The waitress nodded her head and quickly made her way towards the kitchen. This is a great place. I never knew there were so many types of creatures living under the sea, Yachiru gushed out, looking somewhat excited, but she was trying to act normally. I am glad that you like it, I answered with a grin, and Yachiru slightly blushed and she meekly nodded her head. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Thank you, Danasama, Yachiru whispered in a low tone, but my hearing was extremely good, so I clearly heard her words. After that, I slowly grabbed her hand under the table and gave a gentle squeeze. Yachiru's blush intensified by several levels and it was pretty amusing to watch. After that, the two of us kept talking about random things. All topics were welcome, but since Yachiru was in her gentle and kind persona, all the murder-happy topics were thankfully avoided. The waitress finally arrived with our orders and Yachiru's eyes grew wide when she saw the size of the lobster. It took us some time to finish the food, but it was extremely delicious. After clearing the bill, we decided to continue our trip as half of the aquarium was left for us to explore. We finally arrived in the shark enclosure and Yachiru was taken by the sharks. Weirdly, she found them cute and cuddly. Anyways, I didn't have any grounds to complain. Can we have some candy floss? Yachiru asked cutely when we finally walked out of the aquarium. Yachiru was tightly hugging her shark stuffed toy. She looked so cute right now. Anything for you, I said as I bought Yachiru some candy floss. The two of us sat down on a bench outside the aquarium. After some time Yachiru finally finished the candy floss, and I decided to store her stuffed toy inside my storage space for now. Where are we going? Yachiru questioned. She looked slightly sad as she had to part from her cute shark toy. Right now, we are at the finale of our date, my dear. From what I remember, a certain purple mist user displeased you some time ago, didn't he? I asked and slowly Yachiru lost her gentle and kind smile which was replaced by a cruel grin. Her gentle and kind eyes became gloomy and menacing. Before she could say anything, the two of us appeared near the Tokyo Bridge. We found that the bridge was barricaded by purple mist and a dozen tengas were fighting some humans. Yasaka could be seen standing in front of her daughter Kuno in a protective manner. Yachiru, why don't you show them the error of their ways? I offered and a twisted grin formed on Yachiru's face and she slowly started to release her bloodlust. The fight stopped as everyone finally noticed Yachiru's bloodlust. I would love to, Yachiru said hoarsely and started to cackle in mad glee. So, we are doing this, right? Kunla questioned looking around. Yes, the convoy is about to enter the Tokyo Bridge. We hit them there as planned, and remember, no humans must be harmed, Cao pointed out with a hard look on his face. There is no place for mistakes. If she gets away then we are going to have a lot of problems, Cao added, and everyone nodded their heads in understanding. We are heroes. Cao exclaimed loudly and the others cheered loudly. George, let's go, Cao called out, and moments later, the whole group was engulfed by purple mist and after that, everyone inside the room was gone. Cao and the others appeared near the Tokyo Bridge. This was the perfect spot for an ambush and they are going to do just that. After waiting for a few minutes, they finally noticed a convoy of black sedans approaching. Cao finally gave the signal and George immediately used his long Inu's dimension lost to trap the whole convoy in a separate dimension. The cars stopped and several men dressed in black suits came out of the cars and started to look around, searching for the enemies. Let's go, we must greet them formally. We are heroes, and heroes don't hide. Cao said in a righteous tone and George gave a small nod and all of them finally entered the separate dimension they had just created. Who are you? Some of the men dressed in black suits immediately noticed the arrival of Cao and the other members of his faction. We are heroes, and we simply want your leader. A lot of bloodshed could be avoided if you hand us over to us, Cao answered with a smug grin on his face. His words seemed to agitate the men dressed in black suits and they decided to give up the illusion. Slowly, all of them transformed into tengas. My, did we hit a nerve? Heracles asked in a mocking tone. Yes, it seems so. After all, they must be under a lot of pressure working for a weak leader, Siegfried said in a neutral tone, but it was pretty clear that he was trying to agitate their enemies and worked like a charm. What did you say, you bastard? One of the tengas screeched hysterically. Everyone except the leader were dressed in similar uniforms, so it was kind of hard to recognize them. Wait. A voice came from inside the car in the middle. The door opened with a click and Yasaka, the leader of the Kyoto Yukai faction, climbed out of the car. She glared at the humans who dared to attack her. She was really angry and at the same time, she was quite nervous on the inside. n/o/vel/b/c//om. Kunu was also present with her. She didn't care if anything happened to her, but she was really worried about her daughter. Usually, she never brought Kuno with her to usual boring meetings, but for whatever reason, she had decided to bring Kuno along with her this time. Yasaka immediately knew that this attack wasn't a fluke or a coincidence. They knew that her daughter was going to be present with her. Yasaka would grudgingly accept that she was weaker than the leaders of the other Yukai factions, but she was still capable enough to handle herself. But her daughter's presence had handicapped her. She knew that she couldn't actively participate in a fight while protecting her daughter at the same time. Yasaka vowed that she was going to flay the Yukai who had tipped her enemies about this trip. She was sure that this was an inside job. What do you want from me? Yasaka questioned. She was trying to buy time and get as much information as she could from the group of humans before a fight could break out. If I reveal that, then we would need to kill everyone, Cao answered with a grin. Yasaka gave him a filthy look. Ha, and you call yourselves heroes? Yasaka spat in a mocking tone, and Cao or any of the other members weren't impressed by that statement. I think we have talked enough, surrender yourself or we are going to attack. Cao exclaimed out loud, and several members of the hero faction got into their battle stances, and the Tengus also did the same. Yasaka would have happily surrendered herself, but she had no idea if the humans would even allow Kuno to leave. Using senjutsu, Yasaka knew that they were trapped inside some type of separate dimension. She had tried teleporting away, but she couldn't activate teleportation magic. Ka-san, I am scared, Kuno muttered fearfully. She was hugging her knees in front of her chest. Don't worry about anything, Kuno, everything will be fine, Yasaka said softly, trying to reassure her daughter, but in truth, she was also trying to reassure herself. Cao finally gave the signal, and Heracles, Siegfried, Kinla, and Jean immediately initiated their attacks. For now, Cao and Leonardo decided to stand back, and frontal assault wasn't George's forte. Of course, he could attack if push came to the shove, but he wasn't going to initiate an attack. Blade blacksmith! Jean loudly exclaimed, and huge numbers of swords were erected from the ground. Jean decided to direct her attack towards the car. Yasaka immediately reacted and pulled Kuno out of the car. The attack collided against the first car, and it turned into a pincushion. All the Yukais including Yasaka and Kuno immediately jumped away from the cars. As soon as the Yukai group landed on their feet, they were attacked by Heracles, who was now covered in a shining armor. Yasaka immediately knew that it was a sacred gear, but she had no idea what sacred gear was. The Tengus were barely able to repel Heracles when Siegfried jumped into the fray. Siegfried was using two swords right now. Yasaka immediately recognized the swords as Gram and Trifing. This is bad. This is really bad. Yasaka nervously screamed inside her mind and placed Kuno behind her in a protective manner. Gram was also known as the Sword of the Sun. It is the strongest demon sword. Known as the Demonic Emperor Sword, it is a Dragon Slayer sword with the destructive power of the Holy Sword Durndal. It was an insanely strong weapon, and in the hands of someone strong, it was a devastating weapon. Trifing is much weaker than Gram if compared. Trifing is a simple demonic sword with destructive properties. Aside from that, the sword wasn't anything special, but the way Siegfried was using his swords, it was pretty clear that they needed to do something or all of them were doomed. But what? Yasaka questioned herself desperately. She had tried everything, there was no way to escape. They could only fight. Yasaka growled in anger. If she was going to go down, then she would go down fighting. She would try to protect Kuno as long as possible. Yasaka was about to attack on her own as she noticed that the Tengus were barely holding up, but she froze when she noticed two presences enter the dimension. Senjutsu was pretty attuned to sensing, and moments later, she felt her blood freeze inside her veins. She could feel the amount of bloodlust rolling off from one of the newer arrivals, and Yasaka was scared. Even though the bloodlust wasn't directed towards her, she could feel her skin crawling, and Kuno shuddered in fear as she hugged her mother tightly from behind. Heracles, Kinla, Siegfried, and Jean finally stopped their attacks and turned around. They immediately recognized their attacker as Yachiru Anohina. They have heard a lot of things about this woman. Cao immediately became tense. Toying with Yukais was one thing, but from what he had heard about this woman was seriously dangerous. Yachiru started to approach the group while cackling in mad glee, and after a few seconds, she became completely silent, but she didn't stop approaching the group. It has been some time since I have spilled some blood, Yachiru said in a monotone. Her voice was completely devoid of any emotion, but there was an underlying hint of pure malice. I was looking for a few targets to try out my new powers, Yachiru said, and a cruel grin appeared on her face. Thank you for assisting me. I will reward all of you with my art, Yachiru gushed out, looking slightly excited and her voice filled with a hint of insanity. Nobody dared to make any moves, they were simply too scared to do anything. They have faced a lot of enemies, true, but they have never faced an enemy like this woman. They simply couldn't fathom how many sentient beings this woman must have slain to possess such strong bloodlust. The bloodlust wasn't directed towards anyone, but they could still feel death approaching them. Yachiru's Zanpakuto appeared in her hand in a wisp of reddish-black smoke. With a swift motion, Yachiru pulled out her Zanpakuto and looked at the group of humans with her gloomy and menacing eyes. Let's spill some blood, wouldn't you agree? Yachiru questioned hoarsely and traced the Zanpakuto with her fingers. Bankai, Minajiki, Yachiru said in a gleeful tone as she released her Bankai. Indra's eyes grew slightly wide as saucers when saw my attacks heading in his direction. This is the first time I am using my lightning powers in a fight. I could have used my power of destruction to turn him into dust, but I wanted to enjoy myself. Indra was one of the strongest gods. Maybe he was slightly weaker than Shiva and Vishnu from the Hindu pantheon, so he is the strongest opponent I have come across in this world. I am sure that Indra would be able to entertain me for a few minutes. I can always erase him if I become bored. Indra used his own lightning to match my attack. Both of our attacks collided in the middle, creating a massive explosion. I grinned and I rolled my shoulders as I was slowly surrounded by my lightning armor. I didn't wait for the dust cloud to settle and lunged in Indra's direction. I was slightly surprised to find that Indra was ready for my attack. Well, I shouldn't have expected anything less from an experienced god like Indra. He was also no longer underestimating me as he had pulled out his signature weapon. Massive lightning bolts erupted out of his weapon and engulfed both of us, destroying a huge chunk of land on this desolate planet. I landed on my feet and this time there was no dust cloud to create some sort of cover. The explosion was strong enough to blow away all the dust, leaving behind a massive crater. That is a strong weapon. I have never seen someone using a Vajra until now, I said while intently staring at Indra's weapon. Yes, his weapon was very unique, he was using a Vajra. Everyone has their own preferences, Indra said in a dismissive manner, and I completely agree with his statement. Good for you. You see, it is completely unfair that you are using a weapon, but I am unarmed. I am sure that Yachiru won't mind if I borrow something right now, I said with a grin, and the true Longinus appeared in hand. Indra's eyes comically grew wide when he saw that spear appear in hand. I wanted to use the Master Bolt. It was still in the possession of the hero faction, but for whatever reason, they decided not to use it on this mission. The Master Bolt was still tucked away in their last base. I don't know what happened, but late CAO had decided not to use it. I could have plucked it out from that place, but if I wanted to proficiently use the Master Bolt, then I would need Divinity in Lightning. Without Lightning Divinity, that weapon is a flashy lightning weapon. That is why I decided to grab the true Longinus, and I always wanted to use the true Longinus. I wonder if I can access Götterdämmerung, like the original wielder of the true Longinus or something stronger than that. CAO's balance breaker was strong, no doubt, but compared to the power of Götterdämmerung, it wasn't anything special. CAO balance breaker was a subspecies. I wonder if I would get my own subspecies balance breaker. After all, this is the Holy Spear and I don't think there is anything holy about me, but Hela has taken over heaven and corrupted heaven's system. There is a high chance that I can corrupt the true Longinus too, like those characters from Fate universe. Artoria Altar carries the corrupted Excalibur, also known as Excalibur Morgan. Let's see if I achieve something like that or not. So, I decided to freeze time on this planet. I could feel that the spear was fighting me. It was trying to escape from my hand. It was fighting very hard. I think the true Longinus was also being recalled by the heavens system. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Hela, be a dear and change something in the heavens system. I want you to remove the setting that only humans or part humans can be born, wield, and use sacred gears. I decided to contact Hela using my connection. Give me a second. Hela immediately answered me. Only after a couple of seconds, the spear's resistance lessened. Done. I also noticed a few extremely good sacred gears were recalled by the heavens system. Do you mind if I keep them for myself? Hela questioned me and I honestly didn't care what she did with those things. Sure, you don't need to ask me. For now, I am keeping the true Longinus. I might return it if I am not impressed, I answered, and Hela hummed in understanding. She seemed to be really pleased with the development. Finally, my attention returned to the struggling spear in my hand. I finally started to assert my will on the spear, and only after a second, the will inside the spear started to buckle. Honestly, I was expecting a somewhat more intense battle of wills, but it seems that the spear was already weakened because Hela corrupted heaven's system. That must be why CAO's last attack failed. Truth Idea was capable of creating miracles only because the ability was boosted by the will of the biblical god which resided inside both heaven's system and the true Longinus. Since the will of the god was gone from the heaven's system, the will of the biblical god inside the spear wasn't strong enough to create miracles. A/N, last chapter was in third person, so Rio reached this conclusion on his own. He has his own idea why the Truth Idea attack didn't work. He might be right or wrong. So, don't comment that I wrote something else in the last chapter and here I am writing something completely different. Putting all of those boring facts aside, right now, the spear was changing color. Previously, the true Longinus was an ornate spear with a dark blue rod. It featured golden metal decorations, in the shapes of arrow tips, that spiraled around in a double helix pattern. The decorations finished at the top of the rod of the spear, which featured a white circle, which was completely empty, and it also had a cross that filled in the circle, but not completely. There was also a small silver stump which featured 4 protrusions, 2 on the left and the other 2 on the right. The tip of the spear was silver. But right now, the blue rod was completely transformed into a purple spear while the tip of the spear, along with other decorations, turned into a lighter shade of blade. The cross on the spear changed its form and transformed into a green inverted cross. That must be representing Hela's will. A bunch of information appeared inside the head. I have suspected that I won't be able to access the original balance breaker, Götterdämmerung, and I was both right and wrong at the same time. Since the spear had completely transformed, I can't expect it to possess the original powers. That is why accessing the power of Götterdämmerung was also quite impossible. So, technically my balance breaker is not going to be a subspecies, but it is going to be the original balance breaker of its new form. Now that I could finally use the spear without any problems, I finally decided to unfreeze the time on this planet. Everything around me turned completely normal and Indra started to move again as he got ready to attack me before I could discern how to use the spear. Balance breaker, Exitium. I exclaimed loudly as I activated my balance breaker. Not much changed, but the features of the spear sharpened and it looked more vicious than before. It looked like a weapon a demon would use, or probably a Yautja. They also wield vicious weapons. Let's get this fight rolling, I said with a grin and pointed the tip of the spear towards Indra, who barely dodged the tip of my spear. Cao could also extend the length of the spear, but unlike him, my attack was way faster, like Jin Ichimeru's Bankai level faster. I might have missed the attack, but I was able to draw blood, and that is going to be very bad for Cao. There was a small scratch on Indra's cheek, and instead of healing, black veins started to form around the cut on his cheek. What have you done to me? Indra gasped in horror as he could feel that his injury wasn't healing. Instead, it was turning into something serious. You have to thank Hela for that. You see, she decided to bless the weapon. Hela is the goddess of death and war. At the same time, she is also the avatar to death, which means that this spear is imbued by the power of death, I calmly explained with a grin. Indra drastically paled like he had seen a ghost. Oh, I am going to love this weapon. So, if I don't do anything, your death is going to be very painful and slow. Well, there is a way to stop the attack too. You need the power of life, but there is no one around us with access to that power, I said with a mocking grin on my face. Indra's face turned purple in anger. Don't worry, that is just one of the powers of my new spear. Let me introduce you to the rest of its power. If you are a good boy, then I will send you to your next great adventure. How is that? I offered with a grin. But I think Indra wasn't satisfied with my generous offer. He screamed in rage and lunged towards me. I don't understand why nobody appreciates my generosity. Must be Nargles. I grinned and thrust my spear forward. The top of the spear collided against Indra's vajra. A massive shockwave erupted from the collision, destroying everything around us, including the ground beneath me. It is a good thing that I can fly, so I didn't budge from my spot, but it was completely different for Indra. He was thrown back by the shockwave. He shot up to his feet and stared at me with a bewildered look on his face. Impossible? How did you stop my charge? Indra questioned, looking completely bewildered. That didn't look a charge to me, I scoffed in a mocking tone. This is a charge. I grinned and lunged towards Indra. His eyes grew wide, but he was still able to defend himself by bringing his vajra in front of him. The tip of my spear collided against the vajra and Indra was blasted away from me like a cannonball. Once again, I grinned and followed the soon-dead god and attacked him with my spear. Indra started to infuse his divinity with his weapon to give him an edge, but it was completely useless. I simply used one of Spear's powers to nullify Indra's divinity. I decided to call the power Nullify. I know it is simple, but there was no need to overcomplicate things. After all, the power Nullify allowed me to nullify a specific power of my enemy. It didn't matter if my enemy was male or female. If I wanted one of his powers to be nullified, then it would be nullified. Additionally, the power wasn't bound by some stupid time limit. What did you do to me? Indra gasped in surprise as he landed on his ass. Nullifying his divinity must have severely weakened him. I simply grinned as I landed in front of him. It is one of the powers of the spear. It allows me to nullify anything. Just now, I decided to nullify your divinity, I answered with a smirk. Indra growled in anger and lunged towards me. This time, I decided to allow him to hit me. For a moment, he was surprised, but he didn't back out. Instead, he decided to use all of his power for the attack. As soon as the attack connected with me, I decided to use another power of the spear. I decided to name this power, Reflect. Just like the name, it was something very simple. It simply reflected any type of attack back to my enemy, no matter how strong the attack was, but this power has a cooldown time. The cooldown time depended on the strength of your enemy's attack. Indra spat out some blood and the left side of his chest caved in. He dropped to his knees and started to cough out blood. He looked up and his eyes were filled with pure hatred. The attack was brilliant. I am impressed, I said with a satisfied nod, and if he could kill me with his glare then I would have died several times over. He won't be fun for any long if I don't return his divinity. Come on, don't be like that. Here, let me return your divinity. After that, I could finally test the last power of my new spear, I said with a grin and returned his divinity. Indra's wound started to heal at a visible rate and I jumped back to make some distance between ourselves. Get ready to dodge, if you can. I yelled with a grin. I will make you pay, you bastard. I will make you regret everything. Indra screamed while gritting his teeth in anger. I would have wished him luck, but that would be practically useless as he is going to die. I stared at my spear. Impale his heart, I whispered at the spear and the spear hummed in understanding. I pointed the spear towards my right and threw it. Once again, Indra was taken aback by my action. I simply kept smiling like a loon. The spear finally caught up speed and it turned towards Indra. Indra furrowed his brow as he noticed the spear was now approaching him like it had its own mind. Indra laughed out loud at the stupid attack and started to power his vajra with his divinity. I am going to show you that even the strongest sacred gear can't hold a candle in front of a true god and his weapon. Indra proclaimed proudly and didn't bother to react to his statement. He thrust his vajra forward to stop the spear, but he paled drastically when the spear cleaved through his vajra, which was infused with his divinity like a hot knife cutting through butter. The spear kept moving forward, slicing through his hand and finally ended up stabbing him in the heart. How? Indra gasped out with a surprised look on his face and I started to approach him slowly. He was already dying. I could feel it. He was already affected by the power of death and with this fatal injury, he was only going to survive a few moments more. Indra gasped and dropped to his knees and his blood started to drip down the handle of the spear. I could have explained, but since you are going to die in a few moments, it is going to be completely useless, I said in a dismissive manner as I finally arrived in front of him. I grabbed the handle of the spear out of his chest and he finally collapsed on the ground. He spat out some blood and he finally stopped breathing. His face was filled with horror and disbelief. To be honest, I feel insulted that he felt that he could win even for a moment. My third power is also very nice. I have decided to name it one-hit kill. Not an imaginative name, I know, but it was perfect. I simply needed to specify a target and the target will be pierced by the spear. The strength of your enemy is insignificant, but the ability has a time limit. I can only use this ability every 15 minutes, and each time it takes a lot of magical power to use it. The power requirement wasn't that high for me, but it wasn't anything insignificant. You aren't true Longinus anymore, are you? I think I will give you a new name. Let me think, I said and started to rub my chin with a thoughtful look on my face. The spear also hummed in happiness. How about Dread Longinus? The spear of the end. I questioned and once again, the spear hummed in happiness. I see, that's good. I think I like the spear. I am going to keep it. Now, I am going to learn how to use a seer masterfully. I am completely useless with weapons. I finally deactivated my balance breaker. The spear went back to its normal state. After that, I released a sigh and the Dread Longinus inside my storage space. Now, I should head back to Earth. Yachiru is almost finished. With that thought, I found myself standing beside Yachiru, who was leaning over a human who no longer looked like a human. I can't complain though. I was kind of expecting this. At least, Yachiru decided to drag him behind one of the destroyed cars before dismantling him. You seem to be having fun, I said with a grin as I leaned over her. Yachiru finally stopped her ministrations and looked up. Yes, I did have some issues with him, Yachiru answered with a cruel smile on her face and pulled out a lung. The sack of mangled human flesh started to scream. Right now, he looked like something out of the biology lab. I am surprised that he is still alive, especially with all those innards out of him, I said in an amused tone, and Yachiru nodded her head. I am an extremely good healer, even with missing organs. I can keep him alive for a couple of hours, and if I am doing the removing, then I could also tweak his pain receptors, Yachiru answered hoarsely as she continued to cut his collarbone. That's good and all, but he is kind of missing his skin, isn't he? So, he should have died of blood loss, right? I asked. I was completely useless in healing. That should have been the case, but I have closed his vessels. It took me some time, but it was completely worth it, wouldn't you say? He looks so beautiful right now, Yachiru cooed softly, and she looked really cute right now. She was cutely dismantling a human, and she was extremely good at what she was doing. After all, the human was still alive. Right now, Yachiru was drop-dead gorgeous, and the human was going to drop dead literally after a few minutes. This is the best chance I would get. I think I am kind of messed up in my head too. I stood by Yachiru's side as I kept watching how she kept pulling apart the human for a few more minutes. Finally, the man died when Yachiru decided to open his skull. Yachiru huffed unhappily, but at the same time, she was somewhat satisfied too. Yachiru slowly stood up and turned around. Her hands were smeared with blood, but I didn't mind. It simply increased her charm. I dropped to one of my knees and Yachiru's gloomy eyes grew wide in surprise. I pulled out her ring from my pocket and held it in front of her. You are one of the most beautiful women I know, and I am really happy that I am loved by an amazing woman. Sometimes you are cute, kind, and gentle, and sometimes you are cruel, sadistic and vicious, but all the time, you are extremely beautiful and gorgeous. Yachiru Anohana, will you do me the honor of marrying me? I asked passionately. Of course, husband. I am already your wife, Yachiru answered with a smile, even though she was in her cruel persona. She shyly extended her hand and I placed the ring on her finger with a goofy grin on my face. Once again, thank you. I don't know what would have happened to us if you didn't come to help us. Yasaka gratefully bowed her head. All of the Tengus and Kuno also followed her example. It is fine, it wasn't a big deal. Yachiru here had a grudge against them, I said with a soft smile. After hearing my words, everyone turned towards Yachiru, who was hanging by my arm. Right now, she was in her usual gentle and kind persona. She smiled softly and tilted her head kindly when she noticed that the others were staring at her. All of them paled drastically and gulped audibly. I think she has left a lasting impression on everyone. I am sure it will work out in the end. Please forgive me if I have made any of you uncomfortable. I honestly didn't mean to, but sometimes I seem to go overboard, Yachiru said softly and placed her hand on her cheek as she continued to smile softly. No, it is fine, it wasn't a problem, since you aren't targeting us, Yasaka hurriedly spoke up. It seems that wants to avoid creating any sort of misunderstanding between her faction and Yachiru. Something like that won't be healthy for the Yukais. Well, I think we should head back. I was on a date with this cute and lovely woman beside me. I think we are going to resume our date, I said while staring at Yachiru. She meekly nodded her head. Once again, all the Yukais shuddered when I called Yachiru cute and lovely. I suppose they couldn't handle Yachiru's cuteness, but since I am a generous god, I am going to let them be. Everyone has their own opinions and sucks to be them. Yes. I also think that would be appropriate, Yasaka added and ordered the Tengus to prepare a teleportation circle. After a few moments, the circle activated and all the Yukais disappeared. So, is there a place you want to go, Yachiru? I asked and Yachiru's cheeks turned pink. I think we should return to our home and continue from there, Yachiru said, and her blush intensified. I grinned cheekily after hearing her words. My, you are a naughty girl, Yachiru, I said with a grin, and before Yachiru could protest, both of us found ourselves inside one of our bedrooms in our home on Vesta. Yachiru immediately noticed where we were and cutely snuggled into my chest. After that, I gently led Yachiru to the bed and made love for a couple of days. Neither of us were in any type of hurry and it wasn't like anyone would notice our absence since I have drastically accelerated the time inside our room. We simply enjoyed exploring each other and just like our first time, Yachiru completely surrendered herself to me. Both of Yachiru's personalities were completely submissive to me and that was completely fine with me. She looked extremely cute whenever she was acting meekly. The next morning I told Yachiru that I was going to propose to the rest of the girls. She wished me luck and decided to stay in the Satrai mansion for the time being. She didn't want to call it an off day again. After giving me a peck on the lips, she quickly teleported away with a small blush on her face. After that, I finally decided to take Nemuri on a date and propose to her there. Since I didn't have anything special in mind, I took her on a normal luxurious and extravagant date. Nemuri had a lot of fun on the date as she didn't have to be mindful of the others. I had reserved the whole place for ourselves. It was worth all the money I spent on the date. After our dinner, I proposed to her and she almost knocked me down right there. Thankfully, I was able to hold her back for a couple of minutes. After clearing the bill I directly teleported both of us into our bedroom and after that, everything is history. I think Nemuri was so happy that she decided to become my naughty slave for the night. She seemed to be extremely eager. Nat was the next woman I decided to propose to. It was a weekend, so I decided to spend the whole weekend with her. I took her to the HP world for the date. We acted like a completely normal couple throughout the whole date and took her to various romantic places around the world. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Nat very much enjoyed the whole date and decided to propose to her on a hot air balloon date. It was just the two of us, so we had sex right there, after she accepted the proposal. This wasn't something new for me, but Nat enjoyed herself a lot. Nat decided to stay back in the HP world, as she wanted to explore. I dropped her off at Ravenclaw Castle. Nat didn't have any magical talents, but she was extremely interested in the world itself. The house elves were also happy as they got to spoil my fiancé. After that, I decided to take Rumi on a date. Her date was quite simple. I didn't have to plan anything extravagant for her. I took her to a random desolate planet and asked her for a spar. The two of us kept fighting for a whole day and we ended up destroying the planet. Right after that, I proposed to her on a chunk of rock drifting through the endless space and unsurprisingly, she happily accepted. Once again, we made love right there. It was completely wild. Both of us took our turns dominating each other. It was a lot of fun. Rumi decided to stay on Vesta for the time being. Next, I decided to take Jean on a yacht date. It was something completely new for her. It was just like a camping trip, but in an ocean. Jean loved it very much. She also got a break from her extensive studying session and all. On the last day of our date, I proposed to her after dinner. Without saying anything, she dragged me to the bedroom and after that, everything was history. She was slightly put off that I didn't ask her any sooner, but it wasn't anything serious, she was just mildly annoyed. Though, she decided to forgive me if I agreed to bring Aurora here for a threesome. It was quite unsurprising that I decided to take Aurora on a date after that. For Aurora, I decided to take her on a camping trip, but unlike Luna, I took her to an alien planet. Thankfully, there were no Yautjas or Xenomorphs lurking around, so our date was very peaceful and enjoyable. Aurora got to witness a lot of new wildlife and I proposed to her during the first night. She eagerly accepted. Aurora gave me a cheeky smile when I mentioned about the threesome, but she did demand some private time before that. So, when Aurora was finally satisfied with our private time, I teleported both of us to Jean. She was still residing in the yacht and I admit that I am glad that Jean was mildly annoyed at me. I think I am going to keep annoying her in a similar manner even in the future. I think that would be brilliant. I decided to take Fleur to our private beach in the HP world. Fleur decided that it was absolutely criminal of us that we were wearing clothes, so, both of us ended up in the buff, not that I was complaining. The two of us spend most of our time screwing each other. To be honest, I expected this from Nemuri and Dora, but I suppose, I shouldn't underestimate the sex drive of Avila. Usually, Fleur is very good at hiding her true nature, but she stops holding back whenever we are alone or inside our house sends any guests. I proposed to her and she happily accepted and smothered me with kisses, as we continued our sex marathon. Fleur decided to stay on the island, for the time being. She also invited her sister as it has been some time since she had met her sister. Finally, it was time for me to take Hela on a date. Hela was obviously expecting the date to be something related to a massacre or a slaughter. So, I decided to take her to the Resident Evil world. Hela obviously ended up massacring all the undead and all the monsters. They were weak as fuck, but Hela never cared about that. She simply loved killing and for her expression, I knew that she was extremely happy and satisfied with the date. That was the best chance I was going to get, so I proposed to her. Hela eagerly accepted, and then both of us teleported away to Hela's dimension. She wanted to show me how happy she was and to be honest, I wouldn't mind if she decided to give me a repeat performance. All of you ready, right? I asked the girls as I looked around the room. All of them seemed to be very excited. Hela and Yachiru were the only ones who were yet to meet my parents. I wasn't worried about Yachiru, but Hela. Unfortunately, I can't find any words to describe my concern and this isn't something I can skip. I need to inform my parents about my upcoming marriage and their soon-to-be-born grandchildren. Hela, you remember what I told you, right? I asked and Hela huffed, but she still nodded her head. I have explained to her in many words that she couldn't love my mom like she loves Frigga. Fine, Hela huffed and some other girls started to giggle. You know, a pout doesn't suit you, Fleur pointed out, and Hela's nostrils flared. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I don't pout. Hela practically snarled and childishly stomped her foot on the floor, making several cracks on the floor. Her words would have meant something if she wasn't pouting. The other girls also started to laugh. Come on. Don't tease her. All of us know about her childhood. It wasn't her fault, Momo pointed out after a few seconds. She was laughing too, but she quickly gathered her wits. Sorry. Fleur raised her hands in a defensive manner and apologized, and Hela couldn't stop her any longer and started to smile. Okay then, let's go, I said, and with a wave of my hand, I opened a portal. The girls quickly entered the portal and I was the last one to enter the portal. As usual, our whole group found ourselves standing in the backyard or the Yachiru compound. Yachiru, Hela, this is my home. Ryo's family lives here too, Momo said with a soft smile and started to lead our whole group inside the house. Momo, why don't you go and meet your parents, and I will take the girls to my house, I said, and Momo gave me a bright smile before she walked away. I led the other girls towards my parents' flat. Everyone except Hela and Yachiru had already been here, so none of them felt uncomfortable. I finally arrived in front of our flat and I knocked on the door. This is bringing back a lot of old memories. After a few moments, the door was opened by my mother and she immediately engulfed me in a hug. How have you been, Mom? I asked softly as I hugged her back. I have been fine, son, but you look exactly the same since the last time I saw you, but I can't say the same for me. Huh? Your mother has grown old, my mom said with a teasing smile on my face. It is true that she has grown somewhat old, but she is simply in her late 40s. Mom, you are still very beautiful. Nemuri chirped in from behind me, and for the first time, my mom didn't frown or scowl after watching Nemuri. Instead, she beamed at Nemuri. Mom smiled brightly and pulled Nemuri into a loving hug. How have you been, daughter-in-law? My mom asked, and Nemuri started to happily wag her tails after hearing the question. I have been fantastic, mother-in-law. Your son has been taking very good care of me, Nemuri gushed out excitedly. My mom finally released Nemuri and then she looked around. Her eyes finally landed on Yachiru, and then her eyes finally landed on Hela, and my mom had to raise her head to look at Hela. Why don't all of you come inside? I can already see a couple of new faces. I expect my frivolous son to introduce us. My mom gave me a pointed look and I practically cringed internally. The girls gave me a lopsided grin and trickled inside the house. I think I need to ask your father to get us a new house. I can never host all of you in this house, my mom said, looking slightly saddened. I simply expanded the room along with the couch with a wave of my hand. The girls quickly sat down. My mom gasped in surprise after she saw the display. You couldn't do that last time, my mom pointed out, and I simply grinned proudly. I have grown a lot stronger since the last time, I declared proudly, and some girls nodded their heads, but some, namely Dora, started to snicker. I gave her a dirty look and her snickers intensified. I see. My mom deadpanned. So, why don't you introduce me to your new girlfriends? My mom said, and I quickly moved behind Yachiru. This is Yachiru Anohana, I said, and the said woman gave my mom a polite smile. Then, I moved behind Hela. And this is Hela, I said, and Hela gave my mom a feral smile. I almost smacked my own face. My mom gave Hela a wry smile and gave me a questioning look. Son, why don't you go and bring us something while I talk with all of them? My mom requested. I don't understand why she always tries to shoo me off, but I can't leave right now. At least, until I give her the good news. Momo is already on her way here along with her parents. Mom, there is something I need to tell you before leaving, I said with a serious look on my face. My mom immediately became worried. No, Mom. It is nothing bad, but it is important, I said, and my mom finally nodded her head in understanding and I simply smiled. After a few seconds, Momo also arrived with her parents, and my father. My father has retired from his old job and now he helps around the Yachiru compound. Ryo-kun is quite manly, isn't he? Mrs. Yachiru asked Momo in a teasing tone as she entered our house. She easily noticed the two new women among the group. My father and Mr. Yachiru simply gave me jealous looks. Humph. My father should be proud of me. Yes, he is, Momo answered in a similar tone. I decided to completely ignore the two of them. Now that everyone is here, let me give all of you some good news. I said loudly, and my parents and Momo's parents started to pay me rapt attention. I have proposed to all of them and all of them had said yes, I declared, and before anybody could react, Nemuri decided to add her own thoughts. Mother-in-law, you are about to become grandma too. Nemuri exclaimed cheerfully, and after another few moments of silence, my mom squealed cheerfully and she glumped Nemuri in a tight hug. I wanted to be more tactful, but this also works, I suppose. Ryo and the girls ended up spending a week at Ryo's and Momo's parents. As Ryo had expected, Yachiru quickly became Ryo's mom's favorite. Even Momo's mom felt really worried about her daughter due to Yachiru's presence. Thankfully, Momo was able to appease her mom. Hela didn't become anyone's favorite. In fact, all the parents were quite wary of her. Ryo was already expecting a reaction like that, so he was quite relieved. Being wary of Hela is a good thing, and this was one of the best reactions Ryo was expecting. It could have been a lot worse. Nemuri and Nat were coddled by Ryo's mom throughout the week. Once again, something not surprising. Both of them were expecting, so the other girls were also expecting a reaction like that, but none of them were to deny that they were jealous. Ryo's mom had also accepted Nemuri as her daughter-in-law. Ryo had been somewhat worried about that, but all of his concerns were unnecessary. He knew that his mom had some problems with Nemuri from the beginning, but it seemed that his mom had finally tackled all those problems. Obviously, both pairs of parents happily accepted the invitation and Eri was also excited to attend their wedding. Right now, Eri is in her final year of UA high school. She already had an internship at Sir Nitai's hero office. Ryo and Momo informed their parents and Eri about the lifeline formula. Both Ryo and Momo were surprised when both pairs of parents and Eri denied the offer. None of them wanted immortality, they found it quite daunting, but both pairs of parents wanted to have a vacation on some random planet. Ryo immediately agreed with that request. Both pairs of parents also wanted to stay in this world and they also wanted to adopt children after Eri's graduation. Ryo and Momo were happy, and like good children, they were going to support their parents' decision, completely. After that, the whole group finally decided to visit the HP world. This time they decided to visit Dora's family first. Obviously, Andromeda Tonks was extremely happy that her ungraceful daughter had decided to visit and additionally, she was getting married. The latter reason was the primary reason for the woman's happiness. They were also offered immortality. Surprisingly, Dora's parents accepted the offer of immortality. Andromeda was over the moon. She might have forsaken her family, but immortality was something a lot of people desired and Andromeda was one of them. Ted obviously decided to accompany his wife throughout the rest of the years, in other words, eternity. Andromeda simply couldn't reject the offer as she was getting the opportunity to keep teasing her daughter and she also wanted to have more children of their own. According to Andromeda, Nymphatora Tonks was quite a handful as long as she lived with them, so both Andromeda and Ted had reluctantly decided not to have another child even if they wanted to. Even though Ted tried not to show it, but he was also excited at the prospect. At the end of the conversation, Dora was pouting like a child, but she was happy for her parents. She simply asked her parents not to name her siblings something outrageous like Nymphatora. Andromeda and Ted obviously accepted the invitation. Dora decided to stay with her parents while we were going to visit Luna's father and Fleur's parents. After that, the whole group since Dora decided to visit Luna's father. Luna and her father decided to walk around the house upside down while Luna gave him the news. Xenophilius Lovegood was extremely happy for his daughter, and he immediately congratulated the whole group, once again something out of their expectations. Well, you can't expect anything normal when you are dealing with Lovegoods. Luna didn't even bother to offer her father the gift of immortality. She knew that her father would reject the offer. Xenophilius Lovegood had missed Luna's mother and there was no way that Luna would make her father live for eternity without a partner. The man accepted the invitation, so the group finally decided to visit the Delacour residence while Luna decided to spend the rest of the day with her father. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Apolline Delacour invited the whole group sans Luna and Dora who weren't there. Apolline and Gabrielle were very wary of both Hela and Yachiru. The group concluded that Vila could sense malice, darkness, or hidden bloodlust, so they decided to ask Fleur. According to Fleur, Vila could sense a little bit of aura in extreme cases, like if someone is extremely happy or sad, then Vilas could sense that. In the case of Hela and Yachiru, Apolline and Gabrielle could sense their malice and bloodthirst. Fleur could also sense it, but it never bothered her. Soon Fleur's father also arrived, so the group invited them too and after congratulating everyone, they accepted the invitation. Fleur's parents also denied immortality. Fleur didn't like their decision, but she was going to respect their decision. Once again, the whole group decided to spend a whole week in the HP world. Rio invited everyone to his private island, so that everyone could spend a week together. It was a nice break for their parents and it has been some time since they have spent time with their families, so Dora, Fleur, and Luna were very happy. Luna shocked the whole group when she and Xenophilia started to hatch a basilisk, which was highly illegal in the magical community, but nobody was going to complain, so at the end of the day, all the parents except Xenophilius decided to maintain a wide berth. Now, only Hela's family was left to invite, and due to the odd circumstances surrounding their familial bonding, Rio decided to talk with Hela. The said woman started to cackle in mad glee and she agreed that she was going to invite her lovely family to her marriage. So, after a week, the whole group arrived in the royal palace of Asgard. As expected, everyone shifted uncomfortably after their arrival. The fake Odin who was being controlled by Majestan Zelia, quickly made himself scarce after Hela's arrival. That wasn't something new, Zelia had always been extremely scared of Hela. So, Hela decided not to bother with the faker and concentrate on her remaining family members. She openly threatened them and ordered them to attend her marriage. Frigga, Thor, and Loki could only accept the generous invitation. Hela seemed to be extremely proud and kept giving Rio praise me looks. A red-haired man was lying on the roof while smoking. The man had a bored look on his face. The man turned towards a certain direction and released an exasperated sigh. He was extremely bored, but it has been some time since he was able to laze in this manner, so he found it very hard to get up. It has been nearly a month since his lord has asked him to get rid of a group, but it wasn't his fault that the group was lying low and he couldn't find them. He held the utmost respect for his lord, but his lord should have given him their location. Now, how was he supposed to look through the town when he had more important things to do like sleeping and lazing? Drake took a long drag from his cigarette and released a content sigh. This was the perfect life he always wanted, but due to that stupid white-scaled fool, he was sealed away. Drake remembered his time while he sealed inside the sacred gear and started to curse the biblical god, but only after a few moments, he stopped. It was too troublesome to keep cursing the man, especially when it was cutting into his cloud-watching time. Only after a few moments, he started to remember his wielders and then he started to curse them too, but this time he didn't pause. He hated being sealed inside a sacred gear that could only be wielded by squishy humans. He was really glad that now he was finally out of that wretched place. He could laze and relax to his heart's content. Yes, he was sealed inside a sacred gear, but that didn't mean that he could laze and relax in that place. It was too cramped for his liking and there was no sunlight, no alcohol, no women. He could keep going on. Now, he simply wanted to meet that white-scaled bastard and give him a middle finger, and after that, his life was going to be golden. Drake released a tired sigh and the memory of a sky-blue dragon flashed inside his mind. Yes, he also needed to meet Tiamat. The lady dragon had killed a lot of his wielders out of spite while he could only watch helplessly from inside the sacred gear. He wasn't going to kill her or anything, but Drake knew that it was his fault from the beginning. So, he was going to apologize for losing her treasures and then he would try to locate and reclaim them, wherever they were. Alas, the visit could wait for now. First, he needed to deal with a foolish bunch of humans. Drake knew that a human was keeping an eye on Sona's group. He could have followed the squishy human, but he was too lazy to do something so troublesome. That is why he decided to laze around and bide his time. Since they were keeping an eye on the devils, he was sure that they were waiting for the right moment to strike. So, Drake obviously deduced that the attack was going to happen quite soon. Yachiru Anohana wasn't present here to protect the devils, so the squishy humans were going to use this chance to attack. That is why Drake had decided to lay low. He didn't want to scare them away by being an unknown variable. But before interfering from the get-go, he decided to see if devils could take care of themselves or not. After all, the devils had been training with Yachiru Anohana. Not only would the devils get some practical experience from the whole ordeal, but he could continue his cloud watching. With Sona Satrai, Sona finally arrived at the entrance of the Kuah Academy with her queen. She needed to finish her school president duties before she could leave. That is why the other members of her peerage and the Rias's peerage were waiting for Sona and Sabeki at the entrance. Rias and her peerage had been getting a mixture of odd and curious looks from all the students. The students knew that Rias and some of her club members had left the school, that is why they were getting curious looks, and their group always received looks of awe from both the female and the handful male population of the school. Sona easily noticed Drake, who was still lazing on the roof. The said dragon was extremely lazy, but Sona never faulted the dragon for being like that. Drake was one of the strongest beings in this world and he could laze around if he wanted. Lazing around was much better in her books than wreaking havoc in her territory. Sona was pretty sure that the group known as Hexanacht were going to attack either today or tomorrow, but she didn't bother to notify Drake as she didn't want to involve the dragon. She wanted to see how much she has improved in the past month. It was going to be a good practical experience for the peerage. Let's go, Rias. By the way, how have you been? Sona asked as the whole group left the entrance, making their way towards the Satrai mansion. It had been hard for me at the beginning. We needed to come to terms with Issei's death. After that, we started to train with the help of my brother's peerage, Rias answered. By the end of Rias's rant, she started to sound somewhat proud. That is good, I suppose. Sona hummed with a small smile. We have company, Shyon said in a monotone. The whole group froze, but the reaction of Sona's peerage was completely different. All of them stared towards their king, waiting for the order. My. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, but I shouldn't have expected anything less from a practitioner of Senjutsu. A woman dressed in a purple gothic Lolita outfit walked out of the shadows. Her voice was laced with mirth. The woman's short blonde hair was adorned with multiple ribbons and the woman was probably somewhere around her 20s. Basically, the woman was quite beautiful and cute. Slowly other women also started to emerge out of the shadows. A magical barrier was erected quickly to stop humans from getting involved. From your expressions, I know that you already know me, but who are you? Sona questioned in a firm tone. She knew that the group was called Hexanacht, but she decided to keep that information to herself. If she revealed that information, then the enemies might become wary. Yes. Forgive my manners. We are known as Hexanacht and my name is Walburga. The short-haired blonde woman introduced herself. She grabbed the hems of her skirt and she politely bowed after she finished speaking. I see, so, I suppose all of you are magicians, right? Sona asked and Walburga's smile widened. I have heard that you were smart, looks like the rumors were true, Walburga added, and then her smile turned into a smirk. Now, you must be wondering what we want from you, Walburga stated in a confident tone. No, Sona's answer surprised Hexanacht. I already know what you want. You want to kill us. You have been waiting for a chance, but due to the presence of Yachiru Anohana, you decided to bide your time. Now, Anohana-sensei isn't here, you would have waited till tomorrow, but Rias's presence pushed your hand, Sona droned in a bland tone. Walburga's eyes were wide just like the other members of the Hexanacht. Some looked worried too, but all of a sudden, Walburga started to laugh. I see, the rumors don't do you any justice. Walburga started to clap her hands with an amused look on her face. Sona, we need to get out of here. We can't fight so many opponents. Rias whispered furiously into Sona's ear. She couldn't believe that Sona and her peerage members could remain so calm in a situation like this. And how do you suppose we do that? Sona questioned dryly. Rias was taken aback by that statement and started to sputter, trying to form some sort of answer. You don't look too worried though, for someone who is trapped, Walburga pointed out. True, but getting worried won't help me get out of this place, Sona shrugged. I think we have wasted enough time, don't you think? Sona asked, and Rias and Akeno wanted to protest, but once again Walburga started to laugh. I like you, but unfortunately, you are going to die, and I agree with you. We have wasted enough time talking with each other, Walburga said, and a feral grin appeared on her face as she started to release her magical power. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Moments later, Walburga was shocked to her core when Sona started to match her magical power with her demonic power. The other members of Hexanacht were also shocked in a similar manner. Rias and her peerage could only stare at Sona with disbelieving looks in their eyes. Sona slightly tilted her head. Rias, why don't you stand back with your peerage? Sona requested, and Rias could only stare at Sona with a dumb look on her face. Sona also didn't wait for Rias's reply, and the members of Sona's peerage also pulled out their weapons, getting ready for the fight. Meanwhile, Walburga was gritting her teeth in anger. Graphia Lucifuge was sipping tea with a calm look on her face while her gaze was fixated on the massive screen in front of her. Even though Graphia couldn't make any changes to the Heavens system, she could still operate it. Graphia Lucifuge had been contemplating how much her life had changed since the arrival of the Destroyer. During the Civil War, she had betrayed the old Satan faction for the betterment of the underworld, but her sacrifice had been useless. Previously, devils were ruled by the 4 Satan kings, so after the end of the war, a council was formed. Unfortunately, the council was corrupted to the core, so at the end of the day, they were causing more damage. At first, Graphia wasn't happy by the arrival of the Destroyer and his outrageous demands. Then she was handed over to the most murderous woman. By that time, Graphia was really worried about her future, but surprisingly everything turned out for the better. Lady Hela might be a murderous maniac, but she was doing a lot of good. That is why she decided to keep serving Lady Hela, but she also wanted to thank the Destroyer. If he hadn't asked Lady Hela to take over the devils, then their society wouldn't have been improving. Graphia released a tired sigh. Diehauser Belial had informed her that Rias Gremory was going to visit Kuok town. Graphia didn't know what to think about this development. Well, as long as the dumb bint can refrain from causing trouble, she was fine with it. Graphia almost palmed her face when she found that Hexanacht was also planning to attack today. She knew that Drake was lazing on the roof, so she wasn't overly worried. She also knew that the said dragon was extremely lazy, so she couldn't depend on him. For now, Graphia decided to sit back and watch. Sona and her peerage were getting trained by Yachiru Anohina, so she wanted to see how much Sona and her peerage members had improved. So, Graphia finally turned on the recording function as soon as Sona decided to confront the leader of the group. Graphia was pretty sure that both Lady Hela and Anohina-sama would want to watch the fight. She was a dutiful maid, so she wasn't going to disappoint them. Graphia quickly opened the file of Walburga on the Heavens system, and her eyes grew wide in surprise. Not only was the woman an extremely strong magician, but she also possessed the Longinus, Incinerate Anthem. It was one of the 3 holy relics, so Walburga was going to have a huge advantage over the devils from the beginning. Now, Graphia was somewhat worried, but she decided to wait and see for now. Kuok town. Meanwhile, Walburga was gritting her teeth in anger. Firstly, someone had given her fake information. According to her information, Sona Satrai was barely a high-class devil, but right now, her power was almost reaching ultimate class level. Walburga wasn't at the ultimate class level, but she could easily fight against ultimate class enemies. There was a reason why she was considered one of the most dangerous enemies. Her scared gear, Incinerate Anthem, was a massive advantage over devil opponents. Secondly, the Satrai bitch was making her look bad in front of her group. That was something unacceptable, and the Satrai bitch was really strong. She had to fight the girl on her own. She wasn't averse to fighting or anything, but their power levels were surprising. She was averse to surprises. Looks like you have been hiding your strength, Walburga commented, and Sona simply smirked. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Well, a woman likes to keep her secrets, Sona answered with a smirk. She lifted her hands and several magical circles formed in front of her hand, and she launched multiple attacks towards the magicians. Sona intentionally spread out her attacks. Walburga was obviously a more experienced magician. She easily countered all the attacks. She easily noticed that Sona was concentrating her attacks in a single direction. Walburga gritted her teeth in anger. If she didn't neutralize the attacks, then her members would be killed by some random attacks. Unfortunately, that wasn't Sona's intention. She was simply keeping Walburga's attention on her. The woman was an extremely strong magician, and only Tsubaki would be able to fight the woman beside herself, and by doing this, she was allowing her peerage members to act more freely. Tsubaki didn't miss the chance. As soon as she saw that Sona was keeping the enemy leader busy, she decided to commence their own attacks. She gave a nod while looking towards her fellow peerage members, and all of them started to attack the magicians. Momo Hanakai and Raya Kusaka started to use area of effect attacks. They wanted to take out as many enemies as quickly as possible. Several explosions rang throughout the area, followed by several anguished screams. A lot of magicians screamed in rage and tried to attack Sona's bishops, but most of them were cut down by Tomo Megiri and the rest of them were squashed by Tsubasa Yura. Sona's knight and rook were easily working in perfect tandem to protect the bishops. Promotion, Queen. Genshiro Saji promoted himself to queen and started to attack the magicians with a pair of swords. He wasn't good with swords like Tomo Megiri, but he was good enough to kill the magicians. Tsubaki Shinra was also doing the same, but she was supporting Saji with her magic instead of using her sacred gear or Naginata. Tsubaki Shinra was a better swordswoman without any doubts, but her support magic was the best among the group. With Tsubaki's support magic, Saji was able to become her equal on the battlefield even without using his sacred gear. Yachiru Anohana didn't know anything about sacred gears, that is why they haven't made much progress with them, but even without their scared gears, they could easily dispose of the enemies. Rias and her group were watching the massacre with a look of disbelief on their faces. They simply couldn't believe what was happening right in front of their eyes. Only a month ago, this would have been something completely impossible. Rias had no idea what type of training Sona's peerage was going through. Baku, I am going to help them, Chiron said with an indifferent look on her face. No, Rias immediately refused. She didn't want her cute little rook to get hurt. This fight was way out of their leagues. Yes, she felt useless and weak, but she had already lost one of her peerage members in a situation like this. There was no chance in hell that she would lose another member due to foolishness. I wasn't asking you, Chiron said, and two white fluffy ears popped out on her head while two white tails came out of her back and she lunged towards the nearest group of magicians before Rias could say anything. Chiron landed a dropkick over the place where the magicians had been standing, creating a massive spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. The magicians were flung around due to the force of the blow. Though Chiron didn't stand around to see the devastation, she decided to move on and continue decimating the magicians. Konako, I order you to come back here, right now. Rias screamed hysterically, but Akeno grabbed her hand to stop her from lunging at the battlefield. Obviously, Chiron decided to ignore her. Rias, she is strong. Allow her to do what she wants. It is clear that she is much stronger than all of us, Akeno pointed out with a complicated look on her face. No, I won't allow her to die because of her foolishness. Rias protested, and once this time Uedo Kiba also came forward. If you do that, then you will simply make her hate you. Don't you see that she wants to fight and she is much stronger than those magicians? You can't keep holding her back, Kiba said hurriedly. He didn't want Rias to make a mistake. Fine. Rias decided to relent, but she decided that she was going to punish Konako for insubordination. Saji, cover Chiron's back. Tsubaki's voice was heard from the battlefield, and Saji followed the order without missing a beat. A knight with a rook combination could be devastating on a battlefield. Even though Saji was promoted to queen and right now, he was using his abilities to work as a knight. No. Walburga screeched in anger when she saw that her group was being massacred by a bunch of devils. Some of them were crying for help, but Walburga was in a position to help them. I feel insulted that you are looking away from me, Sona said in a mocking tone and increased the speed of her attacks. Walburga gritted her teeth in anger. She was going to make that little bitch pay. Purple flames burst out of Walburga's hands. Sona's eyes grew wide and she jumped back to dodge those flames. She instantly recognized the holy aura of the flames. Sona cursed inside her mind. The woman possessed a holy sacred gear, but she didn't know the name of the abilities of the said sacred gear other than purple holy flames. I am going to make you pay, you bitch. Then I am going to roast your friends while laughing. Walburga spat out with gritted teeth and the surroundings were engulfed by purple flames. I am going to make you pay, you bitch. Then I am going to roast your friends while laughing. Walburga spat out with gritted teeth and the surroundings were engulfed by purple flames. This time Sona wasn't fast enough to completely avoid the holy flames. She ripped off her blazer and threw it away. The left sleeve of her shirt was slightly charred and she could feel searing pain from her left hand, but it wasn't something unbearable. Sona was trained by Yachiru to withstand pain, but she was still a devil, so the holy flames were extremely harmful to her. Sona took a deep breath and several blue magical circles appeared around her body. Streams of water burst out of the magical circles. With a wave of her hand, Sona directed the water towards the purple flames. Sona was completely shocked when the flames burned through the streams of water. Walburga started to cackle in mad glee. My flames aren't normal. Do you think you can put off my flames by using water? These are flames of one of the 3 holy relics, Incinerate Anthem. Walburga exclaimed and continued to cackle. Sona cursed inside her mind. The Incinerate Anthem is one of the 13 long Inus. Walburga started to increase the intensity of her flames and even the other members of her peerage had to jump away to avoid those flames. Walburga had a maniacal glint in her eyes as she continued to spread the flames without bothering about the safety of humans residing inside nearby houses. The barrier simply stopped the humans from interfering in the fight by accident, but they were still inside the normal world. Sona couldn't find herself to care about the life of a handful of humans. All of you get away from here. She has gone insane. I will be using my own area of effect attacks. Sona exclaimed loudly while looking towards Tsubaki. Tsubaki didn't even try to protest, she immediately turned towards the other peerage members. All of you heard her. Let's get out of here, Tsubaki ordered, and everyone including Chiron started to retreat. Even the magicians started to back away as Walburga had stopped caring about her own allies. Though the magicians were stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they didn't try to retreat, then they would be burned into ash by the flames of Incinerate Anthem, and if they tried to retreat, then they would be cut down by the devils. So, the numbers of the magicians kept decreasing at a steady rate. Aren't we going to help these humans? Akeno questioned Sabeki. The bespectacled queen gave Akeno a strange look. They are done for. But if you want to help them, then you are welcome, Sabeki answered in a sarcastic tone. Akeno wanted to argue back, but for whatever reason, she stopped herself. Konako, we are going to have a long chat after everything is over, Ria said with a hard look on her face. So, you want to punish me for insubordination? Shyon accused with an indifferent look on her face, but before Rias could confirm or deny the accusation, Shyon decided to add some more words. I would suggest against that. My sister is extremely protective of me, and you wouldn't want to displease Lady Hela, would you? After all, you came to the human world without her permission, Shyon said with an indifferent look on her face. Asia and Gasper gasped after hearing Shiron's words, and Kiba and Akeno looked really worried. Both looked towards their king to see her reaction. Rias's face was etched with fury and her fists were clenched tightly, but she didn't say anything else. She decided to continue glaring at Shyon. Shyon simply looked away with a blank look on her face, but internally she felt relieved. She wanted to stop Rias from making a fatal mistake. Right now, Kurika is much stronger than Rias and the rest of her peerage combined. If Rias had punished her, then Kurika would have killed Rias and her peerage, consequences be damned. Kurika wasn't afraid of Surtsks as Lady Hela or the Destroyer would destroy the man before he could think about retaliation or revenge. A massive explosion shook the whole area. All of the heads whipped towards the direction of the ensuing fight. This time Sona was counter-attacking the flames with ice. Rias and Akeno gasped in shock. The Satrai family was known for their water magic. Only Sirafal Leviathan was capable of ice magic due to her extremely strong magical power. Ice magic was the signature magic of the Lucifuge family, but now Sona was also using ice magic. Right now, Rias was so frustrated that it was a surprise that she didn't pop a couple of veins. Not only was her control over her own peerage, A/N, laughing noises, slipping, Sona had made so much progress in just 1 month, it wasn't even funny anymore. Now, Rias and Akeno were wondering what the fuck they have been doing in their lives. Even Kiba was also having similar thoughts, and Gasper was busy trying to become invisible, while Shyon was sporting her usual expressions, which was none. Ra? How can you possess ice magic? I thought only your sister could use ice magic. Walburga screamed in anger as she continued to attack Sona with her flames. It was very hard, but since my sister can use ice magic, there was no reason that I couldn't do the same, Sona answered as she continued to stop the flames with her ice magic. Sona might be using the ice magic, but she was completely novice with it and she needed a lot of concentration and focus while using ice magic. Unlike her sister, her proficiency with ice magic was very low, but it was enough to protect herself from those holy flames. It was a battle of resilience. Walburga was way more experienced than Sona in magic and she was extremely good with her sacred gear too, but Sona was stubborn as a mule. Yachiru's cruel training has seen to that. She knew that she couldn't defeat Walburga in combat, especially when her water magic was completely useless against those fucked up holy flames, but she could drag it out using her ice magic. It was hard, but she was determined. Walburga might be a strong human, but at the end of the day, she was still a human. The body of a high-class level human would be weaker than the body of a high-class level devil or fallen angel. That is what Sona was trying to exploit. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It has been a few minutes since Walburga had started to use her sacred gear and the woman wasn't holding anything back, so she must be using a considerable amount of power to keep going. Whereas Sona didn't need to use that much power to keep using ice magic. The signs were already there. Walburga's breaths have become heavier while beads of sweat have started to form on her forehead. Her flames had also lost some intensity and it was becoming easier for Sona to counterattack. For the first time, Sona started to gain an upper foot in the fight and she couldn't help but feel satisfied. Right now, Walburga was considerably tired. Sona grinned and started to step forward as she continued to attack. How did your attack suddenly become so strong? Walburga screeched in anger and Sona simply chuckled. Sona was tired too, but she was in a way better condition than Walburga. My attacks didn't become strong, but your attacks have become weaker, Sona answered in an amused tone. For a moment, Walburga looked confused, then she finally realized what was happening. Even though Sona knew that Walburga had reached the conclusion by herself, she still decided to continue her explanation. She wanted to gloat and show Walburga the error of her ways. She wasn't expecting perverse pleasure from gloating or anything. It was psychological warfare, plain and simple. You see, you are extremely good with your scared gear, but at the end of the day, you are still human. I don't understand why only humans can be born with sacred gears. They are still useless with them, Sona said in a mocking tone, and Walburga screamed in anger and started to attack frantically. Internally Sona almost cheered. Humans are meant to be stepped on by superior races, like us. Do you know what I think? Humans are born with sacred gears, so we can resurrect them as our kind. Sona continued to gloat. Walburga's eyes started to tremble along with her hands. No, you are lying? God gifted us the sacred gears so that we could destroy beings like you. Walburga argued back. Sona was surprised that she didn't cringe at the mention of God. You can try denying as much as you want, but you can't change the truth. You see, God was simply playing with you. You see, I can speak God's name without getting hurt. It is because I have realized the truth. God simply wanted to placate his whiny creations. Sona continued with a vicious grin on her face. And that was the final nail in the coffin. Walburga gasped as an ice spear pierced through her stomach. She stumbled back and all of her flames disappeared into thin air. She dropped on her ass as she kept clutching the ice spear with her hands. You lie, you lie. Walburga kept shaking her head in denial in disbelief. You can ask him yourself. After all, I am sending you to meet your maker. Sona shrugged dismissively and an ice spear pierced Walburga's head. Walburga's plopped to the ground, finally dead, and Sona also dropped to her knees due to her tiredness.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.